Chapter 401. In just a short moment, the green-robed old man was shocked once more when he saw riverward fly out from the 8th island. He passed the 8th island too. Terrifying, terrifying. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense was only at the perfected nascent soul stage. Compared to those Dao integration cultivators, he was much weaker. He would be at a disadvantage if he tried to pass the 7th island and beyond. However, it was obvious that Jiang Xi's willpower was too strong. He made up for this shortcoming, which was why he could reach this step. The green-robed elder was in charge of guarding the heavenly stream. He was naturally very powerful, but he could not help but feel nervous. The 9th island. This is the limit of a Dao integration cultivator. If he can pass it, the success rate of his immortal ascension tribulation will be almost 100%. He's only at the nascent soul stage. It's impossible, impossible. He actually passed. Jiang Xi went upstream and arrived at the 9th island. Boom. A powerful willpower descended instantly. His spiritual sense and consciousness almost collapsed under this kind of pressure. Hang in there, hang in there. He felt a stronger willpower here than in the depths of the valley in the land of the fallen gods. An illusion appeared at the same time. Don't take my steamed bun. Give it back to me. That's for my brother. A cry sounded in his ears. Damn girl, get out of here. Hit her. Hit her. A group of homeless children in ragged clothes snatched half of a cold, hard bun from the hands of a skinny homeless child with punches and kicks. Jiang Xi's emotions did not waver as he watched this scene. The image in his mind was still tenaciously emitting wisps of golden spiritual sense. Is this the extent of the illusion? Go away. Jiang Xi shouted coldly. He passed the 9th island. Very few people knew what Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu had experienced when they were young. Wandering, setting up a stall, going to school, cultivating martial arts, he was the one who had truly climbed up from the bottom of society. These experiences had given him a tenacious heart. Jiang Xi flew toward the 10th island expressionlessly. The green-robed elder could no longer sit still. His face was full of shock. Frightening, frightening willpower, frightening young man. I remember that the young genius of the same batch as him, Ji Wei, who was thought highly of by many Dao immortals and perfected lords, couldn't even pass the 7th island. Mu Ning, who claimed to have a pure and innocent heart, only made it to the 5th tower. With his willpower and mental state, he has a higher chance of becoming an expert of the immortal path than Ji Wei and Mu Ning. Cultivating, comprehending the Dao, fighting, facing a hopeless situation, and so on, if one had an extremely strong will and mental state cultivation, they would have a great advantage. Especially when faced with a hopeless situation, those with a stronger will would find it easier to find a way out of the hopeless situation, and their chances of survival would be higher. We must inform the higher-ups about this. The 3 gates and 6 sects of the Dao Alliance placed the greatest emphasis on the cultivation of geniuses. This could be seen from the fact that the 9 regions genius tournament was held at irregular intervals. The 3 gates and 6 sects would select a group of geniuses with the strongest talent for cultivation from the human race in the universe. However, geniuses of the Dao could be selected through such a method. Cultivating the heart was an illusory thing. Such geniuses could only be discovered by chance and were very difficult to find. Geniuses with high mental state talent were equally important. On the 10th island, Jiang Xi's feet had just touched the ground. Boom. An aura that far exceeded his limits suddenly came crashing down. It was as if the entire world was about to press down on him. His consciousness directly collapsed. He had failed. This was something that could not be helped. No matter how strong one's willpower was, there was still a limit. Under normal circumstances, the illusory realm trial of the 10th island could only be passed by an expert of the immortal path. When the green-robed elder saw this scene, he actually heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would be frightened again. If this little guy doesn't die, his future will be limitless. He sighed, we have to inform Yi Liang and the Wine Sword Immortal of this news. Immortal Yi Liang was a subordinate of True Lord Iron Mountain. According to the rules, when Jiang Xi transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would also be a subordinate of True Lord Iron Mountain. The Wine Sword Immortal was Jiang Xi's master, so it was even more necessary to inform him. Jiang Xi's shocking actions on the Heavenspan River were only known by a few immortal path experts of the Purple Heaven sect. Even so, it still caused a small stir among the immortal path experts. However, this did not have much to do with Jiang Xi. After he traversed the Heavenspan River, his consciousness left the Heavenspan Mountain River painting. In the huge valley at the core of the fallen god's land. In the stone cave 400,000 meters away. Jiang Xi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was resolute, pure, and unshakable. The strength of my consciousness and spiritual sense has weakened. Otherwise, I would have been able to pass the 10th island. He shook his head. His clone was still refining his consciousness. Only by completing this process could he condense a primordial spirit and reach the primordial spirit stage. After becoming a primordial spirit cultivator, his consciousness and spiritual sense would definitely be strengthened. It's been more than 100 years. It should be soon. Jiang Xi was very patient. In fact, to him, there was not much difference whether he reached the primordial spirit stage or not. He could easily kill a 3-striped primordial spirit even if it was a primordial spirit. The only thing he lacked now was longevity and the strength of his consciousness. His Dao arts and body realm had long surpassed most primordial spirit cultivators. There's not much Dao arts left in the 5th golden finger. I'll refine them first. Jiang Xi looked at the finger in front of him. It was almost impossible to see the golden color. Only a little golden light flickered. 3 days later, the finger turned black. He checked the changes in his experience points balance. The experience points, 276. 67,251. 4 million. After I absorbed and refined the metal-type Dao arts in the 5 golden fingers, I obtained a total of 500 billion experience points. However, nearly half of them were used to deduce Dao arts. After spending so much experience points, there were naturally gains. First of all, he had deduced the Green Lotus Sword Dao from the 32nd transformation 50 years ago to the 87th transformation. There were 9 transformations of the Green Lotus, and each Green Lotus represented a transformation. The first 3 transformations were 1 lotus, 4 lotuses, and 100 lotuses. There were a total of 105 transformations. He had a premonition that if he could deduce the 105th transformation, his Sword Dao would advance to the level of Sword Intent. Sword Intent was equivalent to the level of a special Great Dao. Secondly, the Gale Dao and the Ignis Dao did not fall behind. They were also deduced. These 2 rare Dao arts were very close to the next realm. Finally, the Vajra Dao art. This development made Jiang Xi frown. He did not expect it. He had not broken through yet. Is it really as Master said? The more paths I take at the same time, the greater the mutual influence between the Dao arts, and the more difficult it will be in the future? The Vajra Dao art was also a rare Dao art. However, the difficulty of deduction could not be described as 10 times greater than that of the Gale Dao and the Ignis Dao. It was more than 100 times. I want to learn a 5th Dao art in the future. Jiang Xi felt the pressure. Moreover, he also realized that ever since he comprehended the Vajra Dao art, the difficulty of deduction for the Sword Dao, the Gale Dao, and the Ignis Dao had increased correspondingly. Otherwise, after consuming so much experience points, he would have broken through long ago. Chapter 402. Jiang Xi shook his head. Gains and losses go hand in hand. It was not a big deal to increase the difficulty of deducing Dao techniques. It was as though he was laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the higher the house could be built in the future. He looked at the changes in the Dao pattern technique again. Dao pattern technique, 3 patterns 2. 1 billion, 3 billion. This is the 8th Dao pattern blood crystal that I refined 10 years ago. I wonder if I can refine the 9th one now. He took out a blood-red crystal the size of a fingernail and refined it. Suddenly, a strong chaotic will appeared in his mind and attacked his consciousness. Kill. 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 Roar. A moment later, Riverward panted heavily. The image of viewing self in his mind constantly emitted golden spiritual sense light, calming his chaotic consciousness. Success. I feel like I still have energy left. Let's try the 10th one. He took out another Dao pattern blood crystal and tried to refine it. Unfortunately, he only lasted for 10 seconds before failing. My will is still not enough. Jiang Xi was helpless. In fact, with his current state of mind, which was comparable to a perfected Dao integration realm cultivator, he could have become a 4-striped Dao zone long ago. After all, a 4-striped Dao zone was a Dao integration realm cultivator. He had a detailed understanding. Under normal circumstances, a 3-striped Dao zone would only need to refine 3 Dao pattern blood crystals to break through to the 4-striped Dao zone realm. It's still related to the Dao pattern technique. The Dao pattern technique that I cultivate can refine multiple Dao techniques into Dao patterns at the same time. As for ordinary Dao pattern arts, they can only refine 1 Dao art. This was the reason. Although my body's strength has increased a lot, but Jiang Xi felt the realm of his body again. He was not sure if his body's strength could reach the level of a supreme-grade spirit weapon after reaching the limit of 3-striped. No matter what, I'll raise it to the limit of 3 striped first. The concentration of evil aura here has weakened the effect of tempering my will. I have to go deeper. Jiang Xi frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He decided to cultivate in the sea of evil aura. From the looks of it, the best place to temper his will in the valley was the sea of evil aura below. After joining the Golden Vein Shrine's Lord Kas, there has been no movement in the past 50 years. Even that Tur has not contacted me. The possibility of danger is very small. After making up his mind, he flew down and re-entered the area 500,000 meters below the valley. This time the pressure on him was much less. Unlike the last time when his consciousness was a little blurry. But now he was able to maintain more clarity of mind. When he arrived at a position 30,000 meters above the Blood Sea, Tur's holy sense voice rang in his ears. Jiang Xi, why did you come down? Are you looking for Sir Kos? Jiang Xi stopped and replied respectfully, Captain, the baleful aura above is no longer of much use to me. I'm going to enter the Blood Sea to cultivate. The baleful aura in that position is not enough? Good, very good. Tur sounded very surprised. He then added, go and cultivate. Remember, don't go below 50,000 meters into the Blood Sea. The baleful aura there is so dense that even Lord Kos doesn't dare to go too deep. Thank you for your reminder, Captain. Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief and continued flying down. 30,000 meters above the Blood Sea, there was still a hint of surprise on Tur's face. His willpower is actually so strong? He's only a 3-striped doling spirit. The baleful aura and chaotic willpower within 400,000 meters of the valley have no effect on him? This situation needs to be reported to Sir. He's worth focusing on nurturing. After 50 years of observation, he realized that Jiang Xi was indeed wholeheartedly cultivating and did not do anything else. He had always been in one place without moving. Gradually, his suspicion of Jiang Xi also decreased by a lot. On the other side, after Jiang Xi saw the Blood Sea, he did not deliberately approach Kos Palace. He randomly found a spot and sank into the Blood Sea. As soon as he came into contact with the surface of the sea, Jiang Xi's expression changed. At this moment he felt an even more violent chaotic willpower. His consciousness suffered an unprecedentedly strong impact. The chaotic willpower here is already 10 times that of the stone cave. Fortunately, I've been cultivating above for 60 years and my willpower has strengthened a lot. If I had entered the Blood Sea from the beginning, with the strength of my consciousness at that time, I'm afraid that I would have collapsed directly. Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Then he turned his gaze to the depths of the Blood Sea. According to the terrain of the valley, this Blood Sea should be 500,000 meters deep. Let's see how deep I can go. He was not worried about exposing his mental state cultivation. This was because after his body completely sank into the Blood Sea, Jiang Xi realized that his spiritual consciousness was almost completely suppressed. He could only spread it out to a range of 10 meters. In this valley, the person with the highest cultivation was a 4-striped doling zone. Even if the range of his spiritual consciousness was 1,000 times larger than his, it would only be 10,000 meters. Moreover, it was impossible for the gap to be so big. Therefore, the deeper he went into the Blood Sea, the lower the possibility of being detected by others. Using the chaotic willpower in the stone cave as a standard. After diving 1,000 meters, the strength of the chaotic willpower doubled again, becoming 11 times. After diving 2,000 meters, the strength of the chaotic willpower was 12 times. After diving 10,000 meters, the strength of the chaotic willpower was 20 times. Here, Jiang Xi finally found the feeling he had when he first came to the valley. I can still continue. 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. At this point he finally came to a stop. 30 times the strength of the chaotic willpower. I can't go any deeper. I have to maintain a clear mind. Jiang Xi's eyes pulsed with a baleful aura. After all, he was very close to Kosi's palace. If something unexpected happened, he would be able to react in time. As expected, the baleful aura here is even more effective in tempering my willpower. Next, Jiang Xi entered a state of cultivation again. As the strength of his consciousness continued to increase, so did his willpower. Time flowed by. Another 20 years passed. Ancient Tao Origin Realm, 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. On this day, Immortal Iliang, who was dressed in a green robe and had disheveled hair, arrived at Wine Sword Immortal's place. Iliang, you're such a busy man. It's rare for you to come here twice in 100 years, Wine Sword Immortal joked with a smile. I'm not here for you. True Monarch Iron Mountain sent me to ask about your disciple. Immortal Liang said solemnly. Jiang Xi? What happened to him? The unrestrained wine sword immortal's expression also became serious. He was very concerned about Jiang Xi. Something that true monarch Iron Mountain was personally asking about was naturally not simple. As you know, this disciple of yours passed the 6th stage of the sky-piercing mountain 70 years ago and caught up to Ji Wei, the most talented disciple of this generation. He was noticed by many higher-ups of the sect, Immortal Liang said. Of course I know that. Although Ji Wei is very talented, he chose the wrong path. It's normal for my disciple Jiang Xi to catch up to him. Wine Sword Immortal wasn't surprised at all. In the past few years, Jiang Xi had often come to visit him and ask him some questions about cultivation. Therefore he was very clear about Jiang Xi's rate of improvement. Chapter 403. Immortal Liang continued, most importantly 20 years ago, your disciple did something big again. He actually passed the 9th island of the Heavenspan River. This is something that most peak Dao integration cultivators can't do. After that, many Dao immortals and perfected monarchs in the sect placed bets on him. Wine Sword Immortal nodded. This was how geniuses were. The better they performed, the more people paid attention to them. Wine Sword Immortal frowned and asked, I know all that. What's the situation now? Immortal Liang sighed. It's about the cultivation missions. True Monarch Iron Mountain is very concerned about this batch of genius disciples. Especially Ji Wei, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning. After leaving the ancient Dao source world, these geniuses focused on cultivation. Even if they took on missions, they wouldn't spend too much time. Jiang Xi only took on a single mission to the battle pattern continent, and he spent more than 80 years there. With his strength, even if it was a dangerous mission, there should have been a result regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. True Monarch Iron Mountain was afraid that he would go astray and become too obsessed with cultivation missions. So he sent me to ask about your disciple's current situation. I also asked the people from the 6 Sage Palace. They said that Jiang Xi has been cultivating in the land of the fallen gods for the past 80 years. You also know that many powerful cultivators of our Purple Heaven sect died there in order to conquer the battle pattern continent. There are many secrets in that place. True Monarch Iron Mountain is worried that he might encounter some danger there. Is he trapped there? Immortal Liang added. After hearing Immortal Liang's question, Wine Sword Immortal smiled and slowly took a sip of wine from his gourd. Hurry up and tell me. Immortal Liang was anxious. Wine Sword Immortal laughed and said, you should know that Jiang Xi cultivates 3 Daos. I won't say anything else. Let's talk about the Sword Dao. He has already comprehended the first 104 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. 104 transformations. So fast? Immortal Liang was shocked. He also knew the 9 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. The first 3 transformations had a total of 105 transformations. Didn't that mean that Jiang Xi had already comprehended the first 3 transformations? Such a level of attainment in the Dao already surpassed that of many tribulation transcenders. More importantly, it had only been 80 years. In comparison, Jiang Xi's cultivation speed was even faster than when he was in the ancient Dao origin world. Moreover, this did not take into account the interaction between the various Daoist techniques. At the same time, the more paths one took, the harder it would be to continue walking. I remember that he had mastered the first 2 evolutions of the Green Lotus Sword Dao when he left the ancient Dao origin world. Including the 3rd evolutionary process that I've just comprehended, there are only 20 transformations in total. Now, there are actually 104 transformations. In other words, in the original universe he comprehended at least 1 transformation in a year. Immortal Liang was puzzled. His cultivation speed has increased after he left the ancient Dao origin world? And this was only Jiang Xi's Sword Dao cultivation. What about the rest? The Wine Sword Immortal's mood had completely relaxed. He was lying on his side on the chair with his clothes open. His voice sounded leisurely. It's very simple. He usually has my guidance. In addition, I gave him the Lotus Sword Cannon that Lien Rong left behind. He used it to comprehend the Sword Dao, so his cultivation speed is naturally not slow. In addition, he refined the Dao pattern blood crystal, so his affinity with the Dao of heaven and earth has increased a lot. It's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster. Of course, most importantly, this disciple of mine is a genius to begin with. The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled proudly as he spoke. Back then, everyone had thought highly of Ji Wei and Mu Ning. Only he thought highly of Jiang Xi. Now, it seemed like his judgment was the best. In the end, Immortal Liang left with a satisfied answer. in the depths of the valley in the core region of the fallen god's land. Jiang Xi had been cultivating in the baleful Blood Sea for 20 years now. There were waves on the surface of the Blood Sea. However, it was abnormally calm 50,000 meters above the Blood Sea. Of course, it was only calm on the surface. The chaotic intent here was 50 times stronger. It gave off the feeling of being on an ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The slightest carelessness would cause one's consciousness to be devoured by the boundless baleful Blood Sea, and one would become a true madman after all. Even Lord Coast didn't dare to go too deep into the Blood Sea. This was the result of Jiang Xi's 20 years of cultivation in the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea had increased from 30,000 meters to 50,000 meters at the beginning. When Jiang Xi woke up from his cultivation, he felt that the strength of his consciousness and willpower seemed to have reached a limit. Is this a mental bottleneck? Have I reached greater mastery in the first stage of mental cultivation? Such doubts appeared in his mind. Because all these years of tempering his willpower, he had basically been lying to his willpower and body. Every time he reached his limit and felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, he would tell himself that he could still hold on a little longer. Just like that, he had persisted until now. Using his spiritual sense, he could see that the image in his mind was emitting golden spiritual sense light all over, not just wisps like before. The 3 stages of mental cultivation are false, grand, and void. According to Big Brother, after the image is covered with golden spiritual sense light, I'll reach greater mastery of the false stage. Looks like it's true. Then let's stop here. Jiang Xi decided to end his cultivation. The bottleneck from false to grand was no longer something that could be broken through purely by tempering his willpower. He looked at the changes on the experience panel. Dao pattern art, 3 patterns 2, 7 billion/3 billion. It just so happens that the Dao pattern art is reaching its limit. I only need to refine the 12th Dao pattern blood crystal. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a Dao pattern blood crystal and began to refine it. Soon, a chaotic willpower that was 1,000 times stronger than the first Dao pattern blood crystal appeared. But this time, the image in his mind that was covered in golden light directly suppressed the chaotic willpower. This is the power of the first stage of mental cultivation? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. How powerful would the second stage of Grand Heart be? Jiang Xi looked deeper into the Blood Sea. Perhaps he could directly ignore the chaotic willpower here? Because the Grand Heart realm was infinitely big and encompassed all things, it should be easy to encompass the strong chaotic willpower. While my clone is refining the spiritual fruit and improving the Dao pattern art, let's see how deep I can go in the Blood Sea. He began to dive again. 60,000 meters, 70,000 meters. As he dived deeper, he felt even stronger chaotic willpower. However, the golden spiritual sense light of the image in his mind did not show any signs of strengthening. Finally, he arrived at 100,000 meters deep in the Blood Sea. This is the limit. In this place, his consciousness once again began to feel a little fuzzy. I wonder if the experts of the battle pattern continent have gone deep into the Blood Sea? This thought surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. No matter what, I have to search around here. What if there's something good? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Chapter 404. Jiang Xi believed that very few people could reach 100,000 meters into the Sea of Blood. Even Kosi, who was comparable to a Tribulation Transcender, could only reach 50,000 meters. The 5 Pattern King realm experts of the 5 temples were equivalent to a Tribulation Transcender. No matter how powerful they were, it would be difficult for them to reach this area. For Jiang Xi, the chaotic will here put a lot of pressure on his spiritual sense and consciousness. However, by relying on self-observation, he could ensure that his consciousness was clear and that he wouldn't go crazy. After that, Jiang Xi began searching in the area between 50,000 and 100,000 meters deep in the Sea of Blood. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It would take his clone 10 days to half a month to refine the spiritual fruit and improve its Dao pattern technique. However, after searching in this area for 7 days, Jiang Xi was speechless. He didn't find anything, not even a strand of hair. Moreover, in this area, the range of his spiritual sense was only a few meters. He was basically searching with his eyes. Let's search along the mountain wall at the bottom of the valley. Jiang Xi treated this as a tourist adventure. The valley was surrounded by mountains over 1,000,000 meters tall. After another 5 days, he swam to a mountain wall at the bottom of the Sea of Blood. In the distance, Jiang Xi actually saw a wisp of flickering light. In the depths of the Sea of Blood, there was no light, only endless darkness. Therefore, that wisp of light was particularly eye-catching. Is there a treasure? Jiang Xi immediately became spirited and swam over. As he got closer, the wisp of light became brighter. After getting closer, Jiang Xi vaguely discovered that it was actually a cave. The light came from the cave. Let's go and take a look. Riverward was puzzled. Soon he arrived in front of the cave. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he was stunned. This is. Inside the cave, there was only a fog-like blood-red killing intent rolling violently. This was a common scene in the land of the fallen gods. At the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall at the bottom of the sea of blood, there seemed to be a layer of invisible barrier that blocked the liquid killing intent outside the cave. The gaseous and liquid state were clearly separated. Occasionally the invisible barrier would flicker with rays of light. Only then did Jiang Xi realize that the source of the light was this invisible barrier. Strange. According to the reminder when I accepted the mission, no formations are allowed on the Do Tattoo continent. This move should be to guard against the cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent and prevent experts of the Tao of formations from appearing. Then who set up the spirit formation here? Or was it formed naturally? Jiang Xi was puzzled. A long time ago he had seen a similar array formation at the entrance of the first and second abodes in the Jade Lake secret realm on Earth. After pondering for a moment he still couldn't come up with an answer. Jiang Xi shook his head and made a mental note of this matter. When the mission was over he would remind the people in the sect. Then he passed through the invisible barrier and entered the cave. In an instant, the chaotic will that filled his mind disappeared without a trace. It was as if a thick layer of shackles had been removed from his body. It was very easy. The mist-like baleful qi in the cave contained chaotic wills. At this moment, the sounds of killing and roaring sounded like a pleasant song to his ears. My spiritual sense is also no longer suppressed by the sea of blood. It has returned to normal. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and quickly explored the entire cave. So it's just a cave tunnel that runs through this million-meter-tall mountain. Jiang Xi was a little disappointed. Judging from the shape of the cave, it seemed to have been blasted out by an extremely condensed attack. There was nothing inside the cave. One end was the edge of the sea of blood, and the other end was the outer wall of the mountain. If he went out from the other end he would be outside the valley. The key was that he could go out from the top of the valley, so the use of this cave was very small. Jiang Xi was not worried about leaving. Although Terrace said that he could not leave the valley without Lord Kasa's orders, he was not sincere. However, he wasn't sincere in joining them, nor was he a native cultivator of the Do Tattoo continent. If he wanted to leave, he just needed to find an opportunity to fly out of the valley and escape with a flying boat. With the speed of a top-quality flying boat, even if Kas was comparable to a tribulation transcender, he would not be able to catch up with him. A failed treasure hunting expedition. Jiang Xi shook his head and lost interest in continuing to explore. He passed through the invisible barrier and re-entered the sea of blood. Then he returned to the position 50,000 meters above the sea of blood. He was waiting for his clone to complete the upgrade to the third pattern of the Tao pattern technique. Since he had a clone, regardless of whether his main body had the time or not, he would leave the process of refining spiritual fruits to his clone. This was the most prudent move. His clone was on the first moon of Earth and basically no one could find it. In this way no one would find out that he often refined a large number of spiritual fruits. In this way he waited quietly for 2 more days. Jiang Xi's eyes suddenly focused, and his expression became solemn. The limit of 3 patterns. At this moment, although the 4th pattern did not appear on his body, it began to change from a deep level. His body, which was already far stronger than a high-grade spirit artifact, increased in strength once again. Then, as if he had touched a limit, the limit was quickly broken. The strength of his body also jumped to a new level. A top-quality spirit artifact. Tao pattern technique, 3 billion/3 billion/3 billion. Because he had refined 3 Tao patterns at the same time, his body realm had reached the level of a top-quality spirit artifact in advance when he was at the limit of a 3-pattern doling spirit. With such strength, if I don't face an immortal powerhouse, even if I stand there and let the opponent cut me, it will probably take a long time for them to really hurt me, right? Jiang Xi smiled confidently. A top-quality spirit artifact represented the highest level of spirit artifacts. Now, only an immortal artifact could pose a threat to his body. When the golden pattern Do Huang died, he left behind 2 palms, one of which is kept in the golden pattern temple. Ter said that after becoming a 4-pattern doling spirit master, I can apply to Kas for the opportunity to comprehend this emperor-level Tao pattern secret treasure. Jiang Xi's heart was full of expectations. This was one of the reasons why he had stayed in the battle pattern continent for so long. Afterward, he directly left the Sea of Blood and flew toward the Black Palace. 30,000 meters above the Sea of Blood, Ter saw this scene and his eyes moved. This Jiang Ci was able to cultivate in the Sea of Blood for 20 years. It seems that he is really focused on cultivation. I must have wronged him before. But what is he going to do now? Is he going to meet Lord Kas? After the last message to Lord thinks highly of him. He should be nurturing him vigorously in the future. But Lord has been cultivating in seclusion. If he has nothing important to do, I'm afraid he will be scolded. It's good to let him suffer a little this time. Ter was not the only one. Some other black-robed priests saw Jiang Ci's figure and gently shook their heads. Chapter 405. Kosi had been cultivating in seclusion on the second floor of the palace. If there wasn't anything important, the black-robed priests wouldn't dare to disturb him. Jiang Ci naturally had nothing to fear. He stood at the entrance of the second floor and said respectfully, "Jiang Ci greets Lord Kosi." "Come in." Kosi's voice sounded. Kosi came to the second floor of the main hall and sat on the throne above the hall. "Greetings, Lord." Jiang Ci still bowed respectfully. "What's the matter?" Kosi's deep voice sounded. Obviously he was a little displeased with Jiang Ci's sudden greeting. It was as if he was sleeping soundly and was suddenly woken up by someone. "Lord, I heard from Captain Terrace that the Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure left behind by the Golden Pattern Do Emperor is kept in the Golden Pattern Temple. After we become 4-striped Do Zongs, we can apply to Lord for the opportunity to study this Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure." "Yes, there is such a thing. You can study it for 100 years. I have already become a 4-striped Do Zong, so I specially came to apply," Jiang Ci said, and at the same time he spread out his aura. 4-striped Do Zong? Kosi was very surprised and his voice rose a little. He scanned Jiang Ci with his spiritual sense and confirmed this fact. It was indeed the aura of a top-grade spirit weapon. "Ah, Jiang Ci, you did well. I'm very satisfied." Kosi laughed. There was no lack of struggle in any era, and the Do pattern continent was no exception. Although Kosi's position in the Golden Pattern Temple was comparable to a 5-striped Do king, his foundation was not as deep as those true 5-striped Do kings. That was why he recruited so many subordinates and nurtured them. However, geniuses were hard to find. After so many years he had only nurtured 3 4-striped Do Zongs. In Kosi's eyes, Jiang Ci was able to easily kill his top blood slave at the 3-striped Do spirit stage. This was already proof of his superb fighting talent. 20 years ago, Ter reported to him about Jiang Ci's talent and willpower. And now Jiang Ci had proven his cultivation talent again. "Your talent is the best among all the geniuses in the 5 temples. Don't worry, I will ask the Golden Pattern Divine Palace for that monarch-grade Dao pattern secret treasure. I'll give you 100 years. No, 200 years. Kas waved his hand. He felt that he had picked up a treasure. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Ci hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "It will take about 2 months to get here from the Golden Pattern Temple. You can leave first. When the temple sends someone to deliver the Dao Pattern Cardinal treasure, I will inform you." Kosi laughed. The scene of Jiang Ci leaving the palace was captured by Ter and some other black-robed priests. They were puzzled when they saw the smile on Jiang Ci's face. From the looks of it, Jiang Ci wasn't scolded by Sir Kas, but was praised instead? Jiang Ci did not care about everyone's gazes, nor did he show off the improvement of his body's realm. He returned to the Blood Sea to cultivate. 2 months. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the Do Tattoo continent, there was a vast mountain range that stretched for millions of kilometers. There were many majestic and enormous temples. This was the headquarters of the Golden Pattern Temple. Among the 5 great temples, only the Golden Pattern Temple was the closest to the fallen god land. It was about 1 trillion kilometers away. The palace in the deepest part of the vast mountain range was also the most heavily guarded place. A black-robed priest who looked like a young man quickly arrived at the palace. "Dolk greets His Majesty Lu Wang." Although the young man's aura was that of a powerful 4-striped Do Zong, he still knelt on the ground respectfully. "Give the Emperor-level Dao Pattern Cardinal treasure left behind by the Golden Pattern Do Huang to Kosi of the fallen god land." A loud voice echoed throughout the hall. "Yes, sir." Dolk hurriedly stretched out his hands with a devout expression. In the next moment, a golden palm appeared in his hands. He was not surprised by such a mission because Kosi's position in the Golden Pattern Temple was not inferior to the Do Wang's. Dolk quickly left the palace and shouted to the black-armored guards beside him, "7th Divine Guard, Quickly assemble and follow me to the fallen god land. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A team of black-armored divine guards made up of 3 striped doe spirits arrived in front of Dolk. Dolk took out a flying spiritual tool with golden patterns. It was shaped like a flying boat. The golden flying boat quickly enlarged. Everyone boarded the boat and it turned into a ray of light that flew toward the fallen god land. As they could not enter the starry sky, his flying boat could only fly at sublight speed. The golden pattern temple was 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away from the fallen god land. With the speed of the golden flying boat, it would take 2 months. Soon after flying for 50 days, the golden flying boat was very close to the fallen god land. Half of the fallen god land was at the northern edge of the doe pattern continent. The other half was made up of many fragments in the void. The valley in the core area was not the only place with a high concentration of evil aura. There were also lakes formed by various kinds of evil aura in other places. On a fragment near the northern edge of the doe pattern continent, there was such an evil aura lake. If Jiang Xi was here, he would know that he had thought of cultivating in this lake. However, this place was already occupied by someone who was very strong. In the end, he gave up on this place. In the blood-colored evil aura lake, there was also a palace. On this day, a white-robed priest rushed out of the lake and flew toward the palace. "My lord, Lord Bai Cheng." Whoosh. Suddenly, a huge palm slapped him to the ground. "What are you shouting for?" A light snort sounded, full of displeasure. The white-robed priest did not care if he had offended the powerful Lord Bai Cheng. He quickly said with an excited expression, "My lord, I saw a 5-colored light at the bottom of the lake just now. It seems to be an emperor-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure. However, I am not strong enough to go deep into the lake, so I came to report." "What?" A handsome youth appeared with a shocked expression. This was because he had already searched the lake many times, and there was nothing valuable in it. But now, the white-robed priest under him saw the 5-colored light? Could it really be an emperor-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure? "Quick, bring me there." He was also excited. An emperor-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure could only be found by chance. If one was not fated, even if it was placed in front of one would not be able to see it. One could only see it if they were in physical contact. Soon, Bai Cheng followed the white-robed priest into the evil aura lake. This evil aura lake was only 10,000 meters deep. With the white-robed priest's strength as a 3-striped doe ling, he was indeed unable to reach the deepest part. "My lord, it is over there. The 5-colored light is still flashing." Bai Cheng relied on his strength as a 4-striped doe zong and quickly dived to the bottom of the lake according to the white-robed priest's direction. "Nothing?" Bai Cheng frowned. In his vision there was only liquid evil aura. There was nothing else. Chapter 406. Am I not fated? Bai Cheng's face turned ugly. Then he returned to the side of the white-robed priest who looked excited. "I will bring you down now," Bai Cheng said to the white-robed priest. "Sir, you can't see it?" The white-robed priest was stunned. "Humph." The white-robed priest kept quiet out of fear. Then Bai Cheng used his powerful strength to temporarily push away the surrounding liquid evil aura and brought the white-robed priest to the bottom of the lake 10,000 meters below. "It's here." The white-robed priest reached out and grabbed. However, Bai Cheng still couldn't see anything. From his point of view, he felt that the white-robed priest was holding something empty. "Give it to me." Bai Cheng was very unhappy. He knew that the white-robed priest didn't dare to tease him. Therefore, the white-robed priest must have something in his hand. When the white-robed priest put the empty thing in Bai Cheng's hand, suddenly an object with 5 colors of light appeared in front of Bai Cheng. It was also a palm, but each finger of the palm was suffused with a different kind of light. There was a total of 5 different colors. "Really?" Bai Cheng's eyes narrowed. "No, this seems to be different from the Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure." Bai Cheng was a little surprised. He had also comprehended the Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure left behind by the golden pattern Do Huang. He knew some of the characteristics of the Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure. Could it be the legendary Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure? Bai Cheng suddenly thought of something and his face was full of shock. The legend of the 7-pattern Do Emperor had always been circulating in the Do pattern continent. But it was only a legend. Even the 5 great temples didn't recognize the existence of the 7-pattern Do Emperor. The publicly acknowledged strongest were the 5-6-pattern Do Huangs back then. After a while, Bai Cheng returned to the palace. He kept holding the 5-colored palm and didn't let go. He was worried that once he let go, he wouldn't be able to see it. Most Dao pattern secret treasures are the palm because the body part that is used the most in battle is the hands. This palm is different from the golden pattern Do Huang's palm. The 5 colors mean that there are 5 Dao techniques. Bai Cheng carefully observed the 5-colored palm and felt the intoxicating Dao technique. After a long time he sighed softly. Unfortunately, the 5 great temples have issued a ban. No one is allowed to hide emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasures. Those who violate the ban will die. It didn't matter if this 5-colored palm was an emperor level or an unconfirmed emperor level. Even Bai Cheng didn't dare to ignore this prohibition. As a 4-striped Do Zong of the Golden Vein Shrine, he didn't dare to ignore it. He was more familiar with the methods of the 5 sacred halls than the rogue cultivators. Over the countless years, it was not that no one had ever tried to hide it, but it was almost always discovered by the 5 great temples. After that, Bai Cheng took the initiative to inform the Golden Vein Temple of this matter through the communication bead. If we hand it over to the Golden Vein Divine Palace, we can obtain many benefits. From the Golden Vein Temple to here it will take about 2 months. I can take advantage of this time to comprehend. Bai Cheng thought. It also contained the metal elemental Taoist technique that he cultivated. As for the other 4 Dao arts, they were completely useless to him. This was because his Dao pattern mystic technique could only refine one type of Dao art. Dolk led the 7th God's Guard and flew quickly on the flying ship. They were very close to the land of the fallen gods. He immediately received a message from a 5-pattern Do King from the Golden Vein Shrine. After reading the contents of the message, he was also surprised for a long time. 5-colored palm, suspected to be the legendary emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure? Bai Cheng's luck is actually so good. He has only been in the land of the fallen gods for 1,000 years and he already has such a harvest. Dolk smiled. The land of the fallen gods was a magical place. Back then, many powerful existences had died in the war. Over the countless years, things like discovering Dao pattern secret treasures or other strange treasures occasionally happened. Therefore, Dolk didn't find this strange. This time he just happened to lead a team to the land of the fallen gods, so the Golden Vein Shrine handed the task of bringing back the 5-colored palm to him. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Dolk drove the flying ship and arrived at the fiendish Aura Lake where Bai Cheng was. Not only were they both 4-pattern Do Zongs of the Golden Vein Shrine, but they had also roamed the Do pattern continent together many years ago. They were also friends who had gone through life and death together. Therefore, after meeting, they didn't exchange too many pleasantries. Dolk was surprised because he could only see that Bai Cheng was holding something in his hand, but there was nothing. Obviously, he was also a person who didn't have fate. When Bai Cheng placed the 5-colored palm in Dolk's hand, Dolk finally saw it. It's a real divine item. Dolk exclaimed. Unfortunately, the Dao technique contained in this item is too profound. I have been comprehending it for half a month, but I didn't gain anything. Bai Cheng shook his head and smiled. If this is really a legendary emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure left behind by a 7-pattern Do emperor after his death, then this expert must be very powerful. The Dao technique of such an expert must be very profound. It's not something that people at our level can comprehend, Dolk said with a smile. At the same time, he carefully put away the 5-colored palm. By the way, why did the shrine send you to retrieve this secret treasure? And you came so quickly. I thought I would have to wait for another 2 months. Bai Cheng was puzzled. He didn't miss this item. After half a month of comprehension, he understood that this item was indeed not something that he could possess. I just came here on the way. My real mission is to deliver something to Lord Kosi. Dolk didn't hide it. This wasn't a secret. The Lord Kosi who killed 3 5-pattern Do kings? Bai Cheng was surprised. Basically, the experts of the Golden Vein Shrine had heard of this person. After all, he was the strongest genius in the Do pattern continent for thousands of years. That's right. Some time ago, a black-robed priest under him broke through to the 4-pattern Do Zong realm. He wanted to comprehend the emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure left behind by the Golden Vein Do Emperor, so His Majesty Wang asked me to deliver it quickly. Dolk nodded. As expected of Lord Kosi. Only he can casually give the opportunity to comprehend the emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure to his subordinates like those Do Wangs. Bai Cheng was envious. Then he smiled and said, "This time I will go with you to meet Lord Kosi. I don't usually have the chance to meet such a legendary person." Although they were both 4-pattern Do Zong, Kosi was already on another level. He wasn't someone that could be met whenever he wanted. Dolk didn't refuse. With their relationship he could still do such a small thing. Baleful aura sea of blood, 10,000 meters under the sea. Jiang Xi waited here quietly for more than 2 months. Suddenly he received a message from Kosi on his communication bead. Arrived. It's finally here. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and looked forward to it. If he had the opportunity to absorb and refine the remaining Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure, then the harvest of this Dao pattern continent cultivation mission would far exceed his expectations. Of course, all of this depended on whether Kosi would give him the opportunity. There were still many unknowns. Then Jiang Xi left the Blood Sea again and went straight to the Black Palace. Chapter 407. After arriving at the second floor of the palace, Jiang Xi respectfully greeted Kos. Wait a moment, the emissary sent by the Golden Pattern Temple has already sent a message to me. They are about to arrive here. Kos, who had always been dignified, spoke in a very kind tone. It was obvious that he really valued Jiang Xi. Thank you, sir. Jiang Xi pretended to be very surprised. After a while, Tur came to the second floor of the palace with 2 young 4-striped Dou Zongs. Dolk and Bai Qing greet Sir Kos. After seeing Kos, the 2 of them also respectfully saluted. Of course they were really respectful. Jiang Xi was fake. Where is the thing? Kos asked straightforwardly. Dolk did not dare to neglect. He quickly took out a special brocade box and handed it to Kos. Inside was the Emperor-level Dao pattern treasure left behind by the Golden Pattern Dou Huang. Kos opened the box and took a look. From his point of view there was nothing inside. However, when he grabbed the box with his hand, he saw a palm with golden light. Jiang Xi, who was standing below the main hall, although he did not touch the golden palm, he could see it clearly. It should be said that from the moment Kos opened the box, he saw the cold golden light emitted from it. It was exactly the same as the 5 fingers he had obtained before. It was indeed a relic left behind by the Golden Pattern Dou Huang. At this time, Kos turned his gaze to Jiang Xi and said with a smile, Jiang Xi, this is the Emperor-level Dao pattern treasure that you have been thinking about. Here you are. After speaking, he casually handed the brocade box to Jiang Xi. Before Jiang Xi could thank him, Kos said seriously, there are 2 points that need to be mentioned. The time to comprehend is 200 years. You already know this. In addition, you can only comprehend and cultivate in this palace. These words made Dolk and Bai Qing envious. Back then, when they became 4-striped Dou Zongs, they only got a chance to comprehend for 10 years. Such a gap also showed that it was better to enjoy the shade under a big tree. For them, Kos was a big tree that was growing rapidly. However, the 2 of them didn't know. Kosi's words made Jiang Xi worried. He was afraid of this because in this way he would have no chance at all. After all, he couldn't absorb and refine the Dao art of this Emperor-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure right under Kosi's nose. Otherwise he would really be tired of living. Jiang Xi's mind raced. In the end he decided to fight for it. My lord, I feel that the dense fiendish energy in the blood sea below will be of great help to my comprehension. Jiang Xi's tone was tactful. It's fine. I'll allow you to comprehend in the blood sea. The faster your cultivation speed, the better. Of course, it's fine as long as you don't become a 5-pattern Dou King before me. Kos laughed. Thank you, sir. Jiang Xi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He was pleasantly surprised. Kosi smiled. He had asked Jiang Xi to cultivate in the palace to prevent Jiang Xi from leaving the valley and taking away this monarch-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure. Even if Jiang Xi took it away, the Golden Vein Temple would have a way to get it back. However, it would take a lot of effort. Moreover, if such a thing really happened, Kos wouldn't look good. Jiang Xi took the initiative to ask to cultivate in the Blood Sea. In Kos's opinion, it was no different from cultivating in the palace. Because there was only one exit in the valley above. On the other side, Dolk and Bai Qing were even more envious. To be able to be valued so highly by Kosi, it meant that this person called Riverward definitely had astonishing talent. Lu Wang sent a message saying that the temple only sent a 4-pattern Dou Zong. Why are there 2? At this moment, Kos's tone suddenly became low. He looked at Dolk and Bai Qing with a breathtaking gaze. He was a very strict person. An astonishing aura directly enveloped them. It made the 2 of them feel shocked. Kos gave them the same feeling as the Dou Wang of the temple. My lord, please spare my life. Bai Qing is my good friend. He has admired your name for a long time. He has never had the chance to visit you before. This time he came with me to visit you. Please forgive me for not informing you in advance. Dolk quickly explained. Kos nodded slightly and didn't continue to ask. He looked at Bai Qing. I have heard of your name. Your talent is not bad. These simple words made Bai Qing, who had originally been nervous, very excited. "Thank you for the compliment, sir," he said excitedly. "My lord, in fact, Bai Cheng's luck is also very good. Some time ago he obtained a mysterious Dao pattern cardinal treasure. Even the two of us can't identify the level of this Dao pattern cardinal treasure. I am going to take it back to the temple to identify it," Dolk said with a smile. He wanted to give his old friend more opportunities to perform in front of Kas. Everyone knew that once Kas became a 5-pattern Do Wang, he could become one of the strongest Do Wang of the Golden Vein Temple. "Oh, let me see." Kas was really interested. Dolk and Bai Cheng looked at each other, then took out a brocade box and handed it to Kas. On the side, Jiang Ci didn't leave immediately. He was also very curious about the Dao pattern cardinal treasure. Even a 4-pattern Do Zone couldn't identify its level. Soon, Kas opened the brocade box, but it was still empty. Obviously, he also didn't find the 5-colored palm. However, with his strength he was still able to detect a trace of difference. He reached into the box and grabbed it. Suddenly, a colorful palm appeared in his hand. "This is?" Kas's face changed immediately. Jiang Ci was very calm on the surface, but he was surprised in his heart. Because this time he actually saw a 5-colored palm again. Could it be that this thing was also fated with him? Moreover, he vaguely felt that this 5-colored palm gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But for a moment he couldn't remember where the sense of familiarity came from. Could it be because he had refined those golden fingers before? While Jiang Ci was lost in thought, Bai Cheng said respectfully, "My lord, Dolk and I both think that this is a legendary emperor-level Dao pattern cardinal treasure. But the legend of a 7-pattern Do emperor has never been confirmed. What level does my lord think this 5-colored palm is?" Kas grabbed the 5-colored palm and looked at it for a while, then slowly said, "According to the rules of the 5 great sacred halls, the secrets of 7-pattern Do emperors are only known as 5-pattern Do emperors. Originally, only 5-pattern Do Wang experts are qualified to know, but since you've already seen this thing, there's no harm in telling you a little bit." The three of them were now focused on the 7-pattern Do emperor. Thus, no one noticed the shock and horror that had flashed across Riverward's face. He finally remembered why the 5-colored palm gave him a sense of familiarity. The inheritance altar. The strange aura emitted by the 5-colored palm was very similar to the 44 inheritance altars in the ancient Dao source world. Could it be left behind by a Dao monarch? Jiang Ci suppressed his shock and maintained his calm. Chapter 408. Jiang Ci remained calm and did not let anyone see the abnormality in his heart. Combining the words of Kosi, Dolk, and Bai Cheng, he instantly thought of many things. 5-colored palm, inheritance altar, Dao Lord. Only Dao Lord level experts had the strength to leave behind an inheritance altar. Perhaps there really was a 7-pattern battle emperor in the Do Tattoo continent. A 6-pattern battle emperor was a Dao immortal. Based on this, a 7-pattern battle emperor was a Dao Lord. A Dao Lord was an existence that stood at the top of the universe. There was such an expert in the Do Tattoo continent? At this moment, Kosi continued, "In the Great War countless years ago, in order to resist the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race, we lost 5 6-pattern battle emperors. Our Do Tattoo continent didn't just sacrifice 5 6-pattern Do Huangs. There was also a 7-pattern Do emperor, known as the 5 Elements Do emperor. He was also the only 7-pattern battle emperor in the Do Tattoo continent." 5 Elements Battle Emperor. Dolk and Bai Cheng exclaimed. Jiang Ci also quickly put on a shocked expression. "Shocking. That's right. The 5 Elements Battle Emperor was the only one who could cultivate the 5 Elements Dao arts into Dao patterns at the same time." Kosi's face was filled with fascination. The Dao pattern secret arts that were circulating in the Do Tattoo continent could only cultivate one Dao art. Even if there were special ones that could cultivate one more Dao art, the difficulty of cultivation would be extremely high. Jiang Ci stared at the 5-colored palm in Kosi's hand. He was very tempted. Because this Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure happened to contain the 5 elements Dao arts, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He had already cultivated both the metal and the fire elements. If he could obtain this item, the deduction speed of these 2 Dao arts would increase by 100 times. Moreover, he would also have the opportunity to comprehend the other 3 Dao arts. By then he would be able to walk 3 more paths. Tempted? I must get it. Kosi held the 5-colored palm and carefully observed it for a while before shaking his head. Only a 5-pattern battle emperor is qualified to comprehend the Dao art contained in the emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure. Hearing this, Dolk and Bai Cheng suddenly understood. No wonder they did not gain anything when they tried to comprehend it. Jiang Xi's heart moved. Could it be that this five-colored palm was different from the inheritance altar? The 44 inheritance altars did not have such a restriction. Even nascent soul cultivators could comprehend the Tao arts within. After a while, Dolk and Bai Cheng left with the five-colored palm. Of course, Kosi didn't dare to hide anything. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the 5 great temples. Moreover, with his strength it did not matter whether he hid it or not. In the future, when he became a 5-pattern Do Wang, he could use it to study at any time. Jiang Xi also took his leave. Before he left, Kos gave him a few words of encouragement, telling him to comprehend and cultivate well. However, Jiang Xi could feel that the feeling of being watched did not disappear until he dived to a depth of 4,000 meters after returning to the bloody sea of killing intent. Kos thought that Jiang Xi wouldn't discover his probing spiritual awareness, but little did he know that Jiang Xi could sense it with his keen spiritual awareness. It seems that this is the limit of Kos's psychic senses. 10,000 meters is indeed powerful. Jiang Xi's eyes moved slightly. The limit of his psychic senses in the bloody sea was only 10 meters. The difference was 1,000 times. If I was a native of the Do Tattoo continent, I would definitely hold on to this thigh tightly. Unfortunately, I am not a native of this place. My world is bigger and wider. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. Then he continued to dive until he reached the cave tunnel that was close to the bottom of the sea. I didn't expect that this unexpected discovery would actually come in handy. Jiang Xi chuckled again. From Kos's requirements for him to comprehend, if he had the golden pattern Do Huang Dao pattern secret treasure on him, he would definitely not be able to leave through the exit above the valley. Now this was the only way left. I must get that 5-colored palm. Jiang Xi's eyes were burning. His heart was filled with longing. It could be expected that this was the propellant for his rapid rise in the universe. The distance between the fallen god land and the golden pattern temple is more than 1 trillion kilometers. As long as I catch up with them on this road and kill them, the 5-colored palm will be mine. As for the pursuit of the 5 great temples? He would wait until they could break through the barrier of the Do Tattoo continent first. Kos and Ter have been using the spiritual imprint on this communication bead to monitor my movements. I definitely can't take this away. Jiang Xi left the communication bead that Ter had given him in the Blood Sea. Then he passed through the cave tunnel, crossed the barrier of a 1,000,000 meters tall mountain, and left the valley where he had been cultivating in seclusion for 80 years. Surrounded by the surrounding mist-like blood-colored baleful aura, Jiang Xi actually felt relaxed and happy. It was as if he had taken off layers of restraints. The golden pattern temple is in that direction. Jiang Xi's eyes focused. Then he drove the flying boat and chased after it. He wasn't worried that this move would be discovered by Kos in the valley. With the suppression of the sea of baleful aura, Kos couldn't detect the situation here. Soul Annihilation Post, I hope you can bring me good luck. Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a purple talisman. It was covered with shocking runes. Supreme Grade Spiritual Weapon Soul Annihilation Post, one-time use, 10,000 points. If caught off guard, it can kill a cultivator at the advanced stage of the Tao integration stage. This was the brief introduction of the Soul Annihilation Post from the Purple Heaven Sect Treasure Pavilion. 10,000 points were equivalent to 1,000,000 top-grade spirit crystals. This was the sky-high life-saving equipment that he had purchased in advance after accepting the Do Tattoo Continent cultivation mission. Now he didn't need it to save his life. It was just right to kill people. Jiang Xi didn't even think about fighting with Dolk and Bai Cheng. Even if he now had the strength of a 4-striped Do Zong, he didn't have full confidence that he could defeat 2 4-striped Do Zongs. The Supreme Grade Spiritual Weapon Soul Annihilation Post can kill a cultivator at the advanced stage of the Tao integration stage. The casting distance is determined by the caster's spiritual sense. My spiritual sense's detection limit is 1,000 kilometers. As long as I can catch up with them, I can use this post. 3 minutes later, the flying boat that was flying at sublight speed had crossed nearly 40 million kilometers. Dolk and Bai Cheng, who had already left, weren't as fast as Jiang Xi because they weren't in a hurry in the blood-red fog 1,000 kilometers above the land of the fallen gods. The flying boat with golden patterns on its surface was flying leisurely. Dolk and Bai Cheng sat opposite each other. Both of them were sighing, emotional and envious. What they had seen and heard at Kos's place had given them a great feeling. They envied the 4-striped Do Zong named Jiang Xi. With Kos's help, Jiang Xi's future was limitless. He might even have a chance to become a 5-striped Do Zong, although the chance was very small. Speaking of which, You will definitely get a lot of benefits if you take the initiative to hand over this Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure to the temple, Dolk said with a smile. This means that my luck is better than yours, Bai Cheng joked. Haha, then I'll take advantage of your luck. Dolk laughed out loud. Suddenly the laughter stopped abruptly. Both of them frowned at the same time. Chapter 409. Both Dolk and Bai Cheng were foremarked Do Zong, which was the Dao unification stage. Their spiritual senses could easily explore tens of thousands of kilometers. Their spiritual senses discovered that a flying boat was approaching them at a high speed. And they knew the person on the flying boat. They had just seen him 5 minutes ago. Is it that Jiang Xi? Bai Cheng was very surprised. No, be careful. He is comprehending the Emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure of the golden pattern Do Huang. According to Kosi's request, he can't leave the valley. Dolk looked serious. Seeing that the flying boat was getting closer and closer, he quickly sent a message with his spiritual sense. Jiang Xi, what's the matter? There was no response. 40,000 kilometers away, Jiang Xi was somewhat helpless. His spiritual sense was still at the late nascent soul stage, so he couldn't reply. Stop. Another soft shout came. The distance between the two flying boats was getting closer and closer. 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Dolk and Bai Cheng had long realized that something was wrong, but their spiritual senses didn't find anything unusual about Jiang Xi. They could confirm that Jiang Xi was not a fake. Speed up. Their flying boat suddenly reached sublight speed. Behind them, Jiang Xi was very confident. So what if he accelerated? The refining level of the Do pattern continent was low. With the quality of the flying boat in front, even if it accelerated, it couldn't get rid of his top-grade flying boat. There are differences in sublight speed. My flying boat can infinitely approach the speed of light. The one in front is at most 200,000 kilometers per second. So, almost instantly, the distance between the two flying boats was shortened to less than 1,000 kilometers. Finally, Jiang Xi's spiritual sense could send a message to them. Two friends, my Lord Kosi asked me to greet you on his behalf. Jiang Xi's laughing voice was transmitted. At the same time, he took out a one-time use top-grade spirit weapon, Soul Destruction Post. A purplish-black light flashed like a bolt of lightning. In front, Dolk and Bai Cheng were still in shock because they didn't understand why Jiang Xi's flying boat was so fast. Then they heard Jiang Xi's laughter. Lord Kos is greeting us? The two of them were a little confused. Before they could react, the purplish-black light silently appeared on the flying boat and directly penetrated their primordial spirits. Soul imprint. When the two of them died, their faces were still filled with bewilderment. The seventh divine guard of the Golden Vein Shrine was also penetrated by the purplish-black light. 2 4-striped Do Zongs and 10 3-striped primordial spirit Do spirits had all died. The power of the Soul Destruction Scroll was terrifying. After losing control of the flying boat with golden patterns, it flew for another 100,000 kilometers before coming to a complete stop. Although Jiang Xi was equally shocked, he didn't hesitate for a moment and waved his hand to put the entire flying boat into his storage ring. Go! He drove his flying boat straight into the clouds. They passed through the blood-red fiendish aura above the land of the fallen gods and the heaven and earth barrier that covered the battle pattern continent. From the moment he made his move to the moment he left, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. For the sake of caution, even if he left the Do Tattoo continent and came to the universe's starry skies, he would not be able to do anything. Jiang Xi didn't stop either. He continued to fly away at sublight speed. After an unknown period of time at the place where Dolk and Bai Cheng had died, whoosh, another flying boat arrived quickly. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. One of them was wearing black armor and exuding a terrifying aura. It was Kos. The other was a burly man. Of course, it was Ter, who was also a 4-striped Do Zone. At an altitude of 1,000 kilometers, the two of them could only see the blood-red fiendish aura flowing like a thick fog. There was nothing else. This is the location where the two of them sent me a message. The Golden Vein Shrine has just confirmed that the two of them and the 7th Divine Guard are dead. Kos frowned. His expression was not good. Sir, can you detect anything? Ter asked. Killing people silently. There is still a trace of Dao aura here. It's definitely not from the battle pattern continent. Kos' expression was solemn. Is it the extraterritorial demon clan? Ter was shocked. That's right. I remember that more than 80 years ago, the Fire Pattern Shrine's territory had news of the extraterritorial demon clan's arrival. Perhaps it's him. Kos nodded. The cultivators of the battle pattern continent relied on their physical strength to fight. Only the extraterritorial demon clan would use various Dao attacks. Kas was in a bad mood. The shrine had sent the messenger to deliver the emperor-grade Dao pattern secret treasure to him. Now the messenger was dead. More importantly, the divine palace emissary had an emperor-grade Dao pattern artifact on him. Kas' eyes flashed fiercely. Only 4 people knew about the existence of the 5-colored palm. Bi Jiang Xi Duo Air and Bai Cheng. However, he was sure that Jiang Xi had not left the valley. Send a message to Jiang Xi. Kas suddenly said. Jiang Xi? Ter was stunned. Could it be that Jiang Xi had done this? Impossible. He did not see Jiang Xi leave. Besides, Jiang Xi's strength was not a match for the 2 4-striped Do Zongs. Moreover, there was also the 7th Divine Guard. However, this was Kas' order. While he was puzzled, he quickly sent a message to Jiang Xi. No response. Ter shook his head. Send it again. After a while, Ter had sent it 1,800 times, but there was still no response. Let's go back. Kas' face was gloomy. Soon, in just 5 minutes, the 2 of them returned to the valley on the flying boat. Kas, Ter, and the other 2 4-striped Do Zongs began to search the Sea of Blood. Due to the suppression of the Sea of Blood, even the stronger Kas would need a few days to complete this process. 5 days later, Kas saw the Black Priest robe and the communication bead 30,000 meters under the sea. It was obvious that Jiang Xi had disappeared. However, no one knew how Jiang Xi had left the valley. Even Kas could only dive 50,000 meters under the Sea of Blood. Therefore, he could not find the cave tunnel 100,000 meters under the Sea of Blood. Jiang Xi. On this day, Kas was furious. His powerful aura spread throughout the valley. As the strongest genius in the Do pattern continent for thousands of years, he had been fooled. If he had only lost the Emperor-level Dao pattern cardinal treasure, he could still deal with the Golden Pattern Shrine's investigation. However, now that he had lost an Emperor-level Dao pattern cardinal treasure, he would have to face the joint investigation of the 5 shrines. This time he was afraid that he would have to pay a huge price. Now he could only place his hopes on Jiangxi's true identity. He hoped that Jiangxi wasn't an extraterritorial devil. As long as Jiang Xi was still in the Do pattern continent, the 5 shrines could use special methods to find the 2 lost Dao pattern cardinal treasures. Kas understood that such hope was too small. Only the extraterritorial demons had that kind of Dao attack. Once Jiang Xi left the Do pattern continent, they would not be able to find him. Chapter 410. Outside the boundary of the Do pattern continent, in the endless starry sky. Jiang Xi used a wisp of his spirit sense to control the flying boat and quickly traversed through the starry sky. Most of his attention was on the 5-colored palm in his hand. The multicolored brilliance made Riverward intoxicated. After some comprehension, he already knew the difference between the 5-colored palm and the inheritance altar. The inheritance altar was left behind by the peak powerhouses of the Dao Alliance for the younger generations of the human race. Therefore, the Dao inheritance left behind is extremely detailed. As for the 5-colored palm left behind by the 5 Elements Combat Emperor, it was formed after his death. It wasn't left behind on his own initiative. Therefore, the Dao inheritance contained within is like a whole that hasn't been disassembled. It is very profound. There isn't a detailed analysis of the process and steps. Just like the Sword Dao inheritance on the Green Lotus altar, there were a total of 9 evolution processes. Each process was divided into different lotus transformations. This greatly reduced the difficulty and requirements for the later generations. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi lightly shook his head. No wonder Kosi said that one must become a 5-pattern combat monarch to be qualified to comprehend an emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasure. A 5-pattern combat monarch was a tribulation transcender cultivator. Tribulation transcenders had already transcended the heavenly tribulation, and their primordial spirit and body had undergone a transformation. It was naturally easier for them to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. For me, whether or not these Tao inheritances have a step-by-step analysis process, they can all be used as a reference for deductions on the experience panel. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a divine light. He had already tried many times. With the 5-colored palm as a reference, he could deduce metal-type and fire-type Tao techniques. The deduction speed had greatly increased, 100 times the deduction speed. Exchanging a supreme-grade spirit artifact for an inheritance altar. It's really worth it. The one-time soul destruction scroll was only worth 1 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. How much was an inheritance altar worth? Priceless. Immeasurable. The entire Dao Alliance had only accumulated 44 inheritance altars after countless epochs. Now he had one all to himself. This is my greatest gain from the Dao pattern continent cultivation mission. Jiang Xi carefully observed the 5-colored palm. Even the 10,000 or so Dao pattern blood crystals were not as valuable as this. It's time to end this. Before leaving, I'll go take a look at Shaolin. The distance from here to Blue Smoke City's Feng River territory is more than 2 trillion kilometers. It will take about 5 months. During this period of time, he would try his best to deduce the Vajra Dao art. If this is a success as well, then I'll earn even more this time. Of course, it was just a thought. Jiang Xi did not expect to succeed. He had tried to deduce the way of Vajra for 80 years, but to no avail. Thus, it was highly unlikely that he would be able to deduce it within 5 months. It was worth mentioning that he had refined a total of 12 Dao pattern blood crystals. His affinity with heaven and earth Dao was now 12 times higher than before. In addition to the 5-colored palm's 100-fold increase in the deduction of metal elemental Daoist arts, in total, it was 1,200 times. So it's not impossible. Jiang Xi smiled. Then he began to deduce seriously. After only 1 day, the experience panel notification sounded. You have comprehended the path of Vajra. Experience points plus 10 million. Jiang Xi was stunned. Did he have to be so fast? He was not prepared at all. What followed was a pleasant surprise. It was too unexpected. He opened the experience panel to check the changes. Path of Vajra, no 15 million. Although the deduction difficulty had increased greatly, the upgrade difficulty had not changed. It was still a normal rare Daoist art. 50 million upgrade experience points. Let's upgrade it to perfection first. Because the path of Vajra was not yet perfected, there were no changes to the 2 secret techniques, Dao Fusion Technique and Dao Pattern Technique. This was something that Jiang Xi had been looking forward to for a long time. Half a month later, his clone had refined enough spiritual fruits to upgrade the path of Vajra to perfection. At this moment, Jiang Xi's expression suddenly changed. Be it his original body or his avatar, 3 layers of 3-colored Dao pattern halos appeared on his body then. A 4th color appeared on the 3 Dao pattern halos, golden light. The reason why Jiang Xi's expression changed was that this change was rapidly absorbing the spiritual power in his body. Immediately after, his body's strength also increased. It was slowly upgrading from supreme-grade spiritual artifact, surpassing supreme-grade spiritual artifact. However, this change soon stopped. It had not reached the limit. I don't have enough spiritual power. Jiang Xi understood the reason. Although he had been using his clone to refine spiritual fruits, the speed of energy replenishment still could not keep up with the transformation speed of the Dao pattern technique. He opened the experience points panel again. Path of Vajra, 10 levels 50, 0000000/50, 0000000. Dao Fusion Technique, 4 paths 30, 0000000/400, 0000000. Dao Pattern Technique, 3 paths 30, 0000000/400, 0000000. This time, the Dao Fusion Technique and Dao Pattern Technique finally changed. The Dao Pattern Technique directly affects the body, so the change just now was the most obvious. I haven't reached the limit yet. Continue to upgrade. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. The Dao Fusion Technique of the 4 paths of heaven and earth brought about the effect of spiritual power amplitude x4. His current basic spiritual power amplitude was 2,000 times. Under this effect, it could directly become 8,000 times. The Dao Pattern Technique that refined the 4 paths of heaven and earth into Dao patterns allowed his body's strength to surpass that of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact at the 3-mark battle spirit stage. His strength had increased exponentially. I wonder if I'm more powerful now compared to Kas? Jiang Xi was a little arrogant, but after a moment he shook his head. Far from it. Kas could kill a 5-mark battle king. He was not confident that he could kill an immortal Dao expert now. Then Jiang Xi's original body continued to deduce Dao techniques. His clone was refining the spiritual fruit to upgrade the 2 secret techniques that had just changed. At the same time, the flying ship was still shuttling toward its destination. 5 months later, they arrived at Blue Smoke City's Feng River territory. Jiang Xi put away the flying ship and stood in the starry sky. His body faintly emitted a powerful aura that shook the starry sky. Very powerful. He was praising himself. After the Dao pattern technique was upgraded to the 3-mark limit, his body strength had increased again. To be exact, it was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Moreover, the Dao of Vajra is a metal-type Dao technique and is good at defense. With my current body strength, even a supreme-grade spiritual artifact would not be able to break through my skin's defense. He might not be able to wield a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, but even a perfected Dao integration cultivator could use a supreme-grade spiritual artifact to cut him. He would not even blink. As for a low-grade immortal artifact? Jiang Xi had never seen one before and did not know if he could defend against it. Blue Smoke City's Feng River territory. Jiang Xi looked around the huge city. The joy brought by the increase in strength had dissipated. The True Wood sect was destroyed? His face was gloomy. The True Wood sect master was a 2-mark battle master and a top expert in the Feng River territory. How could it be destroyed? After some investigation, Jiang Xi understood the reason behind it. It turned out that the True Wood sect master had somehow offended the brother-in-law of the Feng River territory's lord. Then, under the Feng River territory's lord's attack, the True Wood sect was destroyed. Humph, the battle pattern continent also has such a melodramatic plot. A cold light appeared in Jiang Xi's eyes. Chapter 411. Jiang Xi went straight to the lord of the Fenghe territory. This 3-striped fighting spirit was equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the primordial soul stage. However, he had no power to resist Jiang Xi. Soul search. Soon, Jiang Xi obtained key information from the lord's memory. The True Wood sect had indeed been destroyed. However, 10 years ago, an unknown 2-striped fighting master avenged the True Wood sect by killing the brother-in-law of the Fenghe territory's lord. Then, because he could not defeat the 3-striped fighting spirit, he fled the Fenghe territory. The lord of the Fenghe territory naturally remembered the appearance of this 2-striped fighting master. Was Shaolin. Shaolin has already become a 2-striped fighting master? Jiang Xi laughed again. When he first met Shaolin, he felt that this little guy was quite talented. He had a pure and kind heart and had great courage. That was how the two of them met. Moreover, ever since Jiang Xi knew about the existence of the way of karma divination, he began to pay attention to things like karma and fate. Later, because of the assassination of the Black Cloud Territory's lord in general, he was worried that it would implicate Shaolin and Xiaoyan. When he left the Black Cloud Territory, he wanted to take them away. However, Xiaoyan decided to stay and Shaolin left with him. In the end, Shaolin was arranged to stay at the True Wood sect in the Fenghe territory. Moreover, he also left a large amount of cultivation resources for Shaolin. Since he has become a 2-striped fighting master, this little guy has most likely returned to the Black Cloud Territory. The Black Cloud Territory was 10 billion kilometers away. With the strength of a 2-striped fighting master, it was enough to cross such a long distance. Jiang Xi did not continue to investigate and returned to the starry sky. He drove the flying boat toward the Black Cloud Territory. At the same time, in the Black Cloud Territory's lord's residence, the new lord, Yuan Ming, was also a 2-striped fighting master. He was elected by the various families and forces of the Black Cloud Territory after the death of the Qing brothers. Yintua City did not interfere in this matter. However, the power of the Black Cloud Territory was still in the hands of the lord of Yintua City. Yintua almost every once in a while Yuan Ming would visit Yintua, regardless of whether the 4-striped fighting master wanted to see him or not. On this day Yuan Ming came to the depths of the lord's residence with a serious expression. "Greetings, Lord Yintua." He bowed respectfully. Yintua, who had the appearance of a young man, wore silver armor. He only glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Beside him, his disciple, that 3-striped Do Ling white-haired young man opened his mouth and asked, "What is it?" "My lord, a spy from the dark department found someone who looks like Shaolin. However, the other party is also a 2-line dosher. This subordinate does not dare to act arbitrarily." Yuan Ming respectfully replied. 2 lines dosher? This time Yintua took the initiative to speak. His spiritual sense moved and covered the entire city. The entire Black Cloud Territory did not have many 2-striped Do masters, so he quickly locked onto his target. Without a doubt it was Shaolin. "Master, do you want me to capture him?" asked the white-haired youth. "No need. That person called Jiang Xi is the main target." Yintua shook his head. "Master suspects that Jiang Xi is also hiding in the dark? The last time Jiang Xi left, he didn't forget to take Shaolin with him. That means the two of them have a very close relationship. Shaolin is the best bait." "Master's words are very true. Yin Tuo pondered for a moment and said to Yuan Ming, "Announce to the public that the Lord's residents will publicly execute the head of the Shao family, Shao Yan, tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Yuan Ming hurriedly took his leave. Yin Tuo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the night sky. He had placed too much hope in his disciple, Chen Kai. However, this disciple was killed on the eve of his rise. And because of this, he became a laughingstock in the fire pattern temple. If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The next day, at the execution ground of the Black Cloud territory, the Shao family was considered a mid-tier family in the Black Cloud territory and had always been in control of the Fire Sparrow tribe. The news of the public execution of the head of the Shao family, Shao Yan, caused a commotion. Many people still remembered what happened back then. They did not expect that after 80 years Shao Yan still could not escape death. Grandfather. Shao Lin, who had already turned into a young man, hid in the crowd and looked at Shao Yan, who was in ragged clothes and had a withered face. He looked calm, but there was a ball of anger in his heart. Executing grandfather at this time, they must have discovered me. Are they trying to lure brother Jiang out? Shao Lin sneered in his heart. Dream on. Even he did not know where brother Jiang was. How could these people find him? It was already noon. The Dao pattern cultivators of the Lord's mansion were ready to carry out the execution. Shao Lin was also ready to take action. He did not know how many masters the Lord's mansion had hidden in the execution ground. However, the person on the execution ground was his grandfather. He could not just watch his grandfather die in front of him. Boom. However, at that moment someone made a move before him. Among the group of cultivators from the Lord's mansion, a slightly skinny young man suddenly exploded and killed the two people who were holding Shao Yan. Then the skinny young man took Shao Yan and left. This sudden scene stunned Shao Lin. Two-pattern dosher? Who was that? He did not know this person. The Shao family did not have such a powerful master. However, Shao Lin reacted quickly and took a step forward with the strength of a two-lined fighting master. As a two-pattern dosher, he directly cut down the cultivators and warriors from the Lord's mansion who were chasing after the skinny young man. He and the skinny young man took Shao Yan, who was in a daze, and left quickly. In the Lord's mansion of the Black Cloud territory, even the Lord was only a two-pattern dosher. It was even more impossible for the others to stop two-pattern do masters from robbing the execution ground. As a result, the entire Black Cloud territory was in chaos. At that moment, in the depths of the Lord's mansion, Yin Tuo only watched quietly. The white-haired young man was a little anxious. "Master, let me do it." "Don't worry. Jiang Ci is not here yet. What if he is only waiting outside the city?" "Don't worry. Everything within a 50,000-kilometer radius is within the range of my spiritual senses." Yin Tuo's indifferent attitude also made the white-haired young man relax. Both of their spiritual senses were locked onto Shao Lin, who was running away. "Are you waiting for me?" Suddenly, a light voice sounded in their ears. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a black-haired young man in black armor. Jiang Ci. Yin Tuo and the white-haired young man were furious. "No, a four-pattern do zone. You are a four-pattern do zone." Yin Tuo was in disbelief. More than 80 years ago, the information he gathered from various sources showed that Jiang Ci was only a three-pattern do spirit. The white-haired young man's expression changed drastically. Without needing his master's reminder, he quickly retreated. A four-pattern do zone battle was no longer something he could participate in. "You want to leave in front of me?" Jiang Ci laughed softly. Whoosh! His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of the white-haired young man. "Stop!" Yin Tuo shouted angrily. He clenched his fist and wanted to stop Jiang Ci. The white-haired young man looked terrified. Jiang Ci came to kill. How could he stop? Boom! As he threw out a punch, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Its power was even stronger than the killer shadow sword. Even if the body of the three-pattern do spirit was comparable to a superior-grade spirit weapon, the white-haired young man could not block this punch. He was smashed into pieces by Jiang Ci's punch. He could not be more dead. Chapter 412. Damn it, Jiang Ci, you deserve to die. Yin Tuo's anger soared to the sky. His eldest disciple had also been killed by Jiang Ci. Right in front of him. It's your turn. Jiang Ci's expression was indifferent. Yin Tuo suddenly calmed down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Even he wasn't confident that he could kill a top 3 striped doling with one punch. But Jiang Xi had done it. This meant that Jiang Xi's body was stronger than his. Are you a genius of the Golden Vein Temple? Or a genius of the Earth Vein Temple? Yin Tua asked in a low voice. Only those who cultivated Gold Dao arts and Earth Dao arts would have a body stronger than those of the same level. Me? A genius of the 5 great temples. Jiang Xi smiled. Yin Tua snorted and then said coldly, "You are qualified for me to show my full strength." He flipped his hand and took out half a battle saber, emitting a terrifying aura. "This is a treasure I found in a ruin when I was cultivating in the land of the fallen gods. It should have been left behind by the extraterritorial demon. Although it is broken, it is still a king-level treasure. I once used it to kill a 4-striped Doling Grandmaster." A broken low-grade immortal artifact? Jiang Xi was surprised. It seemed that he really couldn't underestimate any 4-striped Doling Grandmaster. After all, this was a Dao integration stage cultivator. Yin Tua shouted angrily. Holding half of the battle saber, he slashed at Jiang Xi. His body that was comparable to a top-grade spirit artifact gave him great strength and speed. Just nice to test my limits. Jiang Xi was also full of fighting spirit. A broken immortal artifact was definitely not as powerful as a complete one. Otherwise he would have turned and left. Body like a sword. Jiang Xi's entire body was like a sharp sword, turning into a sword light and directly went to meet the attack. In an instant he collided with Yin Tuo's half of the battle saber. Clang. A huge explosion like thunder resounded through the sky. At the same time, a destructive impact spread out. The Lord's mansion, which covered an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, was instantly turned into ruins, leaving behind a huge pit that was thousands of feet deep. Jiang Xi and Yin Tuo once again stood in the air above the liege's manor. What? Impossible. Yin Tuo's face was filled with disbelief. Jiang Xi was completely unscathed despite his all-out attack. No, Jiang Xi was still injured, but it was only an inch deep wound. This was a broken king-grade artifact. He had once relied on this blade to kill a 4-line Do Zone with strength similar to his own. Congratulations, you've finally made me feel a trace of pain. Now it's my turn. Jiang Xi laughed. After this exchange he clearly understood the limits of his body. A low-grade immortal artifact could injure him, but it definitely couldn't kill him. Unless the one who attacked was an immortal Dao expert. Moreover, there was also a difference between the strength of a 4-line Do Zone. The exchange just now had allowed Jiang Xi to confirm that this 4-line Do Zone Yin Tuo was only equivalent to the initial stage of the Dao unification stage. Jiang Xi's body pierced through the air, heading straight for Yin Tuo. He didn't use any Dao techniques, only his body. He attacked with both fists, the most violent way of fighting. Impossible. Impossible. Yin Tuo still couldn't believe it. The broken blade danced in the air, causing the air to tremble. However, Jiang Xi wasn't afraid at all. His fists were like dragons, smashing out punch after punch. Clang clang clang. His fists smashed onto the broken blade, and the vast momentum spread throughout the entire Black Cloud domain. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all Dao arts and moves became mere decorations. Yin Tuo retreated step by step and panic grew in his heart. He originally thought that with the broken king-grade artifact, he could easily kill Jiang Xi. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Xi was even more ruthless than him. His body could actually withstand his attacks. Is it a 5-line Do Zone? Yin Tuo couldn't help but have this thought. Impossible. If a 5-line Do Zone wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. Run. Yin Tuo didn't dare to continue fighting. Nothing was more important than his own life. Trying to escape? Jiang Xi laughed loudly. He hadn't had enough yet. It was the first time he had crushed a 4-line Do Zone who was equivalent to an early-stage Dao integration cultivator. Thus, the following scene appeared in the sky above the Black Cloud domain. A bare-handed black-haired youth chased after a silver-armored youth who was holding a broken blade, attacking wildly. It was obvious that the black-haired youth had the upper hand. That's Big Brother Jiang? Shaolin, who had already escaped outside the city, stared at the battle above the Black Cloud domain with his mouth agape. Big Brother Jiang is very strong. That silver-armored youth looks like a 4-line Do Zone, but in Big Brother Jiang's hands, he has no room to fight back, the thin youth also said, but it was a woman's voice. A woman? You know Big Brother Jiang too? Shaolin was even more stunned. The thin youth chuckled and reached out to wipe his face. Instantly his appearance changed. Yun Xiang Shaolin's eyes immediately turned red. The red-armored girl back then, Yun Xiang, had also grown up. Looking at Shaolin, she smiled sweetly. Beside her, Xiao Yan, who had already regained some consciousness, also smiled. "Look, big brother Jiang is going to win," Yun Xiang suddenly said. Shaolin hurriedly swallowed back the words he wanted to say and turned his gaze to the sky above the black cloud domain. The Tao patterns that Jiang Xi had cultivated included the Tao of sword, gale, parting fire, and vajra. There was attack, speed, explosiveness, strength, and defense. Such comprehensive attributes were not something that Yin Tua could compare to at all. Yin Tua only had fire-type Tao techniques, and it was very difficult for him to shake off Jiang Xi's pursuit. Crack, 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 the broken blade in his hand was already broken. After withstanding countless punches from Jiang Xi, cracks began to appear and it finally shattered into pieces. "Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. We have no grudge." Yin Tua was anxious. He was a 4-line Do Zong and had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Now he had only lived half of it and still had 5,000 years to live. Jiang Xi did not listen to this. He was not a 3-year-old child. Relying on his body, which was 10 times a supreme-grade spirit weapon, he was like a phantom, smashing punch after punch on Yin Tuo's body. Under the powerful speed and strength, Yin Tua could not withstand it. Even though his body was comparable to a supreme-grade spirit weapon, it gradually collapsed. "I will not accept this." Yin Tua let out a furious roar before his death. In the next moment, Jiang Xi smashed him into pieces with one punch. In close combat, a 4-line Do Zong is harder to kill than a Tao integration cultivator of the same level. This was what Jiang Xi was thinking. If it was an early-stage Tao integration cultivator, they would have been long dead after being smashed by so many punches. Of course, Tao integration cultivators in the original universe would have more attack methods and would not allow him to get close so easily. After this battle, Jiang Xi had a clearer understanding of his own strength. If it was just close combat, his actual combat strength surpassed early-stage Tao integration cultivators and was almost mid-stage Tao integration cultivators. In terms of Tao technique attacks, he should be at the perfected primordial soul stage or barely at the early-stage Tao integration level. If his cultivation could reach the primordial soul stage, his Tao technique attacks would definitely reach the early-stage Tao integration level. Tao integration level. Jiang Xi was full of pride. Back then, on Earth's first moon, he met his master, Taoist Gu, who was only a Tao integration remnant spirit. That was the first time he came into contact with a powerful Tao integration cultivator. Now he had killed an early-stage Tao integration cultivator with his own hands. The one he killed with the soul destruction scroll did not count. That was not difficult at all. Chapter 413. Outside Black Cloud City, in the forest of the 100,000 mountains. Jiang Xi calmly accepted Shaolin and Yun Xiang's kowtows. If there was anything he owed Yun Xiang, it was naturally because he helped her take revenge for her family. Back then, the Yun family was destroyed by the previous ruler of Black Cloud City, the Qing brothers, because of a mysterious Tao pattern secret technique. 80 years ago, he was the one who destroyed the Qing brothers. However, in Jiang Xi's opinion, he still owed Yun Xiang a favor. This was because the Tao pattern secret technique he was currently cultivating was obtained from Yun Xiang when he first came to the Tao pattern continent. The power of this secret technique was already evident. After cultivating this technique, one could refine multiple Tao patterns into Tao patterns. Under the circumstances of cultivating 4 Tao patterns, he could easily kill an early-stage unification Tao Grandmaster even though he was only a peak 3-striped doling spirit. It could be said that if he did not cultivate this Tao pattern technique, it would be very difficult for him to cross a large realm even with the experience points panel. In fact, his current cultivation level was still at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi guessed that this technique was very likely left behind by a Tao Lord level 5 elements fighting emperor. This was because the 5 elements fighting emperor had refined all 5 elements Tao patterns into Tao patterns at the same time, hence the name. There was no doubt about the preciousness of a Tao Lord level technique. With that thought, Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out 2 new storage rings, handing them to Shaolin and Yun Xiang. "This is a small gift before we part. Both of you cultivate well and we'll meet again if fate wills it." Jiang Xi left very decisively. After handing the items to the 2, he nodded at Xiao Yan and disappeared. Shaolin and Yun Xiang once again bowed respectfully to where Jiang Xi was standing. Then they checked the items in the storage rings. Both of them were shocked at the same time, followed by excitement and surprise. There was nothing else in the 2 storage rings, only 10 Tao pattern blood crystals. Both of them were two-striped dome masters and naturally knew the value of Dao pattern blood crystals. 10 Dao pattern blood crystals each was enough for them to cultivate to 4-striped Doling zone. Shaolin, where have you been all these years? Also, what happened? Xiaoyan was still a little confused. Shaolin and Yunxiang looked at each other and laughed. After that, Shaolin told Xiaoyan everything that had happened in the past 80 years, including the night they parted. After Xiaoyan heard this, he sighed. Jiang Xi directly passed through the heaven and earth enchantment of the battle pattern continent and arrived in the starry sky. In front of them they could see a huge palace the size of a planet. It was the Six Worthies Palace, which was in charge of monitoring the Do Tattoo continent. Back then he had entered the battle tattoo continent from this position. Now that he was leaving this place, it could be considered a perfect ending to this cultivation mission. After that, Jiang Xi directly crossed the void and arrived at the interstellar teleportation platform not far from the Palace of Six Worthies. Before he could check the teleportation coordinates, he saw a figure flying in front of him from the Hall of Six Worthies. Junior brother Jiang Xi, congratulations on completing the mission. The newcomer was a young Dao integration cultivator. He wore a purple robe and bowed to Jiang Xi with a smile on his face. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Xi hurriedly returned the greeting. Since he called him junior brother, he was at least a third heaven disciple. He was also in the Dao integration stage, so he must be very powerful. Although his current close combat strength was comparable to mid-stage Dao integration cultivators, that was only compared to ordinary Dao integration cultivators. Third and fourth heaven Dao integration disciples of the Purple Heaven sect were definitely freakishly powerful. None of them were weaker than Kas of the Blood Sea. Lord Perfected Lord wants to see you. Please follow me. The purple-robed youth smiled. Perfected Lord? Jiang Xi was very surprised. He followed behind the purple-robed youth and flew toward the Hall of Six Worthies. At the same time he used his communication bead to connect to the Heavenly Eye network and searched for keywords. Hall of Six Worthies plus Perfected Lord. Soon he found a lot of information. Perfected Lord Six Worthies, an ancient Dao immortal who had existed since the Dao Alliance's heavenly court was established. He had lived for countless eras and his strength was unfathomable. That was the evaluation given by the Dao Alliance's heavenly court. It was simple, but it shocked Jiang Xi. How powerful was he to be regarded as unfathomable by the Dao Alliance's heavenly court? Why did such an expert want to see him? Could it be that everything he did in the battle pattern continent had been noticed by Perfected Lord Six Worthies? Jiang Xi felt very uneasy as he stepped into the Hall of Six Worthies. This enormous palace, which was comparable to the size of a planet, gave off a solemn and dignified feeling, as if it was a living body. The purple-robed youth led the way without saying a word. He brought Jiang Xi to the 9th floor of the Hall of Six Worthies. Although it was called the 9th floor, it was actually more than 100 million square kilometers in area. Roar! At the entrance there were 2 winged black dragons bound by chains. They were roaring angrily. Each of the winged black dragons was over 1,000,000 feet long, and their bodies were emitting dark blue flames. The terrifying aura and pressure they exuded were very frightening. This is a great demon of the demon race? Jiang Xi was shocked. It's a 6th tribulation great demon. It said that the Perfected Lord captured it from the extraterritorial battlefield and left it here to guard the door. The purple-robed youth's voice was filled with pride. A 6th tribulation great demon guarding the door? Jiang Xi was envious. Why didn't he think of that? There were so many demon race bloodlines on Earth. He had to raise a few more to guard the door? Alright, I can only send you here. Go directly to the 99th floor. The Perfected Lord is waiting for you there. The purple-robed youth was very envious. He had cultivated in the Hall of Six Worthies for so many years, but he had only met Perfected Lord Six Worthies once. Moreover, it was a group meeting. Meeting the Perfected Lord alone? He didn't have that right. Jiang Xi reached the 99th floor of the Hall of Six Worthies alone. It was also the highest floor of the Hall of Six Worthies. At this height, it was as if he was in the endless starry sky. The view was very good. In front of him, a white-haired, black-faced youth sat cross-legged in the starry sky. His eyes seemed to be filled with stars as he stared at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi greets the Perfected Lord. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Perfected Lord Six Worthies looked at him expressionlessly for a while before he said leisurely, "Many of the sect's higher-ups are either optimistic about Ji Wei or Mu Ning. As for me, I've been optimistic about you since the beginning, so I've also placed a bet on you." "Thank you for your kindness, Perfected Lord." Jiang Xi thanked him. I remember that you mainly cultivate the green lotus or Dao. Which transformation are you at now? The 104th transformation. Perfected Lord Six Worthies finally smiled. Obviously, Jiang Xi's cultivation speed of the sword Dao had also exceeded his expectations. He continued, it's fate that we met today. I'll demonstrate it for you. Whether or not you can break through will depend on your luck. Jiang Xi didn't know what was going on. Perfected Lord Six Worthies waved his hand and a green lotus that emitted a sharp sword intent appeared out of thin air. The starry sky trembled with it. This is. Jiang Xi's gaze was instantly attracted. Whoosh. The green lotus merged into his body. Boom. It was as if there was a big explosion in his mind. His mind was completely immersed in the green lotus. The 105th transformation of the green lotus or Dao? No, it's not just this one. There's a 4th transformation. And this green lotus can analyze these transformations again. Deduction. Deduction. Under the detailed analysis, his deduction speed increased by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Jiang Xi would not let go of such a good opportunity. He closed his eyes tightly and was completely immersed in the deduction of the sword Dao. He was cultivating at a deeper level. Perfected Lord Six Worthies nodded in satisfaction. With another wave of his sleeve, Jiang Xi's figure disappeared from the 99th floor. Chapter 4:14. Purple Heaven Sect, 3rd Heavenly Layer, Daodu Continent. Jiang Xi had already sent a message in advance, saying that he would be back today. Therefore Jiang Dudu had specially made preparations. In addition, Jiang Xi's 2 friends, Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng, had also appeared here in the form of phantoms. Soon the teleportation formation lit up. The 3 were about to go forward, but they discovered that Jiang Xi wasn't the only one who had teleported here. There was also a tall youth. The invisible pressure emitted by the youth made Jiang Dudu and the others apprehensive. Clearly he was a tribulation transcender. Greetings, Supreme Immortal. The 3 hurriedly bowed. The youth said indifferently, I was ordered by True Monarch Six Virtuous to escort Jiang Xi back. Wait a moment. The 3 looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything. They just waited there. Jiang Dudu was very anxious. She didn't know what was going on with Jiang Xi and thought that he was in danger. As for Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng, they were shocked. True Monarch Six Virtuous? He was a real high-level member of the Purple Heaven sect. They waited for 7 days but Jiang Xi still hadn't woken up. With the help of the Green Lotus, Jiang Xi discovered that the efficiency of his deduction had increased by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. In just half a day he had comprehended the 105th transformation of the Green Lotus Sword Dao and completely grasped the first 3 transformations of the Green Lotus. However, it wasn't over yet. The 4th transformation of the Green Lotus, the 1,000 Green Lotuses, meant that there were 1,000 transformations. In the next 6.5 days he comprehended another 13 transformations. These 7 days of deduction and cultivation were almost equivalent to the previous 10 years of deduction and cultivation. It's about time. Jiang Xi ended the deduction. The Green Lotus that True Monarch Six Virtuous had shown him had completely disappeared from his mind. There was no point in continuing the deduction. From 104 transformations to 118 transformations, True Monarch Six Virtuous had given him a big gift. Most importantly, he had crossed the bottleneck of the 105th transformation. Under normal circumstances, it might take him 8 to 10 years to break through. This breakthrough in the Green Lotus Sword Dao has given me the confidence to deduce sword intent in 50 years? No, 30 years. Jiang Xi was very happy his breakthrough was different from others. Once he comprehended it, he could directly use the experience panel to upgrade his sword intent to the 10th level perfection. Sword intent was a special path. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude alone, it was twice that of ordinary paths. His base spiritual energy amplitude could reach 20,000 times. Together with the Dao fusion technique, it would be 80,000 times. When the time came, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Although Jiang Xi was looking, it wasn't the time to continue thinking about it. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Daodu. Only then did she see the tall youth in front of her. Thank you, exalted immortal. Riverward hurriedly thanked him. He could also sense the other party's immortal pressure. There's no need to thank me. This is an order from the Lord True Lord. The young man shook his head slightly before teleporting away. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, his face was full of smiles. After that he spent a day with Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng. After that, he accompanied Jiang Dudu to look at the stars for 3 days before he started cultivating again. Beside the spirit spring of Daodu Palace, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged while Jiang Dudu cultivated in Daodu Palace. Both of them understood one thing: they wanted to be together forever. He had to work hard to become an immortal, to attain the Tao, to become an immortal of the great Tao, and only then would he have endless years. Before cultivating, Riverward sorted out the main gains he had gained this time. 5-colored palm. Emperor Tier Tao Pattern Cardinal Treasure. It was formed after the 5 elements battle Emperor, Tao Monarch, of the battle pattern continent perished. It was equivalent to an inheritance altar. 2. Tao Pattern Technique. A secret technique used to refine the body. It is also suspected to have been left behind by the 5 elements battle Emperor. Metal Elemental Taoist Art. The Tao of Vajra has already reached the 10th level of perfection. 4. Tao Pattern Blood Crystal, 14,568 pieces. It is a key item for cultivating Tao pattern techniques. After refining and fusing with it, it can increase the affinity of heaven and earth Tao techniques. Its other values are unknown. 5. Golden Light Palm. Emperor Tier Tao Pattern Cardinal Treasure. It was formed after the death of a gold battle emperor, Tao Monarch. It is equivalent to 500 billion experience points. 6. Experience points, 2,741 million, 11,826 million. Not only these gains, but my strength has also undergone a tremendous change in this trip to the battle pattern continent. Before he went to the battle pattern continent, his actual combat strength was only at the late stage essence soul realm. Now, with the help of Tao pattern techniques, his close combat strength had reached the mid-stage Tao integration realm. Because he had comprehended the 4th Tao of heaven and earth, after using the Tao fusion technique, his Tao technique attacks could barely reach the early stage Tao integration realm. The only thing I lack now should be weapons and treasures. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment. Before he left the battle pattern continent, the battle with the 4-striped battle emperor Yin Tuo made him realize his shortcomings. At that time he only had the supreme grade spiritual weapon, the Killer Shadow Sword, and his physical strength was equivalent to 10 times that of a supreme grade spiritual weapon. Obviously he could not fight with supreme grade spiritual weapons. If I had a low-grade immortal weapon, I could easily kill Yin Tuo with my close combat strength. After all, Yin Tuo was only at the early stage Tao integration realm. Jiang Xi did not waste any time and directly entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault through the communication bead. Search for low-grade immortal weapon longsword. Suddenly, the information of low-grade immortal weapon longswords appeared in the 3-dimensional phantom in front of him. Red Heaven Sword, low-grade immortal weapon, 100,000 points. Colored Rainbow Sword, low-grade immortal weapon, 90,000 points. Jiang Xi silently glanced at his remaining points in the Purple Heaven Sect. 17912. It seems that I have to submit the mission to have the money to buy it. The Battle Pattern Continent Cultivation mission consisted of 2 mission objectives. If both were completed, he would receive 110,000 points. 1. Obtain a Tao Pattern Blood Crystal. Completion would receive 10,000 points. 2. Become a 2-stripe Battle Master. Completion would receive 100,000 points. Afterward, he submitted the completion of the mission through the cultivation section of the Purple Heaven Sect's intranet. Not long after, a middle-aged Taoist emitting the pressure of an immortal Tao powerhouse arrived at the Daodu continent through the teleportation array. Greetings, Immortal. Jiang Xi respectfully bowed. The Tribulation Transcender middle-aged Taoist asked, "Have you completed both mission objectives?" "Yes." The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly. "Not bad. Take out a Tao pattern blood crystal and display your Tao pattern at the same time." Jiang Xi did as he was told. The first mission objective was equivalent to using a Tao pattern blood crystal to exchange for 10,000 points. Well, it was not a loss. 1 million supreme grade spirit crystals. Then, with a thought, 3 layers of 4-colored Tao patterns appeared on his body. What? The expression on the middle-aged Taoist's face changed from indifference to shock. He was shocked not because Jiang Xi had cultivated a 3-striped battle spirit, but because Jiang Xi had cultivated 4 Taoist techniques at the same time, and all 4 Taoist techniques had been refined into Tao patterns. Since the Purple Heaven Sect had already conquered the battle pattern continent, the middle-aged Taoist, as an immortal Tao powerhouse, was naturally aware of the existence of Tao pattern secret techniques. Under normal circumstances, the Tao pattern secret techniques of the battle pattern continent could only be used to refine one's body with Tao patterns. Only the legendary 5 Elements Battle Emperor's Dao Pattern secret technique could allow one to use multiple Daoist techniques to refine one's body with Dao patterns. Chapter 4:15. The 5 Elements Combat Emperor was a Dao Lord level expert. Even in the vast universe he was an existence that stood at the peak. You obtained the inheritance of the 5 Elements Fighting Emperor? The middle-aged Daoist asked anxiously. This time it was Jiang Xi who nodded calmly. There was no need to hide such things. The better he performed, the better he would be treated in the Purple Heaven sect. As expected, the middle-aged Daoist smiled. Very good. I will report this to the perfected lords. You have accomplished your mission. Thank you, exalted immortal. Jiang Xi thanked him respectfully. At that moment, the middle-aged Daoist hesitated again and asked, "Do you have any extra Dao pattern blood crystals? The sect can purchase them at a price of 10,000 points each." "No, I barely managed to get a few Dao pattern blood crystals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to a 3-stripe fighting spirit." Jiang Xi looked regretful. "That's a pity." The middle-aged Daoist sighed. He knew that Jiang Xi was lying, but the Purple Heaven sect wouldn't interfere with a disciple's personal opportunity, let alone force a sale. "Exalted immortal, our sect should have Dao pattern blood crystals for sale, right?" "I didn't find any in the treasury," Jiang Xi asked. "Of course, but only immortal Dao experts can purchase them, so you can't find any," the middle-aged Daoist said with a smile. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. No wonder. He had specifically searched for Dao pattern blood crystals in the Purple Heaven sect's treasury, but there was no such item. Only immortal Dao experts could purchase them. In that case, the price would definitely be more than 10,000 points. It was a classic case of buying low and selling high. However, Riverward could also understand that the Dao pattern blood crystal did not have much of an effect on these young disciples. The Purple Heaven sect definitely had immortal Dao experts who cultivated Dao pattern techniques. They needed more Dao pattern blood crystals. Even if it was 10,000 points each, he had 14,568 Dao pattern blood crystals. If he sold them, he would get close to 150 million points. That was definitely a huge sum of money. However, he had no intention of selling them at all. Such good things are most valuable in my own hands. After the middle-aged Daoist left, Jiang Xi re-entered the Purple Heaven sect's treasure vault and purchased the low-grade immortal artifact, Red Heaven Sword. It was the most expensive low-grade immortal longsword. Then his points went back to less than 100,000, leaving him with 27,912 points. Jiang Xi didn't feel any heartache. Exchanging money for strength was the best deal. This time the delivery was very fast. In just an hour, a Dao integration disciple arrived at Jiang Xi's house. "Senior brother Jiang Xi, this is what you bought from the treasure pavilion," the Dao integration stage disciple said enviously. He was only a Dao integration stage disciple in the first heaven, and he was not good at fighting. Otherwise he would not have been working as a courier. Compared to Jiang Xi, he was extremely poor, even though he was at the Dao integration stage. How could he afford an immortal artifact? This was the difference between ordinary disciples and genius disciples. "Thank you." Jiang Xi smiled. Both ordinary people and immortals looked forward to the opening of the box after receiving the express delivery. After sending off the Dao integration stage courier, Jiang Xi couldn't wait to open the supreme-grade spirit artifact sword case. There was a long sword with a red body and a frosty blade, exuding a faint immortal Dao aura. It was bound by blood. "Red Heaven Sword greets Master." A childish voice sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. "Artifact spirit?" Jiang Xi was a little surprised. When a Dharma treasure reached the immortal artifact level, there was a certain chance of producing an artifact spirit. He didn't expect this low-grade immortal artifact Red Heaven Sword to have an artifact spirit. "Come out and let me take a look." Jiang Xi was interested. "Yes, Master." A fiery red stream of light appeared on Red Heaven Sword, and a little girl in red with pigtails appeared in front of Jiang Xi. "Are you a newly born consciousness?" Jiang Xi asked. "Yes, Red Heaven Sword has the ability to grow. I only have one master in my life. The stronger my master is, the stronger Red Heaven Sword will be," Red Heaven Sword replied. Jiang Xi was very satisfied. It seemed that the 100,000 points were well spent. With the low-grade immortal artifact Red Heaven Sword, his actual combat strength had reached a new level. If he encountered another cultivator who was good at body tempering, it wouldn't be so difficult to kill them. "I still have enough experience points now. I'll deduce Dao techniques while refining the golden palm. Because his sword Dao was on the verge of a breakthrough, Jiang Xi's next step was to deduce sword Dao. Of course he didn't neglect the three Dao of heaven and earth, gale, leaving fire, and Vajra. With the five-colored palm as a reference, the efficiency of the deduction wouldn't be much slower. He cultivated in silence. 3 months later, Jiang Xi woke up from a short period of cultivation. He took out his communication bead in confusion, and a stranger sent him a message. He scanned with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was from the Purple Heaven sect. This was very rare. The Purple Heaven sect usually didn't take the initiative to send messages to their disciples. He checked the message. Purple Heaven Cloud Summit Competition? After reading it, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It turned out that the core disciples of the four heavens of the Purple Heaven sect would compete with each other every once in a while. Because the competition was held in a cloud summit starry sky in the towering mountain river diagram, it was called the Cloud Summit Competition. The competition in the Purple Heaven sect was very fierce. The disciples of the four heavens couldn't stay there forever after entering a heavenly realm. The Cloud Summit Competition every once in a while was for the disciples to compete with each other. Only the strong were qualified to stay and even enter the higher heavens. The weak were eliminated to the lower heavens. The Purple Heaven sect didn't raise idle people. Some people might be talented when they first entered the Purple Heaven sect and received very high treatment. However, if they didn't work hard to cultivate, they would be eliminated layer by layer in such competition and eventually fall to the first heavens. Before entering the Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Xi and most of the geniuses realized one thing. This universe didn't lack geniuses the least. What they lacked was resources, so they had to establish an effective competition mechanism. Jiang Xi recalled the conversation he had with Granny Yen when he first came to the Purple Heaven sect. She had once introduced the situation of the first four heavens of the Purple Heaven sect to him. As for himself, he later learned more about it. The first four heavens of the Purple Heaven sect are the cultivation residences of the core disciples. The first heavens have the most disciples. There are countless nascent soul, essence soul, and Tao integration cultivators. The second heavens have much fewer disciples. There are 10,000 Tao integration cultivators, 1,000 essence soul cultivators, and 300 nascent soul cultivators. The third heavens have even fewer disciples. There are 1,000 Tao integration cultivators, 100 essence soul cultivators, and 30 nascent soul cultivators. The fourth heavens have the least disciples. There are 100 Tao integration cultivators, 10 essence soul cultivators, and 3 nascent soul cultivators. Jiang Xi understood that this was the configuration of the core disciples under normal circumstances. If there was a 9 regions genius battle, there would be more nascent soul cultivators in each heavens. For example, there were originally only 30 nascent soul cultivators in the third heavens. More than 80 years ago, after he, Mu Ning, and 7 other nascent soul cultivators joined, there were now 37 people. Chapter 4:16. In the next Cloud Summit competition, they would go through layers of competition. The extra people from the second heaven to the fourth heaven would eventually be eliminated to the first heaven. In other words, the first heaven was where the losers gathered. It was the worst level among the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. In addition, the Cloud Summit competition would be held at different intervals for the disciples of the Path Integration, Primordial Soul, and Nascent Soul stages. The Cloud Summit competition for the Nascent Soul stage was held once every 100 years. The Cloud Summit competition for the Primordial Soul stage was held once every 1,000 years. The Cloud Summit competition for the Path Integration stage was held once every 3,000 years. I can't embarrass myself. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. According to the information sent by the Purple Heaven sect, the Cloud Summit competition for the Nascent Soul stage would begin in 5 years. And such a competition would not only compete with the newcomers of the same batch, but also with the older disciples of the previous batches. Since it was an older disciple, it must have a deep foundation. One could imagine how intense the competition would be. There is another problem. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. I am not clear about the situation of the older disciples, and it will be troublesome to collect information. Jiang Xi frowned. Let's ask Master. The Wine Sword Immortal was a 9 Tribulation Sword Immortal and had a high status in the Purple Heaven sect. It was easy for him to obtain information about the disciples. Then he sent out a message. The Wine Sword Immortal's unrestrained image of a message quickly appeared in front of him. Disciple greets Master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Oh, what cultivation problem do you have that you want to ask me for advice? The wine sword immortal was obviously a little drunk and his eyes were drifting. Jiang Xi smiled. He had been cultivating in the dough pattern continent for so many years. Besides Jiang Dudu, the person he contacted the most was his master, the wine sword immortal. Basically, he would ask the wine sword immortal whenever he encountered a cultivation problem. This was also one of the reasons why his green lotus sword Dao could improve so quickly. Master, I just received a message saying that the Cloud Summit competition is about to begin. So I want to ask for your help to collect information about the nascent soul stage disciples of the third and fourth heaven. Jiang Xi explained Cloud Summit competition. Wine Sword Immortal pinched his fingers to calculate and then said, "It should be around this time, wait for me for a moment, I will ask someone." He spent most of his time cultivating in the ancient Dao origin world, so he didn't know much about the situation at the Violet Heaven Sect's headquarters. Jiang Xi was not in a hurry. He stood to the side and waited. In just a short while, Wine Sword Immortal found out. He smiled and said, "Looks like your competition this time isn't small." Not small? Jiang Xi felt the pressure. Even a powerhouse like Master said that the competition was not small, then what level were these old disciples at? Let's just talk about the internal competition of the third heavenly layer. The nascent soul stage of the third heavenly layer originally had 30 senior disciples. Including you 7 rookies, there are a total of 37 people. Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine. Then he continued, and these 30 old disciples have basically been nurtured by the Purple Cloud sect for hundreds of years, some for 1,000 or 2,000 years. The news that I inquired about just now, these people, there are 5 who already cleared the Heavenspan Mountain 7th checkpoint. The rest all cleared the Heavenspan Mountain 6th round. Jiang Xi held his breath. Fuck, how could he still fight? According to the rules of the Cloud Peak competition, the 37 nascent soul stage disciples of the third heavenly layer would have to choose the strongest 4. Then they would have to compete with the nascent soul stage disciples of the fourth heavenly layer. Now that the third heavenly layer disciples were so strong, the rookies could not see any hope. What's wrong? Feeling discouraged? Wine Sword Immortal smiled and asked. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and nodded. It's very normal. How many years have you all been cultivating in the Purple Cloud sect? Generally, disciples who can enter the third heavenly layer through the 9 regions genius competition. After cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years, they can basically pass the 6th round. Wine Sword Immortal was calmer than Jiang Xi. With their talent, they should have already broken through to the primordial soul stage, right? Jiang Xi did not understand. Why do they have to break through? Wine Sword Immortal laughed and explained, you have to know that once they break through, they will compete with the primordial soul stage disciples. If they compete with the primordial spirit disciples, they will lose their advantage. Secondly, only nascent soul stage disciples can accept various cultivation missions and earn large amounts of points. Moreover, many nascent soul stage disciples hope to build a stronger foundation so that they can go further in the future. Therefore, very few people are willing to break through right away. Hearing this, Jiang Xi understood a little. He could also understand the actions of these senior disciples. If he had to choose, he would do the same. Regardless of the importance of building a foundation, the large amount of points from the cultivation missions was enough. Of course, the Purple Cloud sect was also worried that the disciples would maliciously accumulate points. Therefore, there was a limit to the number of missions accepted. Nascent soul stage disciples could accept a maximum of 10 cultivation missions every 100 years. Moreover, the normal, difficult, dangerous, and hell levels difficulty levels also had limits to the number of missions. The higher the difficulty level of the mission, the fewer the number of missions one could accept. With your strength, staying in the third heavenly layer world for this Cloud Peak competition is definitely not difficult. The other rookies are in trouble, Wine Sword Immortal said. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Apart from him, only Mu Ning had passed the 6th round of the Heavenspan Mountain some time ago. But those who had just passed were definitely not as good as those senior disciples with deep foundations. As for Mo Hong, Li Xianxian and the rest, there was even less hope. The number of rounds in the Heavenspan Mountain largely reflected one's Dao technique strength. Naturally, the higher the round, the stronger one's strength. The biggest competition for you is the 5 senior disciples who passed the 7th round of the Heavenspan Mountain. However, this is your first time participating in the Cloud Peak competition, and there is basically no hope of entering the 4th heavenly layer. Therefore, I only have one request for you, and that is to enter the top 4 in the 3rd heavenly layer world, Wine Sword Immortal suddenly said seriously. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. When Wine Sword Immortal's phantom image disappeared, he was still deep in thought. Finally, his gaze became extremely determined. If I want to do it, I will do my best. Compared to Ji Wei and the rest in the previous 9 regions genius competition, my cultivation was too short. Even with the help of the experience points panel, my strength was still lacking compared to them in the end. But now, after more than 100 years of cultivation, my foundation has also become stronger. Then I will strive to enter the 4th heavenly layer this time. There are still more than 5 years before the Cloud Peak competition begins. I can still improve further. In terms of close combat strength, he had already reached a bottleneck. Unless all his Dao techniques entered the Great Dao level, then he could continue to improve his Dao pattern techniques. The only thing he could improve now was his Dao technique attacks. And among the 4 Great Dao techniques, the one that had the most hope of improving was the Sword Dao. Therefore Jiang Xi put all his focus on the Green Lotus Sword Dao. The Sword Dao was a Dao technique, a theory. And the Green Lotus Sword Dao was the application method, technique, and related to actual combat. The higher his mastery of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, the stronger his actual combat application of the Sword Dao would naturally be. Chapter 417. After the announcement of the Cloud Apex tournament, Jiang Xi wasn't the only one working hard. The other nascent soul disciples from the other worlds were also working hard. Even Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng, who often came to meet Jiang Xi, were cultivating crazily. In order to quickly improve the Green Lotus Sword Dao, Jiang Xi also increased the frequency of asking the Wine Sword Immortal for advice while deducing his Sword Dao. Moreover, his affinity with the Dao was 12 times higher than before. His improvement was even faster now. Therefore, when Jiang Xi asked the Wine Sword Immortal a question, the Wine Sword Immortal didn't dare to believe Jiang Xi's improvement. Jiang Xi, are you sure you've comprehended the 119th transformation of the Green Lotus? He knew that when Jiang Xi left the Dou Pattern continent, he received guidance from True Monarch 6 Virtuous and comprehended the 118th transformation of the Green Lotus. However, only 3 months had passed since then. When Jiang Xi displayed the 4th transformation of the Green Lotus, the Wine Sword Immortal shook his head repeatedly. This speed of improvement really scared him. Others' cultivation speed was getting slower and slower, but Jiang Xi's speed was getting faster and faster. According to the normal development path of the Purple Heaven Sect's core disciples, their cultivation speed should be the fastest in the ancient Dao source world. However, Jiang Xi broke this phenomenon. First of all, his cultivation speed in the Dou Pattern continent was faster than 30 years in the ancient Dao source world. Then Jiang Xi's cultivation speed was actually faster than in the Dou Pattern continent. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't understand. No one knew the reason except for Jiang Xi himself. It was because he used all his resources and energy on his Sword Dao cultivation. In the past he walked 4 Dao paths at the same time. Now he focused on the Sword Dao path. Therefore his cultivation speed was faster. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xi had returned from the Dou Pattern continent for half a year. Skyspan Mountain River Diagram, the Starry Sky continent where the 44 Skyspan Mountains were located. Jiang Xi's figure appeared out of thin air. He first bowed to the black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian. Greetings, Lord Mountain Guardian. Jiang Xi? I remember you haven't been here for almost 80 years? The Lord Mountain Guardian was very surprised. 78 years. Are you confident of passing the 7th stage this time? Give it a try. Ah, that means you're confident. The Lord Mountain Guardian laughed. Then he said, go on, there's no one on the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain right now. Jiang Xi nodded and flew away. Seeing Jiang Xi's figure, the mountain keeper's interest was piqued. Based on this kid's style, he wouldn't have come here if he wasn't confident. If he could really pass the 7th level, he would surpass Ji Wei. Coincidentally, it's also the Cloud Top competition. There's going to be a good show to watch. The 7th pass of the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain Illusory Space. When the black-armored gatekeeper saw Jiang Xi, he frowned slightly. You're here to challenge my 7th level again? You don't have any sword intent on you. It seems like you haven't made a breakthrough in your Dao. I advise you to come back after you've made a breakthrough. I wonder if this counts as a breakthrough? Jiang Xi smiled faintly. The Dao runes of the Vajra Dao circulated. The gatekeeper was clearly surprised. He remembered that Jiang Xi had originally walked on 3 paths of Dao. Now he was on the 4th path. In addition to the path of body refinement, he now had 5 paths. This kid was really taking a different path. The other young people were all advancing along the path of Dao, but Jiang Xi was constantly opening up new paths. It seems like you're very confident. Then let me see how much your strength has increased, the gatekeeper said seriously. He suddenly drew his sword, and sword intent filled the entire space. At the 7th level, the gatekeeper could unleash a Dao slightly higher than an ordinary 7th level Great Dao cultivator. Jiang Xi wasn't afraid of him. Sword light scattered, and a green lotus appeared. At the same time he used the Dao fusion technique. With the Dao of the sword as the core, Gale, Leaf Fire, and Vajra were like lotus leaves, clustered around the sword Dao green lotus. In the next moment, sword chi rampaged. The power of each sword chi was no weaker than the gatekeeper's sword intent attack. The fusion of 4 paths. The gatekeeper was shocked to be able to walk on 4 paths of Dao at the same time was already very illogical. It was very abnormal. To be able to achieve the fusion of 4 paths of Dao. Freak. The gatekeeper commented in his heart, but he didn't show any mercy. Accompanied by sword intent, he turned into a sword light and attacked Jiang Xi directly. Close combat? Jiang Xi smiled. He didn't plan to engage in close combat this time. He only wanted to test the strength of his Dao. The result of the fusion of the 4 Daos was a basic spiritual energy amplitude 4. His basic spiritual power amplitude was 2,000 times. Now it had become 8,000 times. It greatly exceeded the gatekeepers by 7,300 times. Green Lotus. He attacked with all his strength. Suddenly 120 green lotuses appeared. The space trembled and the sword light became even more dazzling. Swoosh, swoosh. What? The gatekeeper was shocked. 120 green lotuses meant that there were 120 transformations. This meant that Jiang Xi had already begun to comprehend the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. In terms of actual combat application of Sword Dao, Jiang Xi also had the strength to pass the 7th level. Bam! Countless sword chi, after destroying the gatekeeper's sword intent, landed on the gatekeeper's body. The gatekeeper was dead. The 7th level passed. Jiang Xi directly left the illusory space and flew toward the 8th level of the Green Lotus towering mountain with a calm expression. He could be calm, but it didn't mean that others could be so. On the platform in front of the 44 towering mountains, the gatekeeper was shocked. Fusion of 4 paths. This young man is walking so many paths at the same time. Isn't he afraid that the difficulty will increase when he becomes an immortal? When he saw that Jiang Xi had successfully passed the level, he reacted again. In the 7th level, he hasn't shown the close combat strength of the path of body refinement. I don't know if he can pass the 8th level. The gatekeeper couldn't help but look forward to it. For countless years, it was rare to see such an interesting young man. Green Lotus towering mountain, the 8th level of the illusory space. To be able to pass the 8th level at the nascent soul stage, your talent is very strong. At present, among the nascent soul stage core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, only one person has passed the 8th level. However, you can't pass the 8th level with just your Dao strength. The gatekeeper said with a straight face. Of course he could think of what the gatekeeper could think of. Let's give it a try first. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. The difficulty of the towering mountain increased by a level every 3 levels. However, the overall difficulty increased with each level. The increase in difficulty from the 7th level to the 8th level was still very abnormal. Close combat. His physical strength was comparable to 10 times that of a supreme-grade spirit weapon, which gave him great strength and speed. His figure directly cut through the space and charged straight at the gatekeeper with a wisp of sword light. However, the gatekeeper's action was very simple. He drew his sword. The sword intent permeated the space, turning into countless sword shadows, and then came in front of Jiang Xi. Clang, clang. After the sword intent attack landed on Jiang Xi, there was a huge vibration. What a powerful attack! Riverward discovered that cracks were beginning to appear on his body. Moreover, these attacks slowed down his speed, making it difficult for him to use his close combat strength. Swoosh. Before Jiang Xi could react, Jiang Xi was stunned. He saw a cold light directly pass through his throat. The 8th level failed. However, Jiang Xi didn't feel any disappointment. Instead he smiled. He was first. Among the new disciples, he was the first to pass the 7th level of the towering mountain. Chapter 418. Although he failed the 8th stage, he still surpassed that talented Ji Wei. Interesting. The Lord Guardian shook his head. Ji Wei's talent had been proven in the 9 Regions Genius Battle and was favored by the upper echelons of the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi could only be considered outstanding at that time. Compared to Ji Wei, he was still far from being noticed by the upper echelons. Because in the long river of time, there were too many outstanding geniuses like Jiang Xi. If one did not become an immortal, they were not worth paying attention to. But later, Jiang Xi's performance became more and more heaven-defying, becoming stronger step by step. Now he had surpassed Ji Wei. People like him who were getting stronger and stronger were more worth looking forward to. The Lord Guardian quickly spread the news that Jiang Xi had passed the 7th stage of the Sky Ascension Mountain. This was especially true for nascent soul disciples who were at the 3rd and 4th heavenly layers. Purple Heaven sect's 4th level world, a strange planet filled with spirit energy that was like a world of ice and snow. This was the cave abode of the 4th level disciple, Kuang Lang. What? Kuang Lang stood in the snow, somewhat deranged. He could not understand. 100 years ago the two of them were about the same. In the 9 Regions Genius Battle he even defeated Jiang Xi. However, Riverward quickly left him in the dust, unable to catch up even if he wanted to. Now Jiang Xi was already at the 7th stage. He had only passed the 5th stage of the Sky Ascension Mountain. I want to be famous in the universe. I want to stand at the peak of the universe. Calm down, calm down. I can't fight for victory or defeat. I can't be affected by him. Kuang Lang's aura gradually calmed down. Those who could enter the 4th level were definitely not fools. Although he was arrogant, he also knew how to endure and keep a low profile. He knew the importance of mental state. Another purple planet in the 4th level. This was Ji Wei's cave abode. A cold young man with a strand of white hair on his forehead was usually very calm, but today, he had a blank expression on his face. He was a determined person. The hatred in his heart and his childhood experience made him extremely thirsty for power, and he fought to be first step by step. Therefore, from the moment he stepped on the path of cultivation, no matter where he was, he had always been first. Now, he had been surpassed. He was no longer first. Who? A cold-faced young man appeared out of thin air on this purple planet and came in front of Ji Wei. This was a Tao immortal perfected lord, Ji Wei's master. Why haven't you woken up yet? The cold-looking young man shouted. Master. Ji Wei stared blankly for a moment before bowing respectfully. Greetings, master. How does it feel to be surpassed? The cold youth asked. Ji Wei was silent. Are you still holding on? The cold youth asked again. Ji Wei's gaze became resolute again. He shook his head and said, I've decided to focus on the Tao of space. Once the path is clear, I'll focus on the Tao of time. That's right. A smile appeared on the grim youth's face. Your talent in the area of space is not much different from those geniuses that appear once every 10 million years. If you focus on the Tao of space, your chances of becoming a grand Tao immortal will be very high. Therefore, you should be glad that you have Jiang Xi as your opponent. His rise has awakened you and allowed you to correct your mistake in time. Ji Wei's eyes flickered. Jiang Xi? Indeed, he had to thank Jiang Xi. If he hadn't woken up and continued to cultivate time and space at the same time, the speed at which his strength increased would have been slower and slower. By the time he underwent tribulation and became an immortal, perhaps Jiang Xi would have already become a grand Tao immortal. I won't admit defeat. Other than Ji Wei, Kuang Lang, and Yan Jiufeng, there were 3 other senior disciples at the nascent soul stage of the 4th heaven. Their strength and foundation were not something that the new disciples could compare to. Therefore, when they heard that Jiang Xi had passed the 7th stage of the sky-piercing mountain, they didn't have much of a reaction. In comparison, the 30 nascent soul stage senior disciples at the 3rd heaven were shocked. A newcomer who had only been in the Purple Heaven sect for 100 years had passed the 7th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. How long had these senior disciples been in the Purple Heaven sect? Some were a few hundred years, while others were a few thousand years. But now, only 5 of them had passed the 7th stage. A strong opponent. Originally, many people didn't treat these new disciples as opponents, but now, everyone took them seriously. At the 5th heaven, in an immortal's abode surrounded by clouds. Immortal Wu Ye's eyes were cold. A bone-chilling killing intent filled the entire abode world. With this kind of talent, if I let it develop, I really won't have any chance. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual, the hope of becoming a Tao Lord. I must get it. I must. At the 3rd heaven, Lil Pi continent, Jiang Xi's abode. Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng's reactions were different from the others. After hearing the news, they immediately came to find him. The top 10 of this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament, The two of them and Jiang Xi belonged to a small group. Mo Hong, Feng Lu, Li Xianxian and Lin Ling were also a small group. For example, Ji Wei, Kuang Lang and Bloodchild were all solo cultivators. Therefore, Mu Ning and Yen Jiufeng didn't treat Jiang Xi as an outsider. Jiang Xi, leave a way out for others. Mu Ning shouted. He never hid anything. That's right, the 7th stage. I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate for another 100 or 200 years before I have any hope of passing this stage. Yen Jiufeng had the intention of following her husband. No choice, we're all geniuses. Shameless. Shameless. Jiang Xi only chuckled and didn't say anything. The three of them chatted for a while before Yen Jiufeng suddenly sighed. I'm in trouble this time. When the cloud competition arrives, my 4th heaven disciple status will become a 3rd heaven disciple. That's good, you can accompany me. Mu Ning immediately followed. Scram. It seemed like her depression was fake. Her temper was still fiery. Right now, everyone is working hard to cultivate. I'm going to cultivate too. This time, I have to at least stay in the 3rd heaven. I don't want to be eliminated to the 2nd heaven. That would be embarrassing. Yen Jiufeng said again. I'm leaving too. Mu Ning also ended the transmission. The spirit spring beside Daodu Palace quieted down again. Jiang Xi lightly shook his head. It wouldn't be easy for these two to stay in the 3rd heaven. 4th heaven. I can't relax either. If I want to enter the 4th heaven, I have to deal with the 3rd heaven opponents first. Through the information provided by his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, he had a deeper understanding of his opponents. Among the 3rd heaven nascent soul stage disciples, the 5 senior disciples who had passed the 7th stage were Gu Xing, Bei Dongping, Ming Chen, Wu Heng, and Bai Ying. These 5 people all had rich battle experience. Especially Gu Xing, who cultivated the Saber Dao and had strong battle strength. The other 4 had their own methods and were hard to deal with. Compared to them, what I lack is battle experience. So it's better to combine theory and practice. In order to improve my Sword Dao, I still need a lot of battles. This was something that he had planned. After passing the 7th stage of the sky-piercing mountain, he would start to take on cultivation missions. Nascent soul stage disciples could take on 10 cultivation missions every 100 years. He had only taken on 1 mission in the battle pattern continent. He couldn't waste such an opportunity. Not only could he increase his strength, but he could also gain a lot of points. Points were wealth. Chapter 419. Dangerous Mission, Clear Moon Mystic Realm Mission Location, Purple Heaven Sect's 3rd Heaven Mission Objective, Obtain 3 Clear Moonstones Mission Reward, 30,000 points. Jiang Xi had a rough idea of the situation after hiding in the Clear Moon Mystic Realm for 10 days. There were countless miracles in the universe. For example, this strange place had given birth to a special human-like life form, the Clear Moon race. The common characteristic of this race was their slightly translucent blue skin. When they reached adulthood, short wings would grow from their shoulders, and many mysterious patterns would appear on their faces. The Clear Moon race is born at the Golden Core stage and can reach the Nascent Soul stage when they reach adulthood. Those with strong talents can even reach the Primordial Soul stage when they reach adulthood. However, the universe is fair. It is extremely difficult for this kind of race with heaven-defying talents to reproduce. There are less than 10 billion individuals in the entire race. Jiang Xi hid at the bottom of a bottomless lake and observed a group of Clear Moon race cultivators cultivating on the lake's surface. The 2 Clear Moon race cultivators in the lead exuded an aura that even Jiang Xi was wary of. One of them was at the late-stage Dao integration stage, while the other was at the early-stage Dao integration stage. The rest were at the Primordial Soul stage. This is the season for the Clear Moon race to lay their eggs. Once I succeed, I will escape immediately. After a period of hiding and investigating, Jiang Xi discovered that the Clear Moon stone his mission target was looking for was actually an egg laid by a Dao integration cultivator from the Clear Moon race. I wonder what the Clear Moon stone is used for? He did not find any information about the item in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault. It seemed like it was a cultivation resource that an immortal Dao cultivator needed. He waited for about 10 hours. Suddenly, the aura of one of the Clear Moon race cultivators started to rise steadily. Early-stage Dao integration, mid-stage Dao integration, late-stage Dao integration. His aura suddenly fell to the early-stage Primordial Soul stage. Then, a blue crystal fell from the Dao integration stage Pure Moon tribe member's forehead. It exuded a mysterious aura. Clear Moon Stone. Now is the time. Jiang Xi's figure flashed at the bottom of the lake. After using the Dao pattern to refine his body, his speed was comparable to a late-stage Dao integration cultivator. Before that late-stage Dao integration cultivator could react, he grabbed the clear moonstone and left. Cultivator. Damn it. Kill him. Angry voices, accompanied by strange roars, resounded through the sky. Run. Jiang Xi didn't want to continue fighting either. Instead, he used his powerful physique to withstand the attack of the Pure Moon Tribe cultivator and disappeared. He left behind a group of angry Pure Moon clan beings. At the same time, they were also shocked because Jiang Xi's body was too strong. It was rare to see such an experienced person. In the end, Jiang Xi spent 2 months and completed the Clear Moon Mystic Realm mission. In fact, according to his plan, 1 month was enough. Later on, the Pure Moon clan had become more vigilant, making it difficult for him to make a move. When he obtained the 3rd Clear Moon Stone, more than 10 Dao integration cultivators from the Pure Moon tribe were waiting for him. If his body wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have survived. After completing the mission, he received 30,000 points. Then he accepted the next dangerous mission, Vero Planet Cultivation Mission. This time it only took him a month to complete it and he obtained 10,000 points in the end. After that, Jiang Xi turned into a quest maniac. One cultivation mission after another, all of which were dangerous. In such a mission he had indeed improved. The various combat environments, different races, and different opponents made his combat experience much richer. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Jiang Xi had already completed 6 dangerous missions. When the news of him accepting dangerous missions and succeeding in every one of them spread, even many senior disciples were shocked. Many people had the same thought, is this guy crazy? According to the rules set by the Purple Heaven sect, only core disciples at the nascent soul stage were qualified to accept all kinds of cultivation missions. Core disciples at the essence soul stage were sent out to various places to train. Core disciples at the Dao integration stage had to undergo the final life or death experience. Therefore, if nascent soul stage disciples wanted to earn a lot of points, they could only do so through cultivation missions. However, very few people were as crazy as Jiang Xi and did all the dangerous missions. The mortality rate of the dangerous missions was 50%. On this day, after Jiang Xi completed his mission and was about to accept the next one, the Wine Sword Immortal took the initiative to look for him. The Wine Sword Immortal, who had always been unrestrained, looked extremely serious this time. You are reckless. With your strength, doing a dangerous mission is very challenging. You don't have to worry too much about your life, so I won't say anything. But this time, if you want to do a hell rank mission, you are too reckless. He was very concerned about Jiang Xi. Not only because Jiang Xi's sword Dao was very similar to the sword Dao of his late Dao partner, Lian Rong. Also, after the two became master and disciple, this relationship was destined to last for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even endless years. With such a relationship, the two of them could be said to be truly close. Master, how did you know I want to take a hell mission? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. In the three-dimensional phantom in front of him, a list of hell missions was displayed, and he hadn't decided which one to choose. How did the Wine Sword Immortal know? You have only been in the Purple Heaven sect for 100 years, and you want to take a hell mission. Naturally, it alarmed some of the higher-ups, so they sent me a message. The Wine Sword Immortal explained. Then he frowned and said, do you know what a hell mission represents? It's a narrow escape, but I have confidence. Jiang Xi was very calm and his tone was also very firm. Very good, the strong should have this kind of firm belief. The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled, very satisfied with Jiang Xi's attitude. However, no matter what you do, I only hope one thing, and that is you must come back alive. Master, don't worry. Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. After ending the message, he first pondered for a long time. The Wine Sword Immortal's words just now to him were a reminder with a caring nature. Chapter 420. What did he rely on to become stronger? Of course, it was the experience panel. In just 200 years, he had grown from an ordinary person to a powerhouse comparable to the Tao integration stage. Was it fast? Very fast. But Jiang Xi felt that this was not enough. It was still too slow. He needed to improve faster. Now, only by entering the fourth heaven could he get a better cultivation environment and resources. If he missed this opportunity, he could only wait another 100 years. The difference between the third heavenly layer and the fourth heavenly layer was simply the cultivation environment. A third heaven disciples' cave abode was a small starry sky continent. A fourth heaven disciples' cave abode was a planet with rich spirit chi. It was said that the spirit chi could reach the point of forming a river. But here he only had a small spirit spring. In addition, after becoming a fourth heaven disciple, he was qualified to have a guardian of the tribulation transcendent realm. In addition to these, there was also a gap in resources. For example, the most common one was the limit of taking cultivation missions. According to the division of the heaven, a fourth heaven nascent soul disciple could take up to 3 hell-level missions. A third heaven disciple could take up to 2, a second heaven disciple could only take up 1, and a first heaven disciple was not qualified to take a hell-level mission. Obviously, with the strength of a first-layer Yuaning stage disciple, to do a hell-level mission was simply to throw away his life. The limit of the number of missions reflected the gap in resource allocation. Because the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. For an ordinary mission, the reward was usually a few hundred points. For a difficult mission, the reward was usually a few thousand points. For a dangerous mission, the lowest reward was 10,000 points and the highest was 100,000 points. For a hell-level mission, the lowest reward was 100,000 points and the highest reward was hundreds of thousands or millions. And for a purple heaven sect disciple, points were wealth. They could be used to buy various cultivation resources in the treasure pavilion. 1 point was equal to 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals. It was worth mentioning that many cultivation methods and magic treasures in the treasure pavilion of the Purple Heaven sect required the right to purchase. For example, the Red Heaven Sword, a low-grade immortal artifact, could only be bought by disciples above the third heaven. And he bought it with 100,000 points, which was equivalent to only spending 10 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Outside, a nascent soul cultivator wanted to buy an immortal artifact? It was simply a fool's dream. Even if he had 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals, he might not be able to buy it. It was priceless. And this was only the treatment of a third heavenly layer disciple. A fourth heavenly layer disciple could obviously buy better things. I must enter the fourth layer of heaven this time. If you want to become stronger, you need more pressure. Hell rank missions are indeed very dangerous. There is a 90% chance of death. But that's only for normal core disciples. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with confidence. No one knew his true strength. Even the Wine Sword Immortal only knew that his Dao technique strength was barely comparable to an early-stage Dao integration cultivator. But in terms of close combat, no one knew. When he returned from the battle pattern continent the last time, although that Immortal knew that he had become a 3-striped battle spirit, he didn't know exactly how strong he was. This was because it was extremely rare to use 4 Dao arts to refine one's body. The entire battlesuit continent had been passed down for countless years, but only the fallen 5 elements battlesuit Dao Lord had been able to refine his body using 5 Daos. However, I still have to be careful. I'm only looking for pressure, not death. Jiang Xi continued to browse the mission information in the 3D illusion in front of him. The Yellow Springs ancient land is located in the Ksitigarbha world of Buddhism. The Sword Tomb is located in the Sealed Sword world of the Sword's Gate. The Myriad Mountain Starry Sea is located in the third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. The Devilish Prison is located in the 9 Abyss secret realm of the Hunyuan sect. There were a total of 21 hell rank missions, and several of them interested Jiang Xi. For example, the Yellow Spring ancient land. There was a yellow spring in the underworld. Could this yellow spring be related to the Fengdu secret realm on Earth? There was also the Sword Tomb ruins. He cultivated the Sword Dao, so he should be able to gain something there. Which one should he choose? Jiang Xi pondered for a while and finally chose the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea mission. Because it was close, he wouldn't waste time. The 2 missions were in the Buddhist sect and the Sword sect star field respectively. It would be inconvenient if he went there. In less than 5 years, the Cloud Top competition would begin. He didn't have much time to waste. After making his decision, he chose to accept the mission. Jiang Xi, are you sure you want to choose the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea mission, Hell rank? Please consider carefully. A message popped up in the 3D illusion. Yes. Jiang Xi chose yes 3 times in a row. Mission accepted successfully. The cultivation center indicated that he would depart in 3 days. Hell rank mission, Myriad Mountain Starry Sea mission location. Third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect mission details. 1. Survive in the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea for half a year and obtain 100,000 points. 2. Survive in the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea for 5 years and obtain 500,000 points. This was a survival mission. It seemed simple, but when Jiang Xi finished reading the detailed introduction of the mission, he knew that this mission was not simple. After all, the reward was too high. Just surviving for half a year and he would obtain 100,000 points and an immortal artifact. For the next 3 days, Jiang Xi accompanied Jiang Dudu. The two of them were going to say goodbye again. 10 years ago, the fifth spirit chi recovery on Earth caused a huge change in the environment of Earth. Some people and things began to stir. Someone had to return to Earth to take charge of the overall situation. Now he, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai were all cultivating in their respective sections. Before they succeeded in their cultivation, they couldn't leave. This heavy responsibility fell on Jiang Dudu. This was because Jiang Daodu had entered the Purple Heaven sect through the introduction of special talents. Disciples who belonged to the business type did not need to abide by the rules of cultivation and could leave at any time. Some time ago, Jiang Dudu had already applied to return to the Blue Star to actually run the Mountain Sea Star trade. This application had been approved by the Purple Heaven sect. I'm leaving. You must take care of yourself. Jiang Dudu stared into Jiang Xi's eyes. Don't worry. As long as I don't meet an immortal expert, I'm confident. You, on the other hand, when you go back, teach those people a lesson. Jiang Xi said with a smile. Humph, just a lesson? Brother, you're still too soft-hearted. Jiang Dudu said with a murderous look. Ah, do as you see fit. Those people can't come out anyway. Jiang Xi shook his head and smiled. Then Jiang Dudu left the Third Heaven sect through the teleportation array on the Lil Pi continent. The teleportation array on this continent could only be used within the territory of the Purple Heaven sect. If one wanted to leave the Purple Heaven sect, they had to go through the Purple Heaven sect's large starry sky teleportation platform. Jiang Xi watched Jiang Dudu leave. Although he was reluctant to part with her, he wasn't too worried. Because with Jiang Dudu's strength, she could easily suppress the current changes on Earth. 10 years ago, when Earth's spirit chi recovered for the 5th time, Jiang Dudu also went through a deep sleep and her cultivation had risen to the nascent soul late stage. Jiang Xi was no longer surprised by this phenomenon. Like him, Jiang Dudu was hiding a big secret. However, these secrets were not something that he could find out with his current strength. Chapter 421. After Jiang Daodu left, a young man wearing a Taoist robe came to Jiang Xi's cave residence. His body exuded the pressure of an immortal powerhouse. He was a tribulation transcender. According to the rules of the Purple Heaven sect, dangerous and hell-level cultivation missions could only be carried out by disciples of the Nascent Soul sect. Nascent Soul stage disciples were not allowed to go to the mission destination on their own. They had to be sent there by someone designated by the sect. The Tao integration stage disciples were the ones who delivered the dangerous missions to the mission locations. Hell-level missions were escorted by tribulation transcender powerhouses. This was because the teleportation coordinates of these mission locations were all top secret. Nascent soul stage disciples were not qualified to know. Of course, when the mission was over and they knew the coordinates of their cave residence, there was no need for others to pick them up. Jiang Xi was also aware of this, so he had already mentally prepared himself. He respectfully bowed to the young man in the Taoist robe. Jiang Xi greets Uncle Master. The young man in the Taoist robe smiled. This time, I will escort you to the myriad mountain star sea. Jiang Xi quickly thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Master. The young man in the Taoist robe shook his head. You don't have to be so polite. These are the orders of the sect. If a third heaven disciple wants to go to the myriad mountain star sea to gain experience, I will personally send them there. That's what I should do. I'll have to trouble Uncle Master to make a trip. Jiang Xi was not an arrogant person. He would not be arrogant just because he was talented. The person in front of him was an immortal. The young man in the Taoist robe smiled gently. Jiang Xi's polite and respectful attitude made him feel very comfortable. Although he was an immortal powerhouse, he was only an ordinary tribulation transcender. In terms of status in the Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Xi was actually about the same as him. In a sense, Jiang Xi's status was even higher than his. This was because Jiang Xi was valued by many higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect. Those who could be called higher-ups were naturally powerhouses at the Tao Immortal True Monarch level. For example, True Monarch 6 Virtuous and True Monarch Iron Mountain. In particular, True Monarch 6 Virtuous was in existence second only to Tao Monarchs in the Purple Heaven sect. The matter of Jiang Xi receiving guidance from True Monarch 6 Virtuous had already spread among the immortal powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect. Furthermore, some time ago, Jiang Xi cleared the Heavenspan Mountain's 7th stage, displaying powerful talent. This caused a stir in the Purple Heaven sect. Then, the young man in the Taoist robe made a gesture with both hands and formed a set of teleportation coordinates that Jiang Xi could not understand at all. The teleportation array activated and the two of them disappeared from the teleportation array of the Lil Pi continent. The myriad mountain starry sea was located in the depths of the third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. It had existed for a very long time. It was said that the Almighty of the Purple Heaven sect had used this as a foundation to establish the third heaven world. At this moment, in the starry sky, on a huge teleportation platform, two figures emerged from the teleportation light. They were Jiang Xi and the Taoist robe youth. "This is the myriad mountain star sea." The Taoist robed young man smiled. Jiang Xi looked at the space wonder in astonishment. In the starry sky in front of the teleportation platform, countless starry sky mountains formed a strange and mysterious universe secret realm. Every mountain in the starry sky was thousands or even tens of thousands of times larger than a star. The periphery of these starry sky mountains was densely covered with nebulas, and many stars in the universe were circling around. Those stars in the universe that were many times larger than Earth seemed very small compared to the starry sky mountains. According to the mission information, there are many indigenous cultivators living on these stars. Unlike the Doe Pattern continent, the indigenous races of the myriad mountain star sea have already submitted to the Purple Heaven sect. Many powerful indigenous cultivators will choose to enter the myriad mountain star sea to gain experience. As long as they survive in the myriad mountain star sea for a month, they will be qualified to join the Purple Heaven sect and become an inner disciple. This information appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. In the starry sky at the edge of the myriad mountain star sea, there were many huge palaces floating. Each palace was overseen by an immortal Tao powerhouse. Among them, one of the palaces was obviously larger, with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. One of the four entrances to the myriad mountain star sea was located here at this time. Thousands of indigenous cultivators in strange clothes were gathered on the first floor of this palace. These natives looked similar to humans, but there were some differences in the details. They were all waiting to enter the myriad mountain star sea to gain experience. On the other side of the palace, there was a transparent barrier wall. Only when the barrier was opened could one enter the myriad mountain star sea. In front of the barrier wall stood a team of Tao integration stage black-robed men. "Sir, when can we enter?" a young and energetic indigenous cultivator asked loudly. "Only those who have reached 10,000 can enter," the leader of the black-robed men answered expressionlessly. Many indigenous cultivators began to discuss in low voices. "The Purple Heaven sect is really domineering. The myriad mountain star sea is our ancestral land. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked them to be so powerful? I heard that even in the vast universe, the Purple Heaven sect is one of the top forces. Let's try to survive for a month in this survival training. By then, we can apply to become an inner disciple of the Purple Heaven sect and not be trapped in the myriad mountain star sea." You make it sound easy. The death rate of this survival training is too high. With my primordial soul stage strength, I can't guarantee that I can survive for 10 days. Life is the most important thing. If we encounter danger, we should quickly retreat. The indigenous cultivators discussed animatedly. Of course, the black-robed men guarding the barrier wall could hear these discussions, but no one paid any attention to them. There had been too many such complaints over the countless years. One was slapping the other. Although the Purple Heaven sect was domineering to the indigenous cultivators of the myriad mountain star sea, they had also given them a chance. There were billions of people in the universe, and it was very difficult to become an official disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. As for the indigenous cultivators, they only needed to complete the survival training to be able to enter the Purple Heaven sect. When Jiang Xi and the young man in the Taoist robe arrived at the main hall, the black-robed Tao integration cultivators immediately flew up to greet them. Jiang Xi only glanced at the indigenous cultivators curiously. Then, together with the young man in the Taoist robe, he followed the leader of the black-robed men and went straight to the second floor of the palace. This scene attracted the attention of all the indigenous cultivators. Who is that black-haired young man? He's only at the nascent soul stage. How can a Tao integration cultivator personally welcome him? No, he's an immortal. The one wearing the Taoist robe beside him is an immortal. Hiss, I guess he should be a core disciple of the third or fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. He's the noblest existence among the nascent soul stage disciples. His status is comparable to that of an immortal. A Tao integration cultivator took a deep breath and said. The indigenous cultivators became even more shocked. An immortal was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the entire myriad mountain star sea. However, this immortal was like the black-haired young man's guard. A moment later, a black-robed man flew down from the second floor of the palace. He said to the thousands of indigenous cultivators, "You're in luck. Senior brother Jiang Xi has come to the myriad mountain star sea to train. Therefore, there's no need to wait for the number of people to reach 10,000. You can enter the myriad mountain star sea in advance now." The indigenous cultivators immediately became happy and even more shocked at the same time. A Dao integration cultivator calling a nascent soul cultivator senior brother? That black-haired young man was indeed the core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Chapter 422. The black-robed man spoke again. "Now, line up and receive your identity badges. Remember, everyone will receive a silver badge. And that noble core disciple just now was carrying a gold badge. According to the rules, if you can kill a core disciple, you will receive a gold badge. If you obtain a gold badge, you can directly become a core disciple of the first heaven of the Purple Heaven sect." In front of the huge barrier wall, thousands of natives immediately became excited. At this time, everyone's complaints and dissatisfaction were swept away, and they were full of fighting spirit. If they wanted to join the Purple Heaven sect, there were two ways: survive in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for a month, or kill the core disciples who were training in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. This was a rule that had been passed down for countless years, but it was very rare to encounter core disciples who came here to train. Now they had encountered it. This was their chance. These natives who could come here to train were not weak, and the weakest was at the nascent soul stage. There were many people at the essence soul stage and Dao integration stage. It was too easy to kill a core disciple at the nascent soul stage. In contrast, surviving in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for a month was obviously more difficult. Therefore, many of them excitedly received their identity badges, passed through the barrier, and entered the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. On the second floor of the palace, the Dao integration stage leader of the black-robed men was unusually respectful to Jiang Xi. 3 days ago, I heard that senior brother Jiang Xi would come to the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, but I didn't expect you to come so soon, the leader of the black-robed men said with a smile. Jiang Xi smiled. It seemed that everything was different after he passed the 7th level of the Tongtian mountain. Under normal circumstances, when a third heaven nascent soul stage disciple came to the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for a mission, only one Dao integration stage black-robed man would welcome him. Now, after he came, all the black-robed men came to welcome him. This was already the treatment of a 4th heaven nascent soul stage disciple, and it was the highest standard. "This is your identity badge, please keep it." The leader of the black-robed men took out a gold badge and handed it to Jiang Xi at the same time. He reminded him, "In the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, you must be careful of those natives. As long as they kill you and get your identity badge, they can join the Purple Heaven sect." "I'm aware of that." Jiang Xi nodded. The quest had mentioned this. Jiang Xi, don't underestimate these natives. In the past, many of the nascent soul realm core disciples that came here for experiential learning ended up falling into the hands of these natives. The tribulation immortal Taoist robed youth smiled from the side. "That's right. Although most of the natives are at the nascent soul stage, there are also many primordial soul stage and Dao integration stage natives who are very powerful. Of course, senior brother can also take action to kill them. Every single native has a silver emblem on them. As long as you can gather 10,000 silver badges, you can obtain the additional reward for this cultivation mission." The black-clothed man's leader said with a solemn expression. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. "Additional reward?" Then he simply refined the golden badge, passed through the boundary wall, and officially entered the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea. At the same time, at the edge of the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, in another inconspicuous palace, a skinny old man sat high above the palace. He was a tribulation transcender expert. Below him, 6 native cultivators were kneeling. 3 of them were at the early stage Dao integration stage, and the other 3 were at the late stage primordial soul stage. "This is your target. Kill him, and in addition to becoming a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, you can also obtain a low-grade immortal artifact." The skinny old man's tone was calm. With a wave of his hand, the phantom image of a black-haired youth appeared in front of the 6 native cultivators. They looked at each other with excitement hidden in their eyes. A low-grade immortal artifact, an immortal treasure. These are 9 supreme-grade spirit artifact soul extermination scrolls. They can easily kill cultivators below the immortal Dao realm. You 3 primordial soul stage cultivators, 3 each. The old man took out 9 purple talismans and handed them to the 3 late-stage primordial soul stage natives. Go kill him. Understood. The 6 of them were very excited. Then they flew toward the entrance of the myriad mountain star sea. After they left, the high and mighty skinny old man stood up respectfully. Not long after, a phantom image appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged Taoist with a stiff face. Greetings, Lord Wuyi. Is it done? It's done. Don't worry, Lord. There's a 60% chance of killing him this time. Very good. After it's done, you will be rewarded. The 2 of them did not talk much and quickly ended the communication. Purple Firmament Sect 5th Heaven, Immortal Wu Ye's Cave Abode. He crushed his communication bead and confirmed that there were no traces left behind. Even a 4th Heaven Nascent Soul Stage disciple can't guarantee that he can survive a hell-level mission. Since you're courting death, I can only accept it. Immortal Wu Yi was very patient. For the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra, he had been waiting. This was because Dao Lord 9 Firmament had personally issued a decree to allow Jiang Ci to cultivate the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. Therefore he did not dare to act on his own accord. This time he finally had the chance. The myriad mountain star sea was different from other places. It was full of uncertainty. If Jiang Ci died there, it would be too normal. Even if there were suspicions, they would not be able to find anything. In the myriad mountain star sea, the majestic starry sky mountains were connected to each other. The nebula between the mountains was like seawater. After passing through the barrier wall, Jiang Ci was randomly teleported to the mountainside of a starry sky mountain. A mountain is bigger than 10,000 Earths. The dangers here are not just limited to those aboriginals. He cautiously observed his surroundings. The more peculiar and dangerous the environment, the more powerful life forms it could nurture. Whoosh, the nebula swirled. A gray one-eyed beast appeared in front of Jiang Ci. Brr. The one-eyed beast's eyes were filled with ferocity as it directly pounced at Jiang Ci. This is a soul beast? Jiang Ci's heart stirred. The mission information mentioned that the most common danger in the myriad mountain star sea was the soul beast that could be seen everywhere. This was a powerful, strange life form. Just like the one-eyed beast in front of him, the aura it emitted was comparable to the essence soul stage. With this thought in mind, Riverward threw out a punch. Boom. The strength of his body was comparable to 10 times that of a supreme-grade spirit artifact, giving him great strength and speed. Under this punch, the one-eyed beast's body instantly collapsed, turning into wisps of gray flowing light that circled in the sea of stars. You killed a mid-stage essence soul stage soul beast, experience points plus 8,800. The prompt of the experience points panel sounded. These gray streams of light seemed to have sensed the attraction and drilled into Riverward's body. Instantly refined. So soul beasts have such an effect. The strength of my spiritual sense seems to have increased a little? Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. The increase was very small. If he did not sense it carefully, he would not have noticed it at all. His weakest point now was the strength of his spiritual sense. His physical realm and Dao technique strength had both stepped into the Dao integration stage. Only the strength of his spiritual sense, which was also his soul, was still at the perfected nascent soul stage. If I can use these soul beasts to let my soul break through in advance, then my strength can really improve. Jiang Ci suddenly looked forward to it. Chapter 423. Most of the people training in the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea were natives. There weren't many disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. Every day, a large number of natives would arrive from various planets and enter the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea through the 4 entrances. When Jiang Ci entered, only the thousands of natives at the entrance knew that Jiang Ci was a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. However, these thousands of natives were enough to hide the 6 assassins. After all, the 6 of them were also natives. The Starry Sea flowed slowly. The starry mountains were like islands in the sea. At the foot of one of the starry mountains, 3 natives were walking together at the edge of the Starry Sea. Uncle, we've already survived in the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea for 10 days. It seems that the difficulty of surviving here isn't as bad as the elders said, one of the nascent soul stage youths said with a smile. That's because we're lucky. The nascent soul stage middle-aged man snorted. Haha, I hope we'll be lucky enough to meet that core disciple. The other nascent soul stage youth beside him didn't care. They were the best of the younger generation in the tribe and were very confident. Suddenly, the nascent soul stage middle-aged man shouted, "Who's there?" The 2 nascent soul stage youths were stunned. Is there someone here? What? In the distant starry sea, a golden-haired youth walked on the waves and stopped in front of the three. Dao integration stage. The three of them were shocked. Sensing the murderous intent from the golden-haired youth, the nascent soul stage middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Senior, we're from the Shandar tribe." The golden-haired youth's expression was cold. He slapped the three of them and turned them into nothingness. Only a mess of Dharma treasures and 3 silver badges were left. Still nothing? The golden-haired youth frowned. After the 6 of them received the assassination order, they spread out in the myriad mountain starry sea to search for Jiang Xi. After 10 days, as long as they met a nascent soul stage cultivator, they would kill them regardless of their status. Under normal circumstances, the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect would survive in the myriad mountain starry sea for at least half a year. There's still enough time. The golden-haired youth's figure flashed and disappeared from the starry sea. Since they were chosen by the immortal Dao experts, they were naturally experts among the natives. Surviving in the myriad mountain starry sea for 1 or 2 months would not be a problem for them. In fact, with their talents, they could have applied to join the Purple Heaven sect long ago. However, they were different from the natives who wanted to enter the Purple Heaven sect. They belonged to the resistors, not wanting to succumb to the rule of the Purple Heaven sect. Therefore, even if they were talented enough, they would still live among the stars in the myriad mountain starry sea. This time, if it wasn't for that immortal Dao expert promising great benefits, he wouldn't have been able to escape. They were not willing to come to the myriad mountain star sea with this group of idiots. At the same time, in another part of the universe 10 billion kilometers away, a bald late-stage nascent divinity local cultivator was searching the area within 10,000 kilometers with his spiritual sense without any scruples. He was one of the 6 assassins. Although the Purple Heaven sect is loathsome, I have to admit that the magical treasures they craft are of the highest quality. A mere purple talisman could easily kill a cultivator below the immortal path. With 3 soul destruction scrolls, even if that core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect is comparable to a Dao integration stage cultivator, I won't be afraid. Moreover, can he compare to a Dao integration stage cultivator? It was already very heaven-defying for a nascent soul stage cultivator to have the combat power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. It was impossible for him to be comparable to a Dao integration stage cultivator. Jiang Xi didn't know what was going on in the dark, but he was still vigilant and cautious as he moved through the myriad mountain star sea. His spiritual sense had been covering a radius of 1,000 kilometers, which was the limit of his spiritual sense detection. Although it couldn't compare to the detection range of a nascent soul stage cultivator or a Dao integration stage cultivator, it was enough to ensure his safety. If he really encountered danger, he could escape in advance. The soul beasts here are really an unexpected gain. After 10 days, the strength of my spiritual sense has increased by 1/10,000th. Ever since he discovered that the gray airflow formed by the soul beasts after their deaths could strengthen the soul, he had set his goal on hunting soul beasts. Of course, he had encountered many natives during this period, but he hadn't encountered any that could threaten him. Although the natives are strong, their attack methods are very crude, and I have an inferior grade immortal weapon. In terms of attack, there aren't many that can beat me. Jiang Xi had a smile on his face. In the past 10 days, the natives he killed had also contributed hundreds of silver emblems to him. At this speed, it wouldn't be too difficult to gather 10,000 silver emblems. At this moment, he was walking along the edge of a huge starry mountain, beside which was a slowly flowing nebula. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall wave rolled up in the sea of stars. Riverward's expression lit up. He had encountered another soul beast. Sure enough, a gray one-eyed soul beast bared its teeth and rushed out of the sea of stars. The aura it emitted was that of a late-stage essence soul. Jiang Xi was about to make a move. But in the next moment, the sea of stars behind the one-eyed soul beast changed. It turned into a black hole vortex that seemed to be able to devour everything, and a huge suction force appeared. The one-eyed soul beast closest to the vortex didn't even have time to struggle before it was swallowed by the vortex. Even a late-stage essence soul couldn't resist the powerful suction force. Retreat. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. However, the powerful suction force made it difficult for him to speed up. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Relying on his tyrannical body, he retreated 1,000 miles to get rid of the powerful suction force. Looking back, he saw that the terrifying vortex was gradually calming down. Is this an unknown danger? Jiang Xi felt a wave of lingering fear. If he had rushed up to kill that soul beast just now, he would have been in danger. The appearance of that vortex didn't have any warning signs, as if it was unpredictable. I knew that this mission couldn't be so simple. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn. In the first 10 days of experience, he had only encountered soul beasts and natives, and had not encountered a vortex. This was the first time. Next, Jiang Xi walked another 3,000 kilometers, completely away from the location where the vortex had appeared. At this moment, his spiritual sense discovered that there were 2 late-stage nascent soul natives resting in a valley more than 600 kilometers away. This scene was very common, but the conversation between the 2 natives interested Jiang Xi. I've heard from the elders in my clan that the Myriad Mountain Star Sea is our ancestral land. But for countless years, our inheritance has been occupied by the Purple Heaven sect. We can only watch as they send their disciples here to obtain the inheritance of our ancestral land. Don't think about these useless things. We still have 3 days to complete a month of survival experience. At that time, we can apply to join the Purple Heaven sect and become their disciple. When we return to the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, we might have a chance to obtain the inheritance. Sigh, how sad. The 2 natives sighed. Chapter 424. The Purple Heaven sect often sends disciples here to accept the inheritance? Jiang Xi was a little confused when he heard this with his spiritual consciousness. He had come to the Myriad Mountain Star Sea to complete the cultivation mission, not to accept any inheritance. When he had accepted this mission, it had not mentioned this. However, in the mission introduction, it had said that the Myriad Mountain Star Sea was the inheritance ancestral land of these indigenous tribes. Suddenly, Jiang Xi had a flash of inspiration as he thought of something. Cultivation mission? Inheritance? The indigenous tribes don't know that the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect came to the Myriad Mountain Star Sea to complete cultivation missions. Therefore, they mistakenly think that we were sent here by the Purple Heaven sect to obtain the inheritance. But what if these indigenous tribes think that we are right? Is the cultivation mission as simple as completing the mission and obtaining points? If they simply wanted to train their disciples, the upper echelons of the Purple Heaven sect could open up a grotto heaven world in the sect and throw their disciples in to train. There was no need to go through the trouble of issuing various cultivation missions and sending their disciples to various dangerous mystic realms to train. Perhaps I can speculate that these so-called cultivation missions contain opportunities? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. And these opportunities needed to be discovered by themselves. Just like the cultivation missions in the Dao pattern continent, there were various opportunities hidden, such as Dao pattern techniques, Dao pattern blood crystals, fallen God's land. If I had only thought of completing the first mission and obtaining a Dao pattern blood crystal to end the mission, there would not have been any opportunities after that. It was not just the Dao pattern continent. Jiang Xi remembered. The few dangerous level cultivation missions he had done before had similar opportunities. For example, in the core of the Clear Moon mystic realm, there was a huge clear moonstone that made people feel relaxed and happy. There was also the cultivation mission in the Vero planet. The abyss on that planet also contained secrets. However, at that time he was in a hurry to complete the mission. In addition, there were many uncontrollable dangers, so he did not investigate these cultivation missions too much. I'm afraid these hidden opportunities are the real purpose of the Purple Heaven sect issuing the cultivation missions. While training the disciples, they can also allow the disciples to obtain great benefits. However, this great benefit can only be obtained by those with excellent strength, temperament, willpower, and luck. And these are the basic factors to become a powerhouse. The more Jiang Xi thought about it, the more he felt that his speculation was correct. The opportunity of the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea is the inheritance that the Aboriginals speak of? That's very likely. After thinking for a while, he shook his head again. Based on my past experiences and missions, opportunities can only be encountered by chance. If you deliberately pursue it, you will only put yourself in danger. Back at the Battle Pattern continent, if he hadn't obtained the 5 Elements Battle Emperor's Dao pattern art from Yunxiang right from the start, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Even after he went to the land of the fallen gods, he did not encounter any subsequent opportunities. Moreover, there was a possibility that they would be killed by Cosmen. Because he cultivated the 5 Elements Battle Emperor's Dao pattern art, his body's realm was far beyond ordinary Dao pattern cultivators. Now, he had not figured out the situation of the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea. If he rashly went to search, he would easily run into danger. Jiang Xi temporarily put this matter at the bottom of his heart. His current goal was to complete the survival requirement of the cultivation mission. At the same time, he hunted those soul beasts to strengthen his soul and spiritual sense. Anyway, he had enough time to search slowly. I have to thank these two natives for reminding me. Therefore, Jiang Xi decided to spare their lives. He was ready to go to other places to take a look. But before he could leave, the situation in the distance changed. Tao integration stage. His spiritual sense discovered that a golden-haired young man appeared out of thin air in a valley more than 600 kilometers away. He killed the two late-stage nascent soul stage natives with a slap. Then he turned his gaze to him. Let's go. Jiang Xi did not intend to take the risk and turned to leave. It's him. The golden-haired young man was extremely excited. His figure flashed and he chased after Jiang Xi. A distance of more than 600 kilometers was crossed in one step for a Tao integration stage cultivator. So fast. The golden-haired young man was surprised to find that Jiang Xi's speed was almost the same as his. When he came to Jiang Xi's position just now, Jiang Xi was already 600 kilometers away. This is the strength of a level 3 disciple of the Purple Heaven sect? He's only at the perfected nascent soul stage, but his speed is comparable to that of a Tao integration stage cultivator. No wonder he was targeted by a tribulation transcendent powerhouse. The golden-haired young man was shocked. However, he did not retreat because of Jiang Xi's amazing talent. The internal grievances of the Purple Heaven sect had nothing to do with him. He only cared about killing people and then getting the reward. No matter how fast he is, he's only at the perfected nascent soul stage. He can't escape from my pursuit. The golden-haired young man's eyes were cold. Although he was at the mid-stage Tao integration stage, his actual combat strength was not weaker than that of a late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator. In front of him, Jiang Xi frowned. A mid-stage Tao integration stage native cultivator had the strength to survive in the myriad mountain star sea for a full month. It was not worthwhile to chase him and kill him, a core disciple, to get the gold badge. This was too much. Although this golden-haired young man is at the mid-stage Tao integration stage, he vaguely exudes an aura that frightens me. I can't take the risk to fight with him. Jiang Xi was confident that his close combat strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage Tao integration stage cultivator. Before he knew the specific strength of the other party and what methods he had, it was better not to take the risk. This guy doesn't have the arrogance of a genius at all. He's very cautious. This is troublesome. The golden-haired young man had a bad feeling. The two of them chased each other in the Star Sea and soon crossed 100,000 kilometers. Roar. Whoosh! There was a sudden movement in the Star Sea between the two starry mountains in front of them. Thousands of gray soul beasts rushed out of the void. Each of them exuded a monstrous fierce aura and rushed toward the two of them with bared fangs and brandished claws. Oh my god! Jiang Xi was startled. Had they broken into a soul beast nest? Of these thousands of soul beasts, more than half were at the nascent soul stage and the other half were at the essence soul stage. The most shocking thing was that 4 of them were obviously different. The others had 1 eye while those 4 had 2 eyes. One of them was a 100,000 feet tall 2-eyed soul beast that exuded the aura of a late-stage Tao integration stage soul beast. It was obvious that this was really a soul beast nest. The soul beast first attacked Jiang Xi. Boom boom boom. Riverward used his tyrannical body to knock away over 100 primordial spirit stage soul beasts and an early stage Tao integration stage soul beast that were blocking his path. He violently broke through the blockade. Just as Jiang Xi was about to escape, the Tao integration final stage 2-eyed soul beast unleashed a deafening beast roar. Whoosh! This roar exuded an indescribable invisible attack. Crap. This is a spiritual sense attack. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. He felt like his head was about to split open, and even his soul was trembling. It was as if his soul was going to dissipate in the next instant. However, right at this moment, the golden spiritual sense light of the Guanji image in his mind suddenly became extremely bright. It directly destroyed the spiritual sense attack. Swish! Jiang Xi's body pierced through the air and disappeared. Chapter 425. This scene stunned the mid-stage Tao integration blonde youth. He was extremely shocked. What kind of physical strength is this? He sent hundreds of essence soul beasts and 1 Tao integration soul beast flying? How is this possible? That was a spiritual sense attack from a late-stage Tao integration soul beast. Even if I was hit, I would be injured. How could he withstand it so easily? While the blonde youth was still in shock, the thousands of soul beasts that had lost their target turned their firepower to him. Oh no. Facing the ferocious soul beast horde, he could only flee frantically. However, after he fled for more than 100 kilometers, those soul beasts stopped chasing him. Obviously, that place just now was the lair of that group of soul beasts. That was close. If he had been a little slower just now, he would have been surrounded by the soul beasts. Even a late-stage Dao integration soul beast would not have been able to escape. It's a pity that Jiang Xi escaped. The next time we meet he won't be so lucky. The blonde youth's eyes were cold. This encounter allowed him to see the amazing talent of the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. But at the same time he also confirmed that Jiang Xi was no match for him. No matter how talented he was, he had only cultivated for a short time and did not have as deep a foundation as him, a true mid-stage Dao integration soul beast. Jiang Xi ran for a full 100,000 kilometers before he stopped and climbed up a starry sky mountain that was 10,000 kilometers high. This position and distance were the limits of a late-stage Dao integration soul beast's spiritual sense detection. After confirming that there was no danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sitting cross-legged on the peak of the starry sky mountain, he looked at the sea of stars and pondered carefully. After calming down and thinking carefully, he felt that there was something wrong with being chased just now. This blonde youth is a mid-stage Dao integration soul beast. With such strength, it would be easy for him to join the Purple Heaven sect. There is no need for him to kill a core disciple to enter the Purple Heaven sect. Moreover, the excited expression on his face when he found me just now was not normal. Was he being targeted? No. Jiang Xi shook his head again and again. When I entered the myriad mountains star sea, only the thousands of natives at the entrance palace saw me. But this blonde youth was not among them at that time. He has never seen me before, so it is impossible for him to know that I am a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi was sure that he had never seen this blonde youth before. Previously, when he was at the entrance of the palace, he had glanced at the group of natives. With the spiritual sense of a peak nascent soul cultivator, he could easily remember the appearances of those natives. Someone wants to get rid of me? Is that why you secretly instructed the native experts to hunt me down? After coming to Purple Heaven sect, the one who really had a conflict with me was immortal Wuxia. Could it be him? Of course, it could also be an enemy of Master, the Wine Sword Immortal. When Master was traveling in the original universe, he used his sword to wipe out countless injustices. He also offended a lot of people, some of whom are still alive. Those who can be offended by Master are naturally not simple. Jiang Xi made bold guesses and these thoughts surfaced in his mind. However, he was unable to confirm these conjectures. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone among the thousands of natives knew the golden-haired young man and told him about his identity. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. As long as I don't encounter an immortal Dao expert, even if there is danger, it won't threaten my life. Jiang Xi didn't dwell on this issue and continued to hunt those soul beasts. However, he became even more cautious. Roar. There were also soul beasts living in the barren strange stone forest on the mountain peak. After sensing the existence of Jiang Xi, a one-eyed soul beast in the late nascent soul stage ferociously pounced over. This time Jiang Xi didn't immediately kill it. Instead, he pressed the one-eyed soul beast to the ground and experimented. Roar. The gray one-eyed soul beast roared crazily and struggled. Buzz. Accompanied by the beast's roar, a spiritual sense attack appeared in the next moment. Jiang Xi felt as if his spiritual sense had been pricked by a needle. At this moment, the image of self-observation in his mind emitted a golden spiritual sense light and easily dispelled this spiritual sense attack. Sure enough, the soul beast's true method is its spiritual sense attack. Jiang Xi smiled and then directly used his strength to slap this late nascent soul stage one-eyed soul beast to death. A wisp of gray air appeared and became the nourishment for his spiritual sense. The soul beasts he encountered before, even if they were at the late essence soul stage, he could easily kill them. The soul beasts didn't have the chance to use their spiritual sense attack at all. If it wasn't for the late Dao integration stage soul beast's spiritual sense attack, he would have died. He had always thought that soul beasts relied on their strong bodies to fight. I just didn't expect the image of self-observation to have such an ability. As expected of the mysterious inheritance of Buddhism. Through the experiment just now, coupled with the attack of the late Dao integration stage soul beast on him, he could confirm that the image of self-observation could defend against the spiritual sense attack of a late Dao integration stage soul beast. Now I have another method. The only shortcoming is that I can't use my spiritual sense attack and can only defend passively. Jiang Xi smiled. He wasn't too greedy. This was enough. Although the strength of his spiritual sense was weak, his defense wasn't weak. Let's clear the soul beasts on this huge starry sky mountain first. These soul beasts should be able to increase the strength of my spiritual sense by a lot. Jiang Xi took the initiative to enter the strange stone forest in front of him to search for those soul beasts. As long as it wasn't a Dao integration stage soul beast, it would be difficult to resist his green lotus sword Dao. Roar. Soon, the roar of a soul beast could be heard. At the same time, in the star sea not far from this huge starry sky mountain, a bald late essence soul stage youth killed a late nascent soul stage native with one punch. After seeing the silver badge, the bald youth shook his head gently. How long will it take to find him? There are many soul beasts in the myriad mountain star sea. That core disciple called Jiang Xi shouldn't be killed by the soul beasts first. In his opinion, this was not impossible. There's movement up there. The bald youth moved lightly and his body left after images as he quickly approached the 10,000-kilometer tall starry sky mountain. The spiritual sense of a late essence soul stage cultivator could detect the situation within a 10,000-kilometer radius. Then, his spiritual sense discovered Jiang Xi at the top of the mountain. Ah, looks like I'm lucky to be the first to discover him. The bald youth laughed loudly. A 10,000-kilometer tall starry sky mountain was definitely impossible for ordinary people to climb up. In front of a late essence soul stage cultivator, it was a piece of cake. Every step of the bald youth covered hundreds of kilometers. Even if there were soul beasts in his way, they would be killed by him. Soon he was only 1,000 kilometers away from the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Xi had just killed a soul beast with one strike and was about to absorb the gray air current that the soul beast had transformed into. All of a sudden, his movement stopped. Late essence soul stage? He discovered a late essence soul stage native approaching the top of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that he was coming for him. Something's wrong. Chapter 426. Jiang Xi's spiritual awareness clearly detected the bald youth's movements. Look at the excited expression on his face. It's obvious that he knows me. But I've never seen this person before. The Dao integration stage golden-haired youth he had met not long ago had the same reaction. Their expressions were very similar. The vigilance in Riverward's heart immediately increased greatly. He was now completely sure that someone was targeting him. Doing something behind my back? I'd like to see who it is. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed coldly. Suddenly he disappeared on the spot. He took the initiative to meet him. The bald youth, who was running wildly toward the top of the mountain, was delighted when he saw Jiang Xi's actions. Not running? Very good. It would be troublesome if he ran. According to the Immortal Dao Elite, this Jiang Xi is a core disciple of the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. His talent is amazing. Although he's still at the peak of the nascent soul stage, his strength can definitely reach the late essence soul stage or even higher. The safest way is to directly use the soul destruction scroll. The bald youth was also a genius among the natives. He was not a simple-minded person. A purple soul destruction scroll talisman appeared in his hand. His spiritual awareness locked onto Jiang Xi and he directly threw it out. The purple talisman turned into a purple-black light. Like lightning, it pierced through space and attacked Jiang Xi, who was hundreds of kilometers away. As long as you're not an immortal, you can't block the attack of the soul destruction scroll. So die. Oh no. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The moment the bald youth took out the soul destruction scroll, he discovered it. Last time on the Do Pattern continent, he used the supreme grade soul destruction scroll to kill 2 4-striped Do grandmasters who were equivalent to the Dao integration stage. He was very clear about the power of this one-time use Dharma treasure. However, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In addition, the two of them were moving toward each other. The attack of the soul destruction scroll became even faster. In other words, there was no time to dodge. In an instant, the purple-black light arrived in front of Jiang Xi and drilled into Jiang Xi's mind. Buzz. His soul trembled as if it was facing an unprecedented crisis. It was as if it was going to be blown away by the wind. His sea of knowledge was surging, and his spiritual awareness was also collapsing. Jiang Xi's consciousness became blurry. However, at this moment, the image of oneself in his mind shone brightly, illuminating his entire sea of consciousness. Suppress. The image of viewing self directly suppressed and crushed the purplish-black light formed by the soul-destroying scroll. At the same time, the bald youth arrived in front of Jiang Xi. He was prepared to collect the spoils of war. Phew, Jiang Xi regained consciousness. What? He withstood it? The bald young man's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. Just now, he clearly felt that Jiang Xi's spiritual sense was about to disappear. Jiang Xi's expression was cold as he swung his sword. Whoosh! The sword light sliced through the air as the Red Cloud Sword, a low-grade immortal artifact, sliced the late-stage nascent soul realm native into two. Just as his primordial spirit was about to dissipate, Jiang Xi pressed down on his head again. Just as he was about to search his soul, the origin spirit of this bald youth emitted an aura that made his heart tremble. Immortal Dao restrictive spell. Jiang Xi's expression was aghast, and he immediately flew backward. Whoosh! A supreme-grade flying ship appeared and then disappeared in a flash. Boom! The bald youth's primordial spirit directly exploded, and the powerful impact spread to a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Monstrous waves were set off in the Star Sea, and this huge mountain in the starry sky directly shrank by thousands of kilometers. This power was completely enough to destroy a small planet. At the same time, at the edge of the myriad mountains Star Sea, a group of palaces suspended in the starry sky. In an inconspicuous palace, the skinny old man at the Tribulation Transcendent stage was cultivating with his eyes closed. At this time he opened his eyes, and a trace of divine light flashed in his eyes. I killed a late-stage nascent soul realm native? Of course, the immortal Dao restrictive spell on those 6 people was set up by him. With his strength, he could have done this quietly, and those 6 natives wouldn't have noticed at all. If the power of my restrictive spell is close enough, even late-stage Dao integration cultivators won't be able to resist it. Is that person still alive? Unfortunately, only perfected cultivators of the sects can check the life slips of 3rd and 4th heaven's disciples. Therefore, the skinny old man couldn't confirm whether Jiang Xi was still alive or not. Let's wait a little longer. 200,000 kilometers away from the explosion point of the immortal Dao restrictive spell, a flying ship appeared out of thin air. Jiang Xi's face was pale, but his reaction was already very fast. He drove the supreme-grade flying ship and instantly traveled 200,000 kilometers at sublight speed. However, he was still affected by the explosion of the immortal Dao restrictive spell. If not for the fact that my body is 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit artifact, I'm afraid I would have been killed. And fortunately, I was at the top of the mountain just now. If I was at the bottom of the mountain, the flying ship wouldn't have room to accelerate at all. Even if my body is strong enough, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of the core of the explosion. Who wants to harm me? This is too ruthless. There was no way for him to survive at all. The supreme-grade spirit artifact soul-slaying scroll could be directly killed as long as it wasn't an immortal at a close enough distance. If not for the mysterious self-viewing image, his soul would have been extinguished at that time. However, even if he avoided the soul-slaying scroll, there were still immortal Dao restrictive spells waiting for him. Those were immortal Dao restrictive spells that could destroy a planet. And that golden-haired young man. When he had encountered the mid-stage Dao integration golden-haired young man, he had sensed that the other party was emitting an aura that frightened him. Now that he thought about it, the other party probably had a similar immortal Dao restrictive spell on him. At that time, if he had chosen to fight with the golden-haired young man, even if he had killed him, the immortal Dao restrictive spell would have exploded. The person behind this is also very cautious. The existence of the immortal Dao restrictive spell made it impossible for me to even search his soul. This was troublesome. Should he give up this mission and hide at home? Jiang Xi shook his head. He couldn't hide forever. As long as the other party wanted to kill him, they could do it the next time he went out. So he couldn't hide. They only dare to do things behind my back and don't dare to attack me openly. They must be afraid of something. Even if they're immortals, they're not the strongest among immortals. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Xi's eyes were cold. As long as it wasn't an immortal Dao expert who personally made a move, there was still a chance. Then he drove the flying ship through millions of kilometers and arrived at another place in the myriad mountain Star Sea. In a situation where he didn't know his opponent, he could only deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. The right thing to do was to increase his strength first. He continued to hunt those soul beasts to strengthen his soul and spiritual sense. The crisis just now made Jiang Xi realize the importance of the strength of his soul and spiritual sense. He could resist the supreme-grade spirit artifact soul annihilation post, but it didn't mean that he could resist the immortal-grade soul annihilation post. Three one-eyed essence soul stage soul beasts rushed out of the star sea and directly pounced on Jiang Ci. I was just worried about where to vent my anger. Jiang Ci snorted coldly. Scarlet Heaven Sword slashed continuously and directly killed the three one-eyed soul beasts. A few wisps of gray air appeared and were absorbed and refined by Jiang Ci. Then he was about to go to other places to continue searching for soul beasts when the situation changed again. This also explained why he had encountered the golden-haired young man previously. Why would he barge into the soul beast nest and be blocked by thousands of soul beasts when he had his spiritual sense to investigate? It was because that group of soul beasts came out of the void. Before they appeared, spiritual sense couldn't detect them. Perhaps the ancestral land of the indigenous races is in that void? Jiang Ci made such a guess. If he could enter the void, he might be able to find that inheritance. He had also thought that those vortexes might be passageways into the void. Thinking was just thinking. He wouldn't take the risk. It wasn't worth it. Shaking his head, he continued to walk up the mountain to search for and wait for the next soul beast. He adopted a carpet search and hunting method. From bottom to top, layer by layer, he cleaned up this 100,000-kilometer tall starry mountain. Roar! Boom boom boom. Not long after, sounds of fighting came from the mountain. Someone was hunting soul beasts like him. It's not within the detection range of my spiritual sense. Jiang Ci's expression was solemn. Such a huge battle could be felt from 1,000 kilometers away. This meant that both sides of the battle were very strong. At least early-stage Dao integration. Jiang Ci turned around and left. He abandoned this starry mountain and went to the next place. There were many mountains in the myriad mountain star sea. This one didn't make a difference. His footsteps were light, and every step he took covered 600 to 700 kilometers. Roar! Bang bang bang. But the huge tremors were getting closer and closer to him. Jiang Ci, help me. Vaguely he heard someone shouting at him. Jiang Ci frowned slightly because a person and a beast had entered the detection range of his spiritual sense. 800 kilometers away, a 10,000 feet tall two-eyed soul beast exuded a powerful late-stage Dao integration aura. An honest-looking young cultivator holding a short dagger was fighting with the soul beast and was at a disadvantage. Qisong? Jiang Ci recognized the young man. He had learned about the nascent soul stage core disciples from the third and fourth heaven from his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. There were 6 nascent soul stage core disciples, 3 senior disciples, and 3 new disciples in the fourth heaven. Qisong was one of the senior disciples. According to the information he had learned, Qisong was a legend. This was because Qisong's experience growing up was even more difficult than his and Jiang Dudu's. He and Jiang Dudu were homeless children. Qisong worked hard to be born. He grew up on a slave planet and was raised as a slave to be sold. Fortunately, Qisong met a benefactor. Because he showed outstanding cultivation talent, he was recommended to cultivate in an immortal sect. Then he began his rise and finally became a core disciple of the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. What made Jiang Ci have a good impression of Qisong was that he was a person who knew how to repay kindness. This was because he had such a style of doing things. After Qisong rose, he first bought his home planet from a slave merchant and turned it into a normal life planet. Secondly, the immortal sect that gave Qisong the opportunity to cultivate also became a top force in that star region with Qisong's help. Now, it seemed that Qisong was doing the same cultivation mission in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. Since he asked for help, I can't just leave. Jiang Ci's thoughts turned quickly and he decided to make a move. Those thoughts just now only took a moment. It didn't take much time. Whoosh! He turned around and faced the attack with his sword. Chapter 428. Jiang Ci didn't find it strange that Qisong could recognize him. The cloud-top competition was around the corner, and he had collected information on the others. The others must have collected information on him as well. At this moment, Qisong and the late-stage Dao integration dual-eyed soul beast were still fighting 700 to 800 kilometers away. Jiang Ci's figure flashed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where they were fighting. Roar! The 10,000 feet tall dual-eyed soul beast roared and used its spiritual sense attack. It gave one a splitting headache and waves of dizziness. However, Jiang Ci had the visualization image to suppress his spiritual sense, so he wasn't afraid of these spiritual sense attacks at all. The inferior-grade immortal artifact Red Cloud Sword transformed into a huge green lotus that restricted the dual-eyed soul beast's movements. Roar! The soul beast roared angrily. Chi Song didn't let go of this good opportunity. He held his dagger and transformed into thousands of illusions. All the illusions attacked at the same time, hitting the soul beast's fatal points. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Jiang Xi's mind moved, and the huge green lotus transformed into countless sword lights that struck the final blow. Finishing blow. The late-stage Tao integration dual-eyed soul beast suddenly turned into a large amount of gray air current. You killed a late-stage Tao integration soul beast. Experience points plus 26,000. Jiang Xi withdrew his sword, and the experience points panel sounded in his mind. Haha, Jiang Xi, thank you very much. If not for you, I would have been in a sorry state just now. Chi Song had a simple and honest smile on his face as he cupped his hands and thanked Jiang Xi. You're welcome. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He didn't underestimate the core disciple of the fourth heaven. Although this dual-eyed soul beast was at the late-stage Tao integration, it had low intelligence and simple attack patterns. It wasn't as difficult to kill it as expected. Since Chi Song could resist the soul beast's spiritual sense attack, it meant that his methods and strength were not bad. Moreover, his dagger was also an inferior-grade immortal artifact like Red Cloud Sword. It could easily break through the soul beast's defense. Even without his help, Chi Song could kill this soul beast with his strength. It would just take a little more time, half each? Chi Song pointed at the gray air current in front of him. Sure. Jiang Xi nodded. Chi Song gently waved the dagger in his hand, and the gray stream of air split into two. Both of them absorbed and refined the energy. Jiang Xi immediately felt that the strength of his spiritual sense had increased by a large margin. As expected of a Tao integration final stage soul beast. Just half of this gray energy is equivalent to the total amount of soul beasts I killed in a month. In this way, Jiang Xi felt that it was even more worth it to make a move. It was a pity that Tao integration final stage soul beasts were not that easy to encounter. Otherwise, if he could hunt a large number of them, the strength of his soul sense would increase even faster. Jiang Xi, you've got more guts than I thought. You've only been in the Purple Heaven sect for 100 years, and you've already dared to take on a hell-level mission. Chi Song praised from the bottom of his heart after he had also finished refining. Because Jiang Xi's fame was too great recently, especially after he passed the 7th stage of the sky-connecting mountain. It also attracted the attention of all the nascent soul stage disciples in the 3rd and 4th heavens. This was a genius and a formidable opponent. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't say anything. In terms of guts, Chi Song was much more gutsy than him. There were many ways to select core disciples in the Purple Heaven sect. The 9 Zones Genius Battle was just one of them. There were also recommendation selections, trial selections, special talent selections, and so on. For example, the native tribes of the Myriad Mountain Star Sea who wanted to enter the Purple Heaven sect had to undergo a survival trial. After surviving in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for a month, one could apply to become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Chi Song had also entered the Purple Heaven sect through a trial, and he had passed the most difficult trial on the Black Dungeon planet. The Black Dungeon planet's environment was harsh, and it was mixed with all kinds of extreme energy such as gales and extreme cold. Ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators could not even last a day there and would be destroyed by those extreme energies. To survive on the Black Dungeon planet, one not only needed strength but also luck, strong willpower, and extraordinary courage. Hence, under normal circumstances, one could enter the Purple Heaven sect after surviving in the Black Dungeon planet for 10 days. However, Chi Song had survived there for a full year and used this opportunity to enter the Purple Heaven sect's 2nd heaven. After that, he passed the Cloud Peak competition for nascent soul stage cultivators and jumped 2 levels in 500 years to become a core disciple of the 4th heaven. Such an experience was legendary. Suddenly, Chi Song's expression changed. Not good, let's go. Just as he finished speaking. Roar. Roar. A series of angry roars came from the top of the mountain. At the same time, a powerful aura approached the two of them. Even without Chi Song's reminder, Jiang Xi knew that something was wrong. The two of them sped up almost at the same time and left this place. They could see tens of thousands of soul beasts of different sizes running down from the top of the mountain. Leading them were 4 Tao integration stage dual-eyed soul beasts. Once they were surrounded, even if they were geniuses, they would not be able to stop them. Fortunately, the soul beasts had a strong sense of territory. After Jiang Xi and Chi Song left the starry mountain, the soul beasts did not continue to chase after them. The two of them stood at the edge of the Sea of Stars and heaved a sigh of relief as they watched the soul beasts retreat. How did you know that there was a soul beast group on the top of the mountain? Jiang Xi was a little puzzled. The soul beasts were hidden in the void and could not be discovered by spiritual senses. However, before the soul beasts appeared, Qi Song had already reacted in advance. There's a pattern, don't you know? Qi Song was a little surprised. A pattern? Jiang Xi did not notice. How long have you been here? Qi Song laughed. Half a year, definitely not as long as you. Looks like you also want to complete the 5-year survival mission. Qi Song's eyes flashed with a strange look. Then he said, You've only been here for half a year, it's normal that you haven't noticed these patterns. Soul beasts all appear from the void. You should know this, right? Jiang Xi nodded. Qi Song continued, The pattern of the appearance of soul beasts follows the pattern of the weakest and the strongest. Where there are nascent soul beasts, there will definitely be Dao integration soul beasts and vice versa. Moreover, there will definitely be a soul beast group here. As for essence soul beasts, they are basically all alone. Riverward came to a sudden realization. It was no wonder that most of the soul beasts he encountered were at the nascent soul stage. It turned out that nascent soul and Dao integration soul beasts existed in packs. So the late-stage Dao integration soul beast you killed at the top of the mountain wasn't by chance? Jiang Xi asked again. That's right. I first encountered an early-stage nascent soul beast, and then I knew that late-stage Dao integration soul beasts would appear there. I just didn't expect late-stage Dao integration soul beasts to be so difficult to deal with. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have to give up in the end. Qi Song laughed. Jiang Xi felt that this was very useful information. In the future he could also use this pattern to hunt Dao integration soul beast. Actually, there are many dangers in the myriad mountain star sea that follow a pattern. Soul beasts are just one of them, and there's also the appearance of the nebula vortex. Qi Song pretended to smile mysteriously. Chapter 429. The Pattern of the Nebula Whirlpool? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. He had tried to find the pattern before, but he couldn't find it. That's right. In my opinion, the nebula whirlpool is the biggest danger in the infinite mountain star sea. The number of people swallowed by the whirlpool is more than the number of people killed by the spirit beast. That's why I studied it for a year and found some patterns of the nebula whirlpool. Qi Song nodded and smiled. His honest smile made people feel good about him. Is it related to the nebula waves? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Every time the nebula whirlpool appeared, there would be waves before it turned into a whirlpool. Yes and no. Qi Song smiled. This made Jiang Xi even more puzzled. Haha, the pattern I found is actually very simple. The larger the nebula waves, the smaller the suction force of the nebula whirlpool and vice versa. Qi Song laughed. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly recalled the nebula whirlpools he had encountered before. He found that there was indeed such a pattern, but he had encountered few whirlpools, so he couldn't conclude the pattern. Then why did you say no? Jiang Xi asked. Because this is only the pattern of the whirlpool's appearance. I haven't found how the nebula waves appear. Otherwise, I'm confident that I can survive longer in the infinite mountain star sea, and maybe find the ancestral land of the aboriginals. Qi Song sighed. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Although the nebula whirlpool was dangerous, it was ultimately formed by the nebula waves. Only by finding the pattern of the nebula waves' appearance could he avoid this danger. Okay, I've told you everything I know. Consider it as payment for your help. Let's go our separate ways. Qi Song joked. Then see you at the cloud top competition. Jiang Xi laughed heartily. Goodbye. They were both geniuses, so of course they didn't plan to travel together. The two of them turned their backs to each other. Suddenly, Qi Song lifted his leg and kicked Jiang Xi at lightning speed. Umph. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xi was already prepared and he gave a roundhouse kick. Boom. But in this exchange, it was Riverward who took the upper hand. His body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, which gave him great strength and speed. He kicked Qi Song away. What a strong body. Qi Song was shocked. This was information that he had not gathered. Then you deserve to die even more. Goodbye. He sneered again, then turned and left. Jiang Xi was expressionless. His previous enthusiasm had disappeared without a trace. He was such a cautious person, how could he easily expose his back to the other party? However, Xiaoqun was puzzled. Qi Song's action of turning around and leaving was somewhat baffling. Wasn't this hypocritical fellow a little too overconfident? However, Jiang Xi did not plan to let him go. His sword flashed as he attacked Qi Song. Crash. Almost instantly, A nebula vortex appeared not far from Jiang Xi. Not good. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The powerful devouring gravitational force bound him, making him unable to break free. The gravitational force this time was far stronger than the vortexes he had encountered before. Flying boat. At the critical moment, a supreme-grade flying boat appeared. He wanted to use the flying boat's power to break free from the devouring gravitational force. Speed up. Speed up. The flying boat's acceleration caused the nearby space to become chaotic and the nebula to circulate. The situation was in a deadlock. If I work harder, I can get rid of it. Jiang Xi's face was ferocious. He knew that after the vortex appeared, it would last for a while before disappearing. But at this moment, Qi Song, who was already 100 kilometers away, took out a supreme-grade spiritual weapon long sword and directly threw it. Swoosh. The long sword cut through the space and crashed into Jiang Xi's flying boat. Although Qi Song did not use a sword with his strength, the power of a casual throw. In addition to the devouring gravitational force of the vortex, it was enough to break the deadlock between the flying boat and the vortex. Whoosh whoosh. The nebula vortex instantly swallowed the flying boat and Jiang Xi together. A moment later, the nebula vortex disappeared, and the sea of stars returned to its calm state. Qi Song came to this position. His honest face was filled with a sinister expression, a supreme-grade spiritual weapon in exchange for the life of a strong opponent. A great deal. Jiang Xi, although we have no enmity, you are too big of a threat to me. Only your death can guarantee that my position in the fourth heaven will not be shaken. Under normal circumstances, there could only be 3 nascent soul disciples in the fourth heaven. Among the 3 senior disciples, Qi Song was the youngest and did not have as deep a foundation as the other 2 senior disciples. From Qi Song's point of view, even in this Cloud Summit competition, Jiang Xi was not a threat to his position. With Jiang Xi's talent, next time and the time after that, it was hard to say. It was best to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the threat. Qi Song's gaze was ruthless as he stared at the slowly flowing sea of stars. This time he used 2 advantages to create this opportunity. After hunting spirit beasts for more than 3 years, under the nourishment of the gray airflow, my spiritual consciousness has already broken through the limits of the perfected nascent soul. The range of detection has increased from 1,000 kilometers to 1,500 kilometers. Also, I know the pattern of the nebula wave's appearance. After a spirit beast horde appears from nothingness, there will definitely be nebula waves nearby. The larger the beast horde, the smaller the waves and the stronger the whirlpool. In order to hunt spirit beasts at the Tao integration stage, he had hidden in this huge mountain in the starry sky for a month. Before this, he had already killed a spirit beast at the Tao integration stage and lured out a spirit beast horde. Therefore, he was very clear about the location of the nebula wave's appearance. Just now he had asked Jiang Xi for help on purpose. Because his spiritual consciousness detection range was 500 kilometers higher than Jiang Xi's, he had already discovered Jiang Xi. Then, everything that happened next happened. Including the spirit beast horde's pursuit, he deliberately ran first and brought Jiang Xi here. No one will investigate the death of a core disciple in the myriad mountain starry sea. Even if someone investigates, they won't be able to trace it back to me. I will never allow anyone to threaten my position. Qi Song's expression was resolute. The experience of growing up in his childhood had created 2 completely different personalities. On the surface he was simple, honest and amiable. On the inside he was vicious and unscrupulous. This was the biggest crisis Jiang Xi had faced since he embarked on the path of cultivation. The danger was unknown and the probability of survival was unknown. The nebula whirlpool seemed to be infinitely long. Jiang Xi was sucked in by the gravitational force and descended an unknown distance. Chance. There must be a chance. Jiang Xi still maintained a sense of calmness. Since he had not died immediately after being swallowed, it meant that there was still a chance. Whoosh whoosh, his figure descended at an extremely fast speed, descending. After an unknown period of time. Suddenly a faint sound reached Jiang Xi's ears. Roar, woo, it was not an angry roar but a low cry and whimper of a young beast. Spirit beast? Could it be that the nebula whirlpool really leads to nothingness? Jiang Xi's heart stirred. Chapter 430. Roar. Low growls could be heard continuously. Although he guessed that the nebula vortex might lead to the void space where the soul beasts were. But these low growls also proved that it was very dangerous below. There might be a large number of soul beasts in the void space, tens of thousands or even millions. With so many soul beasts, it could be said to be a dangerous place. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't have the mood to think about anger or revenge. Surviving and finding a chance of survival was what he should do. The beast growls became clearer and clearer. Wah! Suddenly the devouring force disappeared. Below it suddenly became clear. This was a huge space surrounded by endless darkness. In the darkness, there were valleys that were slightly emitting light. Each valley was incomparably huge and one couldn't see the end. There were a total of 36 valleys. Jiang Xi held his breath. At this moment he was floating above one of the valleys at a low altitude. In the valley below, there were hundreds of thousands of soul beasts of different sizes. With a glance, he even saw 2 soul beasts emitting immortal Tao aura, and their bodies were as long as 1,000,000 feet. It's really the soul beast's lair. Jiang Xi was shocked and bitter at the same time. Fortunately, most of the soul beasts were sleeping, and even the 2 immortal Tao soul beasts were sleeping. Those low growls were made by the soul beasts in their sleep. He didn't dare to make any movements for fear of attracting the attention of the soul beasts. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He saw that in the valley below, a vortex with a diameter of about 3 kilometers had appeared out of thin air, and then a nascent soul beast beside it disappeared. So this is how the soul beasts of the myriad mountain star sea appear. Are those vortexes also nebula vortexes? Before he could finish this thought, he discovered that within the range of his spiritual sense, which was within 1,000 kilometers, another 4 vortexes had appeared one after another. This is an opportunity. Jiang Xi realized this point. He could use those vortexes to return to the myriad mountain star sea. Wait for a vortex that is close enough, then leave directly. He definitely couldn't make any big movements now. If he woke up the soul beasts, it would really be over. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of soft crashing sounds came from afar. Some soul beasts were roaring furiously as if they were enraged. Along with these voices, a faint white light appeared in the distance. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He probed with his spiritual awareness but found nothing there. Something was wrong. The location of the white light was only a little more than 100 kilometers away from here. With his spiritual sense he could completely investigate everything clearly. Furthermore, there were many soul beasts in the valley, so that place couldn't be empty. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused his vision. Vaguely he was finally able to see something clearly. That's a palace. It was very blurry, but he could confirm that there was a palace under the cover of the white light. Some of the soul beasts that were close to the light barrier were ramming into it. With each collision, the light screen would emit a faint white light. There were even Tao integration stage soul beasts that tried to ram into the light barrier, but they were still blocked by the light barrier. This made Jiang Xi very surprised. The white curtain of light was definitely an array formation, but it was quite powerful. He looked at the other parts of the dark space. Here he could clearly see the general appearance of the 36 huge valleys. However, 26 of them were emitting a golden light, while the other 10 were emitting a faint white light. There might be similar light screens in these valleys, and there's a palace in each valley? Could it be that these palaces are the ancestral lands of the indigenous tribes? This thought appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. However, he didn't have any intention of entering the palace to look for the inheritance, because these were only his guesses. If he couldn't pass through the light screen like those soul beasts, then it would be a tragedy. Once he moved, he would definitely attract the attention of the soul beast. There were 2 immortal Tao soul beasts and hundreds of thousands of soul beasts below the immortal Tao level. Once he woke up, he would really be turned into ashes. There would be no chance of survival at all. If I can leave, it's better to leave. Let's wait a little longer. If there's really no chance to leave, I'll bet on my luck and see if I can enter the palace. He wanted to leave this space as soon as possible. As for opportunities? If he lost his life, why would he care about opportunities? Hurry up. Give me a closer whirlpool. Jiang Xi maintained his calm amidst his anxiety. As time passed, he saw many whirlpools appearing in the valley. However, very few appeared in the air, and even if there were, they were very far away from him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the soul beast hitting the light screen became more and more intense, one after another. Moreover, there were some soul beasts below. It seemed that it was time for them to move. They woke up one after another and walked towards the faint white light screen in the distance. Fortunately, no soul beasts looked up. Otherwise, they would have discovered Jiang Xi directly. Suddenly an angry roar sounded below Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi knew that something was wrong. Because a soul beast that was sleeping with its head raised below had woken up. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw Jiang Xi. Let's go all out. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense detected that a whirlpool had appeared 400 kilometers away. It was the closest one to him. Whoosh! His figure flashed and flew towards the whirlpool. Roar! Roar! Immediately, angry roars sounded one after another. His movement attracted the attention of even more soul beasts. There were even Dao integration soul beasts. These soul beasts were extremely ferocious and pounced towards Jiang Xi. Boom! A late-stage Dao integration soul beast was the fastest and suddenly crashed into Jiang Xi. It instantly sent Jiang Xi flying. Roar! The soul beasts roared excitedly as if they had found a toy. Their blocking action caused Jiang Xi to lose the opportunity to enter the whirlpool 400 kilometers away. In just a second, the whirlpool disappeared. Damn it! Jiang Xi was anxious. More and more soul beasts pounced on him. The only thing that made him heave a sigh of relief was that the two immortal soul beasts showed no signs of waking up. It seemed that a nascent soul human like him was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the immortal soul beasts. Swish swish swish. Jiang Xi swung his sword and killed hundreds of soul beasts, but he did not scare them away. Instead, he made these low-intelligence soul beasts even more ferocious. Roar! Roar! The soul beasts roared angrily. Buzz! Waves of spiritual sense attacks also appeared at the same time. Even though Jiang Xi had the visualization image to suppress his sea of consciousness, he was almost unable to withstand this constant spiritual sense attack. I can't wait any longer. This is the last path. He originally wanted to hold on for a while under the siege of the soul beasts and find an opportunity to enter the whirlpool that appeared randomly. But now that more and more soul beasts were trapping him here, he had no way to get close to those whirlpools. The number of soul beasts besieging him increased from hundreds to thousands, and it was still developing towards tens of thousands. If this continued, he would really have no way to survive. Chapter 431. Jiang Xi's gaze fell on the palace 100 kilometers away. The palace was shrouded in a white light screen. Because the light screen had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, he couldn't see the exact situation of the palace from his position. However, after his observation just now, he could conclude that even Dao integration stage soul beasts couldn't penetrate the light screen and enter the palace. It was very likely that the inheritance of the indigenous race was there. Since the Purple Heaven sect had given the inheritance as a hidden reward, it meant that he had a high chance of entering. Last chance. Roar! Roar! Boom boom boom. Close to 10,000 soul beasts gathered from all directions and surrounded him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Xi's figure turned into a series of afterimages, and the Scarlet Heaven Sword broke through all obstacles. Whoosh! More than 100 kilometers could be crossed in an instant. But now, it took him 6 to 7 seconds to cross the distance of 100 kilometers. Fortunately, the two immortal soul beasts still didn't wake up after such a big commotion. It seemed that his nascent soul stage was really not worth mentioning in the eyes of immortal soul beast. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived in front of the white light screen that covered the palace and passed through it. Buzz! In the next moment, the white light screen turned into a golden light screen. The golden light shone brightly. Bang 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 bang. Behind him, nearly 10,000 soul beasts couldn't help but crash into the light screen. Roar! 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 The soul beasts were dizzy from the collision. They shook their heads and then roared at Jiang Xi through the light screen. Success! Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief for the time being. Although the danger wasn't over yet, he was still in the midst of hundreds of thousands of soul beasts. But for the time being, the soul beasts couldn't threaten his life. Is this really the ancestral land of the indigenous race? Jiang Xi turned around and curiously sized up the ancient palace in front of him. Previously, because the light screen had the effect of isolating spiritual sense, he could only vaguely see the appearance of the palace. Now, he could finally see it clearly. This palace, before Jiang Xi could take a closer look. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared in the dark sky. A powerful immortal aura spread throughout the entire space. Roar! Roar! Immediately, the soul beasts in the 36 valleys were all awakened and roared angrily. In the next moment, two figures passed through the vortex tunnel and arrived in this space. A man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Both of them carried long swords on their backs and were dressed like sword immortals. Senior apprentice brother, Is this the nether void realm that the Tao Alliance's heavenly court spoke of? The elegant woman asked. It is located in the myriad mountain starry sea and has 36 divine palaces. Should be correct. The handsome man smiled. The two of them spoke calmly, but their voices were extremely loud, resounding throughout the entire dark space. Wait, senior apprentice brother. Didn't the Tao Alliance's heavenly court say that there are 10 empty temples? Why are there only 9? Who cares how many there are, as long as it's enough for the two of us? We've been waiting for 30,000 years in Sword's Gate, and we've finally gotten 2 spots. Let's go in quickly. The two figures separated in the air and flew towards the other 2 valleys that were emitting a faint white light. The soul beasts in the valley roared at them, especially the immortal soul beasts. Their voices were the loudest. Their 100,000 feet tall bodies were like terrifying demonic shadows in the dark sky. A mere 3 tribulation soul beast dares to be so impudent? The elegant woman unsheathed her sword. The massive sword light turned into a 1,000,000 feet long rainbow that swept towards a tribulation transcender soul beast below. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. The 100,000 feet tall 3 tribulation soul beast was killed with a single slash, turning into a gray mist that filled the sky. Not only that, but tens of thousands of soul beasts below the immortal Tao level also exploded. Junior apprentice sister, why do you care about these beasts? Let's go in quickly. The handsome man laughed. The elegant woman sheathed her sword. The two of them entered the 2 valleys. In the next moment, the faint white light emitted by the 2 valleys turned golden. Jiang Xi stood in place in a daze, his face filled with shock. He was shocked by the strength of the female sword immortal. She was able to kill a 3 tribulation transcender soul beast with a single slash. At the same time, he was shocked by the words of the 2 sword immortals. Nether void realm? If that's the case, is this really the ancestral land of the natives? There are 36 valleys and 36 temples, and I occupy one of them. He recalled that when he was above this valley, he did see that each valley was emitting a faint light. Among them, 30 were golden and 10 were white. And these faint lights were emitted by the temples in the valleys. Those 2 sword immortals have the inheritance quota. After entering the valley, the white light turned golden. After I passed through that light curtain, the white light also turned golden. Does this mean that I have obtained the qualifications for the inheritance? Jiang Xi's heart was moved. It was a blessing in disguise. He really had to thank that son of a bitch Chi Song. However, that son of a bitch dared to bite the hand that fed him. I'll teach him a lesson later. He temporarily put his anger in the bottom of his heart. He walked closer to the ancient temple. He could clearly see that there was a white jade stone staircase in front of him. He couldn't see the end at a glance. Stone tablet? At the bottom left of the stone staircase, there was a simple stone tablet. Jiang Xi walked over and saw that the stone tablet was engraved with unknown and complicated words. He had never seen such words before, but the information on the stone tablet was clearly transmitted to his mind. Nether Void Realm, Nether Void Temple. Anyone with a soul can become the inheritor of the Nether Void Temple if they step onto the inheritance stairs. There are a total of 999 steps on the inheritance stairs. Enter the Nether Void Temple and you can obtain the complete inheritance. The inheritance has a time limit of 10 years. If you cannot complete all the steps, you will fail. Over the years, countless prodigies from different races have come to the Nether Void Realm. Until now, no one has obtained the complete inheritance. The rules were very simple, but it didn't specify what kind of inheritance it was. Anyone with a soul. I definitely have a soul. Let's go up and take a look. Jiang Xi lifted his foot and stepped onto the first white jade stone staircase. Immediately, a mysterious message appeared in his mind. Secret Tao Seal Technique? Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the so-called inheritance was a secret technique related to the soul. Secret technique. He had already seen the power of the Tao Fusion Technique and the Tao Pattern Technique. Then, was this Tao Seal Technique as powerful as the other 2 secret techniques? He opened the experience panel to take a look. Strangely, this secret technique wasn't recorded in the panel. Jiang Xi carefully sorted out the mysterious information that appeared in his mind. Only then did he understand. So it's too badly damaged. It doesn't have the qualifications to be recorded. The experience panel wouldn't record ordinary things. The inheritance has a time limit of 10 years. Next, I'll accept the inheritance step by step. Let's see which step I can reach in the end. Jiang Xi looked at the 999 white jade stone staircase. Here his spiritual sense was still restricted. He couldn't detect the ancient temple at the end of the staircase. Chapter 432. At the edge of the myriad mountain star sea, in an inconspicuous palace. The skinny old man, who was a fourth tribulation transcender, was expressionlessly looking at the 5 messengers kneeling below. 3 of them were at the Tao integration stage and 2 were at the primordial soul stage. There were originally 6 of them, but 1 of them had been killed by Jiang Xi. The skinny old man didn't conceal this matter. The only thing he didn't reveal was the existence of the immortal restrictions. That primordial soul stage expert was dead, but Jiang Xi's fate was unknown. Therefore he still ordered the 5 of them to search for Jiang Xi's whereabouts. The skinny old man's voice was indifferent as he said, "I'm very disappointed. It's already been more than half a year, but you still haven't found anything." The 5 outstanding talents of the natives immediately begged for mercy in fear and trepidation. This was a high and mighty immortal. If they angered this immortal, they wouldn't have a chance to live. They had already realized that this assassination mission wasn't just an opportunity. Not only was it a fortuitous encounter, it could also be a disaster. "I'll give you another half a year." The skinny old man didn't say any threatening words. This was already enough. The 5 natives immediately became very anxious. They hurriedly ended the transmission and went to look for Jiang Xi's whereabouts. In the empty main hall, the skinny old man frowned and fell into deep thought. He had reason to suspect that the explosion of the immortal restrictions of the primordial soul stage native was triggered by Jiang Xi. At that time, the blonde middle stage Tao integration stage native had also met Jiang Xi in that area. There couldn't be such a coincidence. The blonde native had just met Jiang Xi when the bald native exploded. Is he dead or not? This was the most important question. With the strength of the remaining 5 natives, they could complete a blanket search of the myriad mountain star sea in half a year. If Jiang Xi wasn't dead, they would have met him long ago. Maybe he's really dead. If there's really no trace of him after half a year, at this time, the sound of hurried footsteps and an anxious voice could be heard. "Master, please save my Chewing Xing." A young late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator staggered in from outside the hall and knelt on the ground while sobbing. The skinny old man was a 4th tribulation transcender, and he didn't allow people to fly in his palace. Unless they were stronger than him. What's the matter? The skinny old man's thoughts were interrupted, and he was somewhat displeased. "Master, a few days ago, a cultivator from Chewing Planet unintentionally ran into Arhat Qingshan of the Buddhist sect. In the end, Arhat Qingshan took my hometown, Chewing Star, into his Buddhist kingdom. Right now, billions of lives on Chewing Planet are in danger. I beg, Master." "Mountain-raising Arhat?" The skinny old man was shocked. Then he interrupted his disciples, pleading with an indifferent tone, "Give up. Qingshan is a 9 tribulations Arhat. I can't help you with this." "Master." The young man's eyes were bloodshot. "As long as you're still here, your Chewing Planet's bloodline will not be severed. Go down." The young man clenched his fists and left unwillingly. In the empty hall, only the emaciated old man was left. However, he was no longer in the mood to think about Jiang Xi's problem. In his early years, Arhat Qingshan walked the path of killing. He wanted to comprehend the mystery of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha. That's why he hasn't killed another living being in the past 20,000 years. Why would he want to kill this time? Strange. This was equivalent to the vow of silence cultivation being broken. 20,000 years of hard work had been wasted. As for his disciple's hometown, he definitely wouldn't dare to save it. The other party was a 9 tribulations Arhat who had been famous for a long time. He was only a 4 tribulation transcender. In the distant Buddhist domain in the core area of the Buddhist kingdom. Here there were spiritual mountains that shone with golden light, standing tall in the starry sky. On the summit of one of the spiritual mountains, lightning flickered, as if it wanted to destroy all evil in the world. At this time, a tall Vajra with angry eyes was bathed in lightning. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside a heavenly abode. This was the famous mountain-raising heavenly abode of the Buddhist domain. The mountain-raising heavenly abode was filled with golden light and dense spiritual energy. Buddhist chants that could calm one's mind resounded between heaven and earth. Below was a huge continent. Countless believers were kneeling on the ground, chanting something with pious and fanatical expressions. When these believers saw a mountain-raising heavenly abode, they became even more fanatical. In the sky above this heavenly abode, there was also a planet with life. Unlike those fanatical believers, the 100 billion living beings on this planet were all kneeling on the ground and desperately kowtowing to beg for mercy. There were also 2 early-stage Tao integration cultivators kneeling in the air and shouting, "Mountain-raising heavenly abode, we were wrong. Please forgive us and spare our lives." Buddhism says that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Mountain-raising heavenly abode, the 100 billion living beings of my chewing planet are 100 billion lives. They couldn't come out because there was an invisible formation barrier that trapped the entire chewing planet. Mountain-raising heavenly abode stood in the air and lowered his angry eyes. Amitabha, all living beings in the world are sinful. If I don't kill you, how can you be free of your sins? As soon as he said that, some of the stronger cultivators of Chuingxing decided to fight to the death and started cursing loudly. "Damn bald donkey, you will die a horrible death. I curse you for 3 days and your great Tao will collapse. From then on, you will be plagued by evil creatures and will never be reincarnated." Mountain-raising heavenly abode suddenly laughed angrily. "Aha, so what if all evil creatures are on my body? I waited for 50,000 years for a chance to inherit the Kongming Temple's inheritance. Now it's gone. Even if I slaughter all of you, it won't be able to appease the anger in my heart." A 9 tribulation Arhat was equivalent to a 9 tribulation transcender, and his lifespan was at most 100,000 years. He waited for 50,000 years for this chance. Want to wait for the next one? That was already impossible. If he wanted to become a bodhisattva, he could only find another way. A thunderous roar like a lion's roar resounded throughout the mountain-raising heavenly abode. Chewing planet instantly collapsed, and 100 billion living beings died in the next moment. 100 billion fanatical believers appeared on the land within the mountain-raising heavenly abode. Since I'm not fated to inherit the Kongming Temple's inheritance, I'll use these 100 billion believers to help me reverse life and death. Mountain-raising heavenly abode seemed to have been possessed, but the golden light on his body blazed even brighter. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. In one of the Kongming temples in the land of Kongming, there were 999 steps, and each step had a small portion of the inheritance information of the Dao Seal technique. Only after digesting this portion of the inheritance information could one step onto the next step. Moreover, there was a gradually increasing pressure on these steps. With each step, the pressure would increase by a bit. Jiang Ci stood quietly on the 110th step. 5 days later, a thick gray stream of air spiraled into his body. He opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed in his clear eyes. The strength of my spiritual sense has increased by another 1,000th. At this rate, my spiritual sense will at least double when I finish climbing the 999 steps. This was an unexpected gain. Chapter 433. Jiang Ci didn't expect that the inheritance steps of the Kongming Temple would produce the gray air current that was unique to dead soul beasts. This was truly an unexpected gain. As long as he digested the inheritance information, the gray air current would appear on the steps and strengthen his spiritual sense. Moreover, the gray air current on the steps was very large. It was equivalent to the gray air current produced by a late-stage Tao integration stage soul beast. However, Riverward's brows were tightly knitted and he was worried. The higher I go, the more difficult it is to digest the inheritance information and the longer it takes. The inheritance time is limited to 10 years. Moreover, the steps will also exert pressure on my spiritual sense. If my spiritual sense isn't strong enough in the end, the inheritance may end prematurely. This inheritance is indeed not so easy to obtain. He stepped onto the 111th step, and a mysterious inheritance information appeared in his mind. It took him another 5 days to completely digest the spiritual sense pressure from the steps. All of a sudden, Riverward was stunned, and his face was full of surprise. This was because the mysterious inheritance information had been mixed together with the inheritance information from the 110th step and had become a whole. Successor, congratulations on obtaining the first level of the Dao Seal technique. This was the notification from the Kongming Temple. The experience panel has been updated. Please check it. The notification sounded in his mind at the same time. This inheritance information is finally qualified to be recorded in the experience panel? He opened the experience panel to check the changes. Secret technique, Dao Fusion technique, 4 Dao Fusion techniques, 40 million/400 million. Dao pattern technique, 3 Dao patterns, 40 billion/400 million. Dao seal technique, incomplete, none, 40 million/400 million. the words Dao Seal Technique finally appeared in the secret technique column. The annoying thing was that it had the word incomplete and was incomplete. As expected, I need to complete all 999 steps to obtain the complete inheritance. It's now the 111th step. Based on this, there are a total of 9 levels of the Dao Seal Technique. 999 divided by 111 was equal to 9. Jiang Xi thought for a while and put this thought aside for the time being. He let his clone refine the spiritual fruit to increase the level of the Dao Seal Technique and see what effect it would have. The first level of the Dao Seal Technique was more complete than the incomplete information from before. Therefore, he also had a preliminary understanding of this set of soul mystic techniques. The so-called Dao Seal art was similar to the Dao pattern art through different means. However, Dao pattern arts use Dao arts to refine the body, while Dao Seal arts use Dao arts to refine the soul and strengthen the soul. I have 4 Daos of the Dao of heaven and earth. If I master this technique, will my soul reach the Dao integration stage in advance? Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. This was because the Dao pattern technique was like this. When using 4 Dao arts to refine one's body, one would be able to refine it. Although the realm of his body was still a 3-line Do Ling Yuan spirit, it was equivalent to a 4-line Do Zong, Dao unification. In just 2.5 hours, the clone had refined 1 million points of spiritual energy, and the upgrade was completed. Suddenly, Jiang Xi's original body and his doppelganger on the first moon of Earth changed. In the minds of the 2 bodies, the 2 images of observing self emitted a blazing golden spiritual light at the same time. Then the Taoist rhymes flowed. 4 Taoist arts: sword, gale, li fire and vajra. Each of them separated a wisp of true Tao intent, which spiraled and condensed. It then turned into a 4-colored petal that hung in front of the image of observing self, like a layer of armor. When these changes were over, Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. No. There was a problem. According to the inheritance information of the Dao Seal art, after the first level was successfully cultivated, the Dao Seal would condense into a Dao Seal in the mind and attach to the cultivator's soul. It was not a petal. Is there a problem with my visualization technique? His visualization technique came from the Buddhist ruins on Earth and was extremely mysterious. Jiang Xi could not figure out this problem for the time being. He shook his head and carefully checked the changes after the first level of the Dao Seal art was successfully cultivated. The strength of my soul has increased by a level. The most obvious manifestation was that he had finally broken through the limit of his spiritual sense detection. Originally, his spiritual sense detection range was only 1,000 kilometers, but now it had directly increased to 2,000 kilometers. The effect is very obvious. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. This was already the spiritual sense strength of an early-stage Yuan spirit. He looked at the interface again. Frowny face. Dao Seal art, incomplete, 1 seal costs 4 million. The first level was complete. Then Jiang Xi tried to continue to cultivate and improve the Dao Seal art. The result was, of course, failure. Because he did not obtain the follow-up secret technique of the Dao Seal art, he naturally could not continue to improve it. After the strength of my spiritual sense has increased, the speed of understanding and digesting the inheritance information has also increased. This way, I might have a chance to obtain the complete inheritance. Jiang Xi stepped onto the 112th step. Although the spiritual sense suppression emitted by the steps had increased, his endurance had also increased. Originally, it took him 5 days to completely digest the inheritance information of the 111th step. However, it took him less than 3 days to reach the 112th step. The powerful existence that left behind the Temple of Kongming probably did not expect that someone would cheat. After Jiang Xi obtained part of the inheritance, he had the help of the experience value interface. He could complete the cultivation improvement and strengthen the strength of his soul and spiritual sense in a short period of time. This offset the spiritual sense suppression that increased with each step and allowed him to climb higher steps. Compared to him, the inheritors who came here to receive the inheritance all climbed the steps in one go to obtain the inheritance information. Because the inheritance time limit was 10 years, no one was willing to waste time. Therefore, no one would stop to cultivate the part of the inheritance that they obtained. This was also one of the reasons why no one had been able to obtain the complete inheritance for countless years. However, even part of the inheritance of the Dao Seal art was endlessly useful to many inheritors. Even if they could not become a Dao monarch, they still had the opportunity to touch the threshold of becoming a Dao immortal true monarch in an inconspicuous palace at the edge of the myriad mountain star sea. The 5 natives who were responsible for the assassination were kneeling in front of the main hall with terrified expressions. This time, it was the true body of a perfected person. A skinny old man at the 4th Tribulation Transcender realm sat upright in the main hall, not saying a word. He had already received news that there had been a rumor in the Purple Heaven sect recently that the core disciple of the 3rd Tribulation, Jiang Xi, had died. This news was not provided by the 5 assassins below. It is said that the Wine Sword Immortal, who had been dormant in the ancient Tao origin realm for 50,000 years, returned to the sect because of this. If not for the suppression of the perfected person, something big would have happened. From the looks of it, the possibility of Jiang Xi dying is very high. In that case, there is no need for the 5 of them to live. As a 4th Tribulation Transcender, he naturally knew that he could not leave any traces behind. The skinny old man suddenly said to the 5 people below, "You guys did well this time. You did not disappoint me." The 5 natives were pleasantly surprised. "Many thanks for the praise, Immortal." If the Immortal said that they did well, then they had completed the mission. In that case, who was the one who killed Jiang Xi? Was it the bald guy who died first? Chapter 434. The 5 of them looked at each other. How should this reward be calculated? An inferior grade immortal artifact. The skinny old man looked at their expressions expressionlessly, then he had a thought. Explode. Puff 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 puff. The immortal Tao restriction hidden on the 5 natives' primordial spirits exploded at the same time. The 5 of them turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. They couldn't be more dead. The immortal Tao restriction was set up by the skinny old man, so its power was naturally controlled by him. Thus, the explosion of the 5 of them didn't cause any commotion. No one would know that he had once hired 6 natives to assassinate a level 3 core disciple. Purple Heaven Sect, level 5, and Immortal's Cave. Beside the immortal pond, cranes flew and zither music lingered. An old man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged beside the pond. Behind him was a beautiful woman who was playing the zither. On the other side was a transmission phantom, which looked no different from a real person. It was Chi Song. He was a little uneasy and there was a little fear on his honest face. "Song, don't be afraid, Master will take care of you." The old man in a Taoist robe had a kind expression. "Thank you, Master." Chi Song calmed down a little and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know if it was true or not. In just a moment, another transmission phantom appeared, carrying a sword and a wine gourd at his waist. "Zhongli, long time no see." The old man in a Taoist robe chuckled. "Old Tulu, don't try to get close to me." The Wine Sword Immortal didn't have his usual unrestrained self, and his face was serious. His gaze was locked onto Chi Song. "You are Chi Song?" The Wine Sword Immortal's voice seemed to have a soul-sucking power. "Greetings, Senior Wine Sword Immortal." Chi Song hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Let me ask you, were you the one who spread the news that my disciple Jiang Xi had died?" The Wine Sword Immortal's eyes were sharp. "Since Senior has asked, Junior does not dare to lie." Chi Song cupped his hands and bowed again. He looked like a very polite junior. He took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, "Half a year ago, I was training in the Myriad Mountain Star Ocean, and I met Jiang Xi by chance. At that time, he was being hunted down by a late-stage Tao integration stage soul beast. I helped him out of consideration for our relationship as fellow disciples. Afterwards, the 2 of us had a pleasant conversation, and I thought I had found a confidant. I didn't expect him to be that kind of person." At this point, Chi Song paused for a moment with a trace of anger on his face. "Continue." The Wine Sword Immortal was expressionless. "My apologies, I lost my composure." Chi Song hurriedly put away his anger. He continued, "When we were about to separate, I didn't expect Jiang Xi to suddenly attack me when I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't prepared at all, so I could only passively fight back. As if the heavens were helping me, a nebula vortex appeared behind Jiang Xi and swallowed him. I waited there for half a year and didn't see him come out, so I concluded that he had already died." "Are you serious? Are you sure there is no falsehood at all?" Wine Sword Immortal asked. "Every word is true. I know that Senior might not believe me. In fact, I didn't believe it at first either. I think it might be because the Cloud Summit competition is just around the corner and he wants to get rid of me. What's funny is that I even treated him as a confidant." Chi Song laughed bitterly, his face full of regret. "Make a heavenly oath." The Wine Sword Immortal didn't talk nonsense with him. At this moment, the benevolent Taoist-robed elder who had been silent all this while frowned and said, "Zhongli, this is too much. It's your disciple who doesn't know what's good for him and repaid kindness with enmity. It's fine that I didn't find trouble with you, but you're questioning my disciple? Song is the victim. Master, it's fine. I know that Senior Wine Sword Immortal loves his disciple. I can make a heavenly oath. Chi Song hurriedly said, looking like a reasonable young man, making people have a good impression of him. At this moment, even the Wine Sword Immortal felt that he had gone overboard. Before he could continue speaking, Chi Song said resolutely and decisively, I, Chi Song, use the Tao art I cultivate to swear to the heavenly Tao that if what I say today is the slightest bit false, then I'll die on the spot within 3 breaths of time. 3 breaths passed and Chi Song was unharmed. Cai Zhongli, before you take in a disciple next time, check his character first. The Taoist robed elder shook his head. The Wine Sword Immortal disappeared expressionlessly. Ancient Tao Origin World, 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. The Wine Sword Immortal sat cross-legged before a wine table, and beside him was Immortal Ping, who had a worried expression. How is it? Immortal Ping asked. It's hard to say. I asked Chi Song in detail, and his answer didn't seem to be wrong. The Wine Sword Immortal frowned and described what had just happened. Jiang Si, I wouldn't do such a thing. Immortal Ping said resolutely. She had seen Jiang Si many times and she understood Jiang Si's character. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head lightly. Of course he wouldn't. If it was someone else they might believe Chi Song. Unfortunately, I don't. I know very well what kind of person my disciple is. Doesn't know what's good for him? Repaying kindness with enmity? The Wine Sword Immortal sneered. Jiang Si's sword Dao was the purest sword Dao he had seen in his life. It was impossible for someone with a problematic temperament to cultivate such a pure sword Dao. If someone said that Jiang Si would kill someone out of anger, then there was still some possibility. However, Jiang Si definitely wouldn't do something that went against his conscience. Unfortunately, it was a transmission illusion, so I couldn't see if the heavenly Tao descended when Chi Song made his vow. The Wine Sword Immortal sighed softly. Some strange magic treasures could conceal the heavenly Tao's vow. Jiang Si, have you really fallen into a dead end? Why haven't you replied to any of my messages? The Wine Sword Immortal was extremely worried. In the past half a year he had sent countless messages to Jiang Si, but he hadn't received any reply. Of course he knew that Jiang Si wasn't dead. Because before Jiang Si left the ancient Tao Origin World, he had left his lifespan with the Wine Sword Immortal. If Jiang Si was dead, then the lifespan would have shattered a long time ago. The reason he had asked Jiang Si was mainly to find out what had happened to Jiang Si before he went missing. The Myriad Mountain Star Ocean, the region where Jiang Si had been swallowed by the vortex of stars. In the past half a year, Chi Song hadn't left and had been guarding this place. After passing the Wine Sword Immortal, there won't be any problems. Unfortunately, the lifespan of 3rd and 4th heavenly layer disciples can only be checked by perfected monarchs and above. Even if Master is a 9th tribulation transcender, he doesn't have the right to check it. It's fine, I'll wait for another half a year. If there's no more activity here, then I'll be able to confirm his death. Chi Song's gaze was cold, completely different from when he had sent the message just now. It's just that I hate it for destroying one of my treasures. He looked at the cracked ancient compass in front of him with a pained expression. He had obtained this compass when he was training in an ancient secret realm, and it had helped him resolve many dangers. This time, in order to conceal the heavenly Tao's vow, he had completely destroyed it. In Chi Song's eyes, the value of this compass was thousands of times higher than a low-grade immortal artifact. It's worth it. As long as I can get rid of the threat that's preventing me from reaching the peak, everything is worth it. Chi Song took a deep breath. Chapter 435. In the following days, Jiang Si didn't pay attention to outside matters and focused on receiving the inheritance in the Kongming Temple. Due to the time constraints, he put the communication bead in his storage ring to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Time passed and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everything was very peaceful and nothing major happened. Jiang Si sat cross-legged on the 222nd step and opened his eyes, somewhat worried. He didn't expect that the difficulty of receiving the inheritance in the Kongming Temple would increase exponentially from the 111th step to the 222nd step. The spiritual sense pressure of each layer was greatly increased. A month ago he stepped on the 222nd step. The spiritual sense pressure on this step gave Jiang Xi a feeling that it exceeded the pressure of a sixth tribulation transcender. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for him to digest the information of the inheritance. However, the result was indeed as he expected. After digesting the information of the inheritance on this step, he immediately obtained the second layer of the Taoist seal technique. No wonder no one has obtained the complete inheritance for countless years, and this is only the 222nd step. The spiritual sense pressure is already so strong, and there are still 777 more steps. In the end, it wouldn't be the spiritual sense pressure of a Tao monarch, right? It was very difficult for Jiang Xi not to guess in this direction. Then he looked at the changes in his experience points panel. Taoist seal technique, incomplete, 140 million per seal. After obtaining the second layer of the Taoist seal technique, he could continue to improve. It will take another 3 or 4 days for my clone to refine the spiritual fruit. I can take advantage of this time to contact Daodu and Master. With the current strength of his spiritual sense, even if he stepped on the next step, it would be very difficult for him to gain anything under the stronger spiritual sense pressure. It was better to wait until he finished improving before continuing to obtain the inheritance. Moreover, because he had blocked all communication beads, he hadn't contacted his family and friends in the past 2 years. Although Daodu and the Liquor Sword Immortal both had his life jade slip, they would definitely be worried after not contacting him for so long. It was unlike before when he would contact his family every once in a while even if he was cultivating in seclusion, but this time, he had completely lost contact with them. Jiang Xi took out the communication bead from his storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was dumbfounded. There were 785,152 messages and 540,39620 unconnected phantom messages. Jiang Dudu received the most information. 70% of these messages came from her. The rest were Shen Tian, Li Baibai, the Wine Sword Immortal, Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, and the others. Even Ji Wei had sent him a message. Wasn't it just 2 years of no contact? The universe exploded? It had nothing to do with him. Jiang Xi thought for a moment and sent them a message saying that everything was fine. Then, just as he was about to send a message to Jiang Dudu, Mu Ning unexpectedly took the initiative to send a message. In order to hide the fact that he was in the Kongming land, Jiang Xi chose to send a voice message so that the other party would not be able to see what was happening here. Haha, Jiang Xi, many disciples said you were dead. I knew you weren't dead. Mu Ning laughed loudly. His words touched Jiang Xi, but he also had some doubts. I died. That's right. Didn't you accept the Myriad Mountain Star Ocean's Hell Mode mission? 2 years ago, news spread in the sect that you died in the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea. Who spread the news? I don't know. Jiang Xi was even more confused. At the same time, he cursed who was so wicked. Jisong? Very suspicious. That son of a bitch. After ending the message with Mu Ning, he immediately sent a message to Jiang Dudu in case the line was busy. In the end, the line was still busy. He had to pick it up. Because it was his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. Jiang Dudu could only wait. Ancient Tao Origin World, 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. The Wine Sword Immortal had a rare serious expression on his face as he sat at the front of the hall. Jiang Xi's transmission phantom stood to the side. You've lost contact for 2 years and are in the dangerous Myriad Mountain Star Ocean. Have you encountered some difficulties? Do you need me to help? The Wine Sword Immortal asked. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. He could feel the Wine Sword Immortal's genuine concern for him. It was no different from family. Jiang Xi smiled. I didn't encounter any difficulties. I just encountered some fortuitous opportunities. In order to save time, I blocked the transmission. Fortuitous opportunities? The Wine Sword Immortal's eyes lit up. Is it the Dark Void Land? Master knows about it too? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded. Of course I know. 50,000 years ago, the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court gave me a slot. At that time I rejected it due to special reasons. Jiang Xi's heart stirred. 50,000 years ago? That was when the Wine Sword Immortal started to fall. However, his master was really amazing. He rejected such a precious inheritance just like that. In Jiang Xi's eyes, the value of a Tao seal technique was not inferior to a Tao Lord's inheritance. The Wine Sword Immortal curiously asked, the Dark Void Divine Palace is extremely dangerous. It's very difficult to enter unless you're a tribulation transcender. How did you get in? My body is quite strong. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. How strong? 10 times the strength of a top-grade spirit artifact. The Wine Sword Immortal was silent for a moment. It seemed that his disciple was hiding a lot of secrets. Jiang Xi did not tell him about the Dao runes. Therefore he did not know about the realm of Jiang Xi's body. If he had such a strong body at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it would be even more abnormal after he became an immortal. Thinking of this he sighed. It's a pity that the inheritance of the Dark Void Divine Palace has a time limit. Your spiritual sense is only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In a short 10 years, I estimate that you can only obtain the first 3 layers. Master, is the inheritance that difficult? Jiang Xi was unwilling to give up. This was a secret technique that was qualified to be recorded in the experience points panel. If he could not obtain the complete version, it would be too much of a loss. It's very difficult. Over the countless years, countless peerless geniuses entered the Dark Void Land, but they were unable to obtain the complete inheritance. If there was no time limit, it could be slowly consumed. However, the existence that left the inheritance only gave 10 years. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. Jiang Xi fell into deep thought. Was there no other way? The Wine Sword Immortal looked at him and said, "Don't be too greedy. Even the first 3 layers of the inheritance of the Dark Void Land are enough for you to use until the Tribulation Transcender stage." The Wine Sword Immortal looked at him and smiled. However, this time you made a Buddhist arhat of the 9 tribulations suffer. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled happily. Arhat of the 9 tribulations. Jiang Xi was shocked. Because of the peacock visualization method, he had always been afraid of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhist arhats were powerhouses of the Tribulation Transcender stage. Arhats of the 9 tribulations were 9 tribulation transcenders. When did he provoke such a powerhouse? How could he make the other party suffer? Although the Dark Void Land is located in the 3rd heaven of our Purple Heaven sect, the inheritance inside is the common resource of the Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects. The inheritance quotas of the 36 divine palaces are all distributed by the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance. You accidentally entered one of the divine palaces and took the quota of the Buddhist arhat, the Wine Sword Immortal explained. Will there be trouble? This was what Jiang Xi was worried about. With his current strength, even if he were to face the weakest immortal stage powerhouse of the first Tribulation Transcender stage, he could only run away. Let alone a 9 Tribulation Transcender. Chapter 436. Don't worry. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head. You entered by mistake and didn't mean to take his spot. Even if this gets out in the future, no one will say anything. Arhat Qing Shan is not popular in the Buddhist sect. If he dares to cause trouble, our Purple Heaven sect is not afraid of him. Moreover, only you and I know about this. As long as we don't say anything, no one else will know. Jiang Xi was relieved. Oh, right after you lost contact, the disciple of the 4th heaven, Qi Song, spread the news of your death. The Wine Sword Immortal said. Qi Song. This despicable person. He looks simple and honest, but he is actually a vicious person. Jiang Xi snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suffered a loss? Yes, if my body wasn't strong enough, I would have died in the Kongming land. Jiang Xi told them about how he helped Qi Song and was plotted against by Qi Song. That kid told me that you plotted against him and even swore a heavenly oath. It seems that he does have a Dharma treasure to cover up his heavenly oath. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Jiang Xi's eyes were cold and he didn't say anything harsh. Are you confident that you can beat him in this Cloud Summit competition? The Wine Sword Immortal asked. 90%. Jiang Xi was very confident. After cultivating the first 2 levels of the Dao Seal technique, his spiritual sense strength had entered the primordial soul stage. His close combat strength had reached the middle stage of the Dao integration stage. With the combination of the 2, his combat strength had increased by a level. No 2 levels. It would be easy to deal with Qi Song. The remaining 10% was because he was worried about Qi Song's hidden methods. 90%? Very good. The Wine Sword Immortal wouldn't lower himself to the level of a junior. The grudge between Qi Song and Jiang Xi naturally had to be settled by Jiang Xi himself. Of course, if Jiang Xi really couldn't settle it, he wouldn't mind taking action and giving this core disciple of the 4th heaven an unforgettable lesson. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't ask any more questions and ended the communication. He knew that Jiang Xi still had to contact his other relatives and friends. Don't be busy again? Jiang Xi hurriedly sent a message to Jiang Dudu. After that, the 2 of them chatted for a long time. Jiang was very busy. Not only did she have to deal with Earth's affairs, but she also had to deal with some problems in the entire Milky Way. After all, Jiang Xi was still the Milky Way horde leader. The entire Milky Way belonged to Jiang Xi. She seemed to be reporting to Jiang Xi about what had happened in the past few years. What Jiang Xi cared about the most was the restoration of stability on Earth. Judging from Jiang Dudu's tone, she had killed quite a number of people. In addition to contacting Jiang Dudu, Jiang Xi also chatted briefly with Shen Tian and Li Baibai. The two of them also knew that Jiang Xi's life was not in danger, but they were a little worried because they had not contacted him for 3 years. 4 days later, Jiang Xi ended the emotional contact and returned to the state of cultivation. Because with the help of the experience panel, the second level of the Dao Seal technique was completed. There was an additional 4-colored petal around the Dao Seal technique. Dao Seal technique, incomplete, second seal 40 million/40 million. The improvement this time also strengthened his soul and spiritual sense. The range of spiritual sense detection increased from 2,000 kilometers to 4,400 kilometers. The reason for the extra 400 kilometers was that when he received the inheritance of the stairs, he absorbed the gray air flow and strengthened his soul. The previous enhancement was small. When he reached the 222nd step, there were some qualitative changes. Similarly, after the spiritual sense was strengthened this time, he could resist the spiritual sense suppression emitted by more steps and step onto higher steps. Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the end of the 999 steps. It was thousands of kilometers away. Because the Temple of Kongming blocked spiritual sense detection, he couldn't see the end. There are still 3 years before the Cloud Summit competition begins. I should strive to obtain the 3rd level of the Dao Seal technique before then. By then, my spiritual sense will be stronger. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. His opponents in the Cloud Summit competition were all perfected nascent soul. It was definitely not a competition of cultivation, but of Dao techniques, body, spiritual sense and so on. Dao techniques were performed through spiritual sense. The stronger the spiritual sense, the stronger the power of the Dao technique. The power of using a knife with 1,000 kilograms of strength was definitely different from that of using 10,000 kilograms of strength. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Jiang Xi had already been training in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea for 5.5 years. He had also been receiving the inheritance of the Temple of Kongming for more than 5 years. He sat cross-legged on the 305th step and opened his eyes helplessly. I'm still a little short of the 333rd step. Originally, he wanted to obtain the 3rd level of the Dao Seal technique before the Cloud Summit competition began. But now there was no hope. Because the Cloud Summit competition for the nascent soul stage of the Purple Heaven sect was starting today. I can't stop the inheritance. I'll leave 30% of my spiritual sense here to continue receiving the inheritance. However, with my current strength, even 70% of my spiritual sense is enough to deal with the Cloud Summit competition. I'm going to get the level 4 slot this time. Jiang Xi temporarily stopped the inheritance and took out his communication bead. With a thought, he entered the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. No one knew how big the internal space of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram was. Most people guessed that this illusory world should be as big as the original universe. After all, the Tongtian covered the entire original universe. In the starry sky at the core of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram, colorful auspicious clouds gathered and covered the starry sky, making it look like a fairyland. This place was called the Cloud 9 Heavens. Above the colorful auspicious clouds, there was a huge platform. This was the competition venue of the Cloud Summit competition. The Cloud Summit competition was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was the internal round-robin competition. The second stage was the knockout competition. As there were many nascent soul stage disciples in the first heaven, the internal round-robin competition started half a year in advance and had already ended. There were not many nascent soul stage disciples in the second, third, and fourth heavens. Both stages had to be held here. At this moment, swoosh, 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 one figure after another appeared on the cloud top platform, the 100 winners of the first heaven round-robin competition and all the nascent soul stage disciples in the second, third, and fourth heavens. They gathered here according to their respective heavens. The most eye-catching were the 6 nascent soul stage disciples in the fourth heaven. Old disciples, Zhongyu, Yanqiu, Qisong. New disciples, Jiwei, Quanglang, Yanjiufeng. Then came the 37 nascent soul stage disciples in the third heaven. As for the first and second heaven disciples, not many people paid attention to them. Compared to the old disciples, the new disciples naturally did not receive much attention. Of course there were exceptions. Jiang Xi, who was in the limelight these few years, became the hot topic of discussion among the disciples. Have you heard? 5.5 years ago Jiang Xi, who passed the 7th stage of the Green Lotus Tongtian Mountain, is dead. An old disciple in the second heaven said. I heard about it long ago. Some people said it was a rumor and not credible. Wind from an empty cave may not be without reason. And it is said that this news came from the 4th heaven. I think he might be dead. Look, the other disciples in the 3rd heaven are all here except for him. The crowd glanced at the place where the nascent soul stage disciples in the 3rd heaven gathered. As expected, they did not see Jiang Xi's figure. Chapter 437. Hearing everyone's discussion, Mu-Ning only glanced at Qi Song with a cold gaze. He had a pure heart, but he could also distinguish right from wrong. Originally, he had a good impression of this genius disciple with a bumpy background. However, ever since he had communicated with Jiang Xi 3 years ago, he had learned of the hidden details of this matter and had also seen Qi Song's true colors. This was a sinister and vicious villain. Mu-Ning, your relationship with Jiang Xi is the closest. Did something really happen to him? Mo Hong, who was also a 3rd heaven disciple, asked hesitantly. Beside him, Feng Lu, Lin Ling'er, Li Xianxian and Blood Boy also looked at Mu-Ning. Everyone's expressions were very complicated. Because Jiang Xi was the #1 person in their batch of new disciples, the leader. Jiang Xi was dead, and among these new disciples, only Ji Wei could fight. But compared to Jiang Xi, Ji Wei was still a little inferior. Even if Ji Wei passed the 7th level of the Sky Ascension Mountain a year ago. Mu-Ning chuckled. He knew that Jiang Xi had not contacted these people. Now very few people knew about Jiang Xi's true situation. Jiang Xi Mu-Ning was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. Because a familiar figure had appeared on the cloud top platform. Not far away, 6 nascent soul stage disciples of the 4th heavenly layer were standing very far apart. Qi Song had a simple and honest smile on his face as his eyes swept across his opponents. Of course he heard those voices discussing Jiang Xi's life and death. However, compared to a dead person he was more concerned about how to stabilize his position as a 4th heaven core disciple. Zhong Yu passed the 8th level of the Sky Ascension Mountain long ago. No one is his match. The only ones left are Yan Chou and the 5 3rd heaven people who passed the 7th level of the Sky Ascension Mountain. They are my opponents. As long as I win against them. As for Ji Wei, Kuang Lang and Yan Jiufeng, these 3 new disciples, Qi Song only glanced at them indifferently and did not take them seriously. At this moment, another figure appeared on the cloud top platform. Qi Song was stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief and shocked. Jiang Xi. Is still alive? Impossible. I saw him being swallowed by the vortex with my own eyes. Even a late-stage Dao integration expert would have a hard time surviving the nebula vortex. How did he survive? Qi Song's eyes flickered as he walked towards Jiang Xi. At this moment, Jiang Xi's appearance also shocked the other disciples. When the senior disciples saw Jiang Xi, their expressions changed. They were just talking about Jiang Xi's life and death. Who would have thought that this formidable opponent was still alive? As for the new disciples, they were very happy. In the past, because they were competitors, their relationship with Jiang Xi might seem a little distant. However, among the 7 new nascent soul disciples in the 3rd heaven, other than Jiang Xi who had passed the 7th level of the Sky Connecting Mountain, only Mu-Ning had passed the 6th level 2 years ago. Everyone's strength was no longer on the same level, so there was no competition between them. In addition, everyone had entered the Purple Heaven sect in the same year, so their relationship had become closer. Jiang Xi also greeted everyone with a smile. Just as they were chatting animatedly, Riverward stopped and looked into the distance. Only to see Qi Song walking over with a face full of anger. Jiang Xi, you sinister villain, you're actually still alive. The heavens are really blind. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. A 4th heaven disciple was actually facing off against a 3rd heaven disciple in advance? Jiang Xi sneered. Want to make a false accusation first? He saw Qi Song just now but did not make a move. Because this was the interior of the Sky Connecting Mountain and River diagram, everyone was a spirit body formed by spiritual consciousness. Even if they made a move, it would not cause any substantial harm to Qisong. Is there something wrong with you? Jiang Xi revealed a mouthful of big white teeth. Don't dare to admit what you did? I finally recognize you. 5 years ago, I saved you out of kindness in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, but you even plotted against me. If not for the nebula vortex that swallowed you, I would have died in your hands. Qisong pointed at Jiang Xi, extremely angry, like an honest person who had been infuriated for 10,000 years. As soon as this was said, the cloud-top platform became lively. The nascent soul core disciples of the four heavens immediately thought of many things. Jiang Xi plotted against Qisong? Instead, he put himself in a desperate situation? It turns out that the news of Jiang Xi's death was spread by Qisong. I learned about the Myriad Mountain Star Sea from Master before. Even if a Dao integration stage cultivator was swallowed by the nebula vortex, there would only be death. But Riverward actually managed to survive. His strength is truly terrifying. Don't digress. The main point now is, did Jiang Xi really plot against Qisong? Is there a need to doubt it? Qisong is famous for being a good person in the fourth heaven. His words are very trustworthy. This Jiang Xi is most likely a sinister person. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Qisong's face was full of anger, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. The honest image that he had for thousands of years was showing his advantage at this moment. There was no third person who saw what happened in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. I gained the upper hand by showing my strength first. Coupled with my trustworthy image, everyone believes in me. So what if you tell the truth? Will anyone believe you? Qisong stared at Jiang Xi. Victory was in his hands. He knew that Jiang Xi could do nothing to him. So be angry. The angrier you are, the better. It's best if it affects your mentality and affect the upcoming competition. In a battle between experts, the state of mind was also very important. If Jiang Xi was affected, it would be an unexpected gain. Jiang Xi just looked at Qisong expressionlessly and did not speak. The shamelessness of this bitch was beyond his imagination. However, because of his silence, it made people feel that he had indeed plotted against Qisong. Shameless villain. Mu Ning was the one who understood the situation the best. Before Jiang Xi got angry, he got angry first. Qisong glanced at him coldly. Suddenly, Jiang Xi disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, Qisong's expression changed. He was about to retreat when he found that Jiang Xi was faster than him and the distance between the two was too close. There was no time to retreat. Bang. His lower dantian was hit by a punch. The powerful force instantly scattered all the spiritual power in his body. Bang bang bang. Jiang Xi's fists were like phantoms, landing on Qisong's body continuously. With a body that was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, every punch was shockingly powerful. Jiang Xi. Qisong roared, wanting to resist. However, he was already suppressed by Jiang Xi. In a situation where his strength was inferior to Jiang Xi's, he could not resist at all. Die. Jiang Xi smashed Qisong's head with a punch. Qisong's spiritual body disappeared. This sudden scene was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that Jiang Xi would actually make a move. Because this was the clear sky mountain river diagram, an illusory space. Even if he died 10,000 times, it would not affect his body. Many people frowned, feeling that Jiang Xi had gone too far. Wasn't this bullying an honest person? Chapter 438. The phenomenon of huddling together existed everywhere. After Jiang Xi suddenly beat up Qisong, a few new disciples who were close to him immediately came over, worried that Jiang Xi would be bullied by the old disciples. Jiang Xi, I didn't expect such a cautious person like you to make a move at this time. Yin Jiufeng smiled. Although the Cloud Peak competition had not officially started and no immortals had come. But everyone knew that there must be immortals paying attention to this place. Jiang Xi making a move at this time had a certain chance of arousing the immortals' dissatisfaction. I don't feel good if I don't beat him up. It feels good to beat him up. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. Yes, I've never seen such a shameless person. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Well done. Mu Ning applauded for Jiang Xi. Well done. The second sentence was not shouted by Mu Ning, but by a young man with a thin figure and starry eyes. The effect of his shout was more eye-catching than Mu Ning's and surprised many people. Especially the old disciples of the third heaven, they were even more surprised. Guxing? This taciturn person actually applauded Jiang Xi? Could there be some secret behind it? Those who could become core disciples of Purple Heaven sect were not stupid. So even if everyone felt that Jiang Xi had gone overboard, no one stood out to stop him. Now that Guxing had spoken, everyone was immediately puzzled. It was rare for an old disciple to speak for a new disciple. Guxing was also the strongest among the third heaven nascent soul disciples and had passed the 7th stage of Sky Pass early on. He had a deep foundation. Moreover, Guxing was a man of few words and rarely took the initiative to communicate with other disciples. In general, his words were very credible. When everyone was puzzled, Guxing spoke again. Qi Song is a very sinister person. I have also suffered from him before. Seeing how angry you are, you must have suffered a lot this time, right? Guxing asked Jiang Xi. Very big, I almost died. Jiang Xi nodded. The conversation between the two made the disciples waver in their previous judgment. Was there really a problem with Qi Song? Many people immediately became vigilant. This was because the feeling that Qi Song gave people had always been that of a good person and was very popular. If what Jiang Xi and Guxing said was right, then he would have to be more careful in the future. On the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, there was a planet with rich spiritual energy. This was Qi Song's cave residence. In order to better prepare for the cloud top competition, he had ended his cultivation mission in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea a year ago and returned to the cave abode. At this moment, Qi Song's expression was contorted as he roared angrily. He felt extremely humiliated. Jiang Xi, he actually dared to make a move. The hundreds of people on the cloud top platform could be said to be the core group of disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. And Jiang Xi had beaten him up in front of everyone, and then killed his spirit body in the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram. Damn it. His body is too strong. It's stronger than most Dao integration stage cultivators. I have to think of a countermeasure in advance. If I need to participate in the 2nd stage of the competition, I might have to face him. Qi Song quickly calmed down. He did not think that his strength was weaker than Jiang Xi's. Just now the distance between them was too close. His body was also weaker than Jiang Xi's. It was normal for him to be suppressed by Jiang Xi. After a while, Qi Song returned to the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram. This time he was very far away from Jiangxi. He only glanced at Jiangxi with a venomous expression and didn't say anything else. Jiang Xi also did not pay attention to this bitch. After a while the cloud top platform suddenly quieted down. A wave of immortal Dao pressure covered this part of the starry sky. In the sky above the cloud top platform, a middle-aged brawny man in battle armor appeared. I, Tsang Mu, will be the host of this nascent soul competition. A thunderous voice sounded in the starry sky. Greetings, exalted immortal Tsang Mu. All the disciples bowed. Immortal Tsang Mu nodded lightly and said, everyone is clear about the rules of the cloud top competition. There are 2 stages, the internal round robin and the promotion elimination. Now we will begin the 1st stage of the internal round robin competition. It will start with the 650 disciples in the 2nd heaven. Each victory will be awarded 1 point. The disciples in the top 10 will be able to participate in the promotion elimination of the 3rd heaven. The disciples in the top 11 to 500 will be able to stay in the 2nd heaven. The bottom 150. In the round-robin competition, everyone would have to fight 1 match against another. In the round-robin competition of 650 people, everyone would have to fight 649 matches. There were many nascent soul core disciples in the 1st heaven. In order not to waste time, the round-robin competition had already been completed in advance and 100 winners had already been decided. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th heaven round-robin competitions would be held on the cloud top platform. Next, Immortal Tsang Mu announced the order of the matches in the 2nd heaven round-robin competition. The one-on-one matches began very quickly. This was also a chance for the disciples in the higher heaven to observe their opponents. However, Jiang Xi did not need to pay attention to the matches in the 2nd heaven, and neither did Mu Ning. Mo Hong, Feng Lu, Bloodchild, Li Xianxian and Lin Ling, the 5 of them were watching every match with full concentration. Because with their strength, it was very difficult for them to stay in the 3rd heaven after the 1st round-robin competition. Therefore, they could only strive to get a good ranking in the 2nd round of the promotion elimination competition. And their opponents in the promotion elimination competition were the top 10 disciples in the 2nd heaven. The matches between experts were usually very fast. In just 2 days, the second heaven round-robin competition had ended. The matches were very exciting, and Jiang Xi was also very satisfied. Then it was the third heaven round-robin competition. Immortal Tsang Mu looked at Jiang Xi and the others and said in a loud voice, "There are 37 nascent soul disciples in the third heaven, and everyone will fight one match against another. The top 4 disciples in the top 10 will be qualified to compete for the fourth heaven spot. Those in the top 5 to 20 will be able to retain the third heaven spot. Those in the top 21 to 37 will need to fight against the top 10 disciples in the second heaven for the third heaven spot. As long as they were in the top 4, they would be qualified to compete for the fourth heaven spot." Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It was time for him to show his skills. His gaze fell on the 5 experts in the third heaven. Guxing, Bei Dongping, Mingchen, Wu Heng, Baiying. Among the nascent soul disciples in the third heaven, other than him, these 5 senior disciples had also passed the 7th stage of MT Tongtian. He had already seen the first Guxing, and the other 4 were not weak either. These were all his formidable opponents. In the single round-robin competition of 37 people, each person had to fight 36 matches, so it progressed faster. Jiang Xi's performance was out of everyone's expectations. He became the most eye-catching one. He actually obtained the second place in the third heaven round-robin competition. In the 36 matches he only lost 1 match. He lost to Guxing. In other words, Jiang Xi's strength was ranked second among the nascent soul disciples in the third heaven. This result made everyone exclaim in disbelief. In everyone's eyes, although Jiang Xi had also passed the 7th stage of MT Tongtian, he was definitely not as strong as the 5 experts in the third heaven. Because Jiang Xi had only entered the Purple Heaven sect for 100 years. And he lost miserably. Chapter 439. In the eyes of others, Jiang Xi getting second place was an incredible result. Jiang Xi himself frowned because this result was somewhat beyond his expectations. Although the Dao Seal technique was still an incomplete mystic technique, the first 2 levels had already caused a qualitative change in his spiritual sense, which was comparable to the mid-stage essence soul realm. To a certain extent, it made up for his lack of spiritual sense. It could be said that his current strength was more than twice as strong as it was 5 years ago. According to Jiang Xi's estimation, he should be able to compete for first place in the third heaven. Of course, the result of being second place was not unacceptable. The key was that he had lost miserably. The towering mountain river diagram could perfectly replicate the cultivator's physical state. His current spirit body was also comparable to 10 times the strength of a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Under normal circumstances, if a nascent soul realm cultivator wanted to break his defense, they would at least have to use an inferior-grade immortal weapon. However, in his battle against Guxing, Guxing only needed 3 slashes to kill him. 1 slash to suppress him. 2 slashes to break his defense. 3 slashes to kill him. It was a complete crushing. Those 3 slashes not only contained special Dao techniques and Saber Dao, but also other things that I don't understand. When did Guxing become so powerful? According to the information given by Master, although Guxing was powerful in the last Cloud Summit competition, he shouldn't have been able to kill me with just 3 slashes. It had only been 200 years since the last Cloud Summit competition. Jiang Xi glanced at Guxing in the distance. Guxing's strength had brought about a change in his plan to enter the fourth heaven. Guxing is a little too strong. I think he might be the one to enter the fourth heaven this time, Mu Ning said from the side. He was very relaxed now. Because he had gotten 18th place in the round-robin competition of the third heaven just now, he could already stay in the third heaven without having to compete for a spot in the fourth heaven. You don't trust me that much? Jiang Xi smiled. His mentality was not affected. It's not that I don't trust you. I just sent a message to my master. According to him, Guxing has improved a little too quickly in the past 200 years, and now he should have the strength to pass the 8th level of the towering mountain. Mu Ning said frankly, the 8th level. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, among the nascent soul stage disciples of the 3rd and 4th heavenly layer, only the 4th heavenly layer Zhongyu had passed the 8th level. If that was the case, Guxing would definitely enter the 4th heavenly layer. He didn't doubt Mu Ning's words because Mu Ning's master was a Dao immortal perfected lord expert. The information he knew was much more than the wine sword immortal. Is there no hope? Jiang Xi fell silent. At the same time, the 4th heaven's internal round-robin tournament had begun. There were a total of 6 nascent soul stage disciples in the 4th heavenly layer, and each of them had to fight 5 rounds. The top 2 could stay in the 4th heaven. According to the normal allocation, there could only be 3 nascent soul stage disciples in the 4th heaven. Therefore, the other 4 had to compete with the top 4 of the 3rd heaven for the remaining 4th heaven spot. Muning could finally relax. Jiang Xi was still fully focused on observing his opponent, watching every battle and analyzing his opponent's situation. It's a pity for Ji Wei. He passed the 7th stage of the Heavenly Connection Mountain a year ago, but compared to those old disciples he's still far off. If he majored in Space Dao techniques he might have a chance to compete with those 3 old disciples. Yan Jiufeng is at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Connection Mountain, so he definitely won't be able to stay in the 4th heaven. But this is also normal. The new disciples who entered the 4th heaven through the 9 Regions Genius Tournament would basically be eliminated to the 3rd heaven in the first Cloud Summit competition. After a few hundred years of hard work they can still make it back. Compared to the 2 of them, Kuang Lang is miserable. He's only at the 5th stage of the Heavenly Connection Mountain. Jiang Xi shook his head. Kuang Lang was probably the weakest 4th heaven disciple in the past million years. However, he didn't underestimate Kuang Lang. This person seemed arrogant, but he knew how to endure. He wasn't a brainless madman. Even with such a huge gap in strength, he didn't give up. The truth was indeed as Jiang Xi expected. In the following battles, Kuang Lang gave it his all and didn't stop until he died. His tenacious will to never give up was admirable. The battles of the 4th heaven quickly came to the last 2 battles, which were also the 2 battles that Jiang Xi paid the most attention to. Qi Song against Ji Wei, Qi Song against Yan Chou. He hoped that Qi Song would lose both battles so that the 2 of them could meet in the next stage of the elimination round. The venue of the Cloud Summit competition wasn't on the Cloud Summit platform. Both parties would be randomly sent to an illusory space, a planet, a dangerous place, etc. Qi Song and Ji Wei's figures disappeared from the Cloud Summit platform and arrived in an illusory space dominated by the vast ocean. One of them was simple and honest, while the other was as cold as ice. They faced each other in the air above the ocean, their auras constantly rising. In another 300 years, this person will definitely be my opponent. Qi Song thought to himself. This meant that Ji Wei wasn't his opponent now. Opposite him, Ji Wei was expressionless as he drew his sword. In an instant the space shattered. Even the ocean below was strangely turned into countless fragments of space. The seawater seemed to be imprisoned. Insignificant skill. Qi Song snorted coldly and disappeared from the spot. He also cultivated Space Dao techniques, but they were inclined towards stealth. Hence, Ji Wei's space shattering had no effect on his stealth. Space Dao techniques were at the level of Heaven and Earth Dao techniques such as space shattering, nothingness, stealth, slashing, and so on. My stealth is difficult to detect even for a virtual entity cultivator, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. Qi Song silently approached Ji Wei with his dagger in the nothingness. The dagger stabbed towards Ji Wei. At this moment, Ji Wei seemed to be unaware. Poof. Qi Song's expression changed because after his dagger stabbed Ji Wei disappeared like a bubble. Stealth. He can actually use space stealth. At this moment, a cold light flashed from the shattered space and swept towards Qi Song's throat. Qi Song snorted and disappeared. Ji Wei's attack missed and at the same time exposed his position. The dagger pierced Ji Wei's head. Qi Song won. However, Qi Song's expression was ugly. There was a clear line of blood on his neck. He had almost lost just now. One is Jiang Xi and the other is Ji Wei. How can the new disciples who entered the sect through the 9 Zones Genius Tournament be so strong? That sword was very strange. I had clearly dodged in advance, but I was still injured. Luckily, my spiritual awareness has already surpassed the limits of the nascent soul stage and my sensitivity towards space is stronger than his. Otherwise, I would have lost this time. However, I still won. As long as I win one more round and defeat Yan Chou, I will be able to enter the 4th level. I don't need to participate in the 2nd stage of the elimination round. Qi Song didn't know that Ji Wei had once wasted 80 years of his time cultivating space and timed out techniques. If he knew about this, he would probably think differently. Chapter 440. The duel between Qi Song and Ji Wei shocked all the disciples participating in this year's Cloud Summit competition. Many people fell silent, including Jiang Xi. Only Riverward himself knew that in this batch of new disciples, in terms of talent, Ji Wei was still the most powerful. Of course, talent was a cheat. A cheat could also be considered a talent. In this aspect, Jiang Xi felt that he was number one. Next, let's see the duel between Qi Song and Yen Chou. Yen Chou must win. Jiang Xi's gaze was fixed on the last duel. The senior disciple Zhong Yu won all 5 rounds of the level 4 internal round-robin competition. Because he had already passed the 8th stage of the Tongtian Mountain, his ability was far ahead of the rest. Qi Song and Yen Chou both had 3 wins and 1 loss. Whoever won this duel would be number 2 in the level 4 internal round and would be able to stay in the level 4 internal round and would not need to participate in the next round. Jiang Xi certainly did not wish for Qi Song to win, as he would not have the chance to duel with Qi Song. If he wanted Qi Song to know what pain was, he would have to step on Qi Song personally. Of course, defeating Qi Song in the Cloud Summit competition could only be considered as the interest of revenge. To truly resolve the grudge between the two of them, it would have to be done in reality. A quarter of an hour later, a smile appeared on Riverward's face. He was very carefree. Yen Chou won, Qi Song lost. Next, the 8 people who would be participating in the level 4 internal round were announced. Level 3, Gu Xing, Jiang Xi, Ming Chen, Bei Dongping. Level 4. Qi Song, Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, Quang Lang. Immortal Tsang Mu, who was hosting the Cloud Summit competition, said, "The first round of the internal round-robin competition has ended. Next, we will start with the level 4 internal round-robin competition." The rules of the level 4 internal round-robin competition are very simple. The 8 people will still be in a round-robin competition. Everyone will have to duel with the others, and the person with the most points will be the only level 4 internal round-robin competition. The other 7 people will enter the level 3 internal round-robin competition. Everyone's duel order is as follows. Immortal Tsang Mu waved his hand to summon a screen. Jiang Xi looked at the screen. His battle order was Ji Wei, Qi Song, Yan Jiufeng, Bei Dongping, Ming Chen, Quang Lang, Gu Xing. In other words, his first opponent was Ji Wei, and his last opponent was Gu Xing. Coincidentally, these 2 battles were also the first and last battles of the 4th Heaven Advancement Knockout competition. Ancient Dao Origin Realm, 9 Heaven City, within the Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. The Wine Sword Immortal and Immortal Ping were also paying attention to the Cloud Summit competition. A huge 3D phantom was suspended in front of the 2 of them, displaying the situation of the competition in the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram in real time. The strength that Ji Wei displayed just now made him fully qualified to remain in the 4th heaven. Did your disciple defeat Ji Wei? Immortal Ping was very curious. Others are improving, but you won't allow my disciple to improve? Wine Sword Immortal chuckles, shaking his head as he drinks a mouthful of wine. Oh, could it be that Jiang Xi has comprehended sword intent? Immortal Ping was very astonished. No. Then why are you so confident? Just watch. Wine Sword Immortal was keeping them in suspense. Immortal Ping was even more curious now. The 2 of them turned their attention back to the 3D phantom. The first battle of the 4th Heaven Advancement Knockout competition had begun. Jiang Xi versus Ji Wei. The battle scene in the phantom was in the sky above an endless mountain range. The 2 of them each used their ultimate moves, and the battle was exceptionally intense. There were hundreds of green lotuses in front of Jiang Xi, and Sword Qi wreaked havoc in this space. On the other hand, Ji Wei used various spatial techniques, and with the support of his Time Dao, his moves were even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. This battle was unexpectedly long. After half an hour, the 2 of them still hadn't finished their battle. According to the standard of a 4th Heaven disciple, they would normally finish their battle in at most 10 minutes. Their Dao techniques are actually on par? Immortal Ping was very surprised. No, Jiang Xi is about to win. Wine Sword Immortal smiled in the 3D phantom. Ji Wei seized the opportunity to transform into countless phantoms in the spatial fragments, and his true body sneaked in front of Jiang Xi. Immortal Ping was confused. Jiang Xi was clearly in danger, and Ji Wei was about to win. In the sky above the endless mountain range. Although the space was shattered, there were hundreds of green lotuses around Jiang Xi, and it was like a world of its own, unaffected by the spatial techniques. Seeing Ji Wei transform into countless phantoms, and his true body disappear, he knew that his chance had come. Because Ji Wei mainly used spatial techniques and his Time Dao techniques as support, his movements were abnormally strange. If Ji Wei didn't give him a chance to get close, then it would be difficult for him to cause any real damage to Ji Wei. Only in close combat could he unleash his full strength. Wang, There was a ripple in the space and Ji Wei's true body, hidden by countless phantoms, sneaked in front of Jiang Xi. This sword contained the Daos of space and time, and it stabbed towards Riverward in an extremely bizarre manner. Good. Jiang Xi didn't dodge and actually took the initiative to meet the attack. The sword blade stabbed Jiang Xi's chest and a huge sound rang out. The impact was like the destruction of heaven and earth, and it instantly spread out. The endless mountain range below was instantly turned into ruins. The power of this sword was very strong. However, the usually cold Ji Wei's expression changed at this moment. This was because his sword couldn't break through Jiang Xi's defense at all. What kind of strength is this? Ji Wei was extremely shocked. In the next moment, the green lotuses around Jiang Xi condensed countless sword chi that caused the space to tremble, and directly killed Ji Wei. This cold youth with a lock of white hair in front of his forehead fell for the first time in front of Jiang Xi. Sorry, this is equivalent to 10 times the strength of a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Jiang Xi's heart was filled with emotion. Both of their Dao techniques were on par, and if he didn't cultivate the secret Dao seal technique, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. This battle naturally caused another uproar. This was because Jiang Xi and Ji Wei had displayed many techniques and trump cards just now. This allowed the senior disciples to have a deeper understanding of the strength of the two. Especially Qi Song, whose expression was now incomparably solemn. Even with Ji Wei's Dao technique attack, he couldn't break through Jiang Xi's defense. And my space Dao technique is on par with Ji Wei's. This is troublesome. Qi Song's brows were tightly knitted. He knew that Jiang Xi's body was very strong because the two of them had a short fight in the Myriad Mountains Starry Sea. But he didn't expect Jiang Xi's body to be so abnormally strong. Before the start of the Cloud Summit competition, Jiang Xi's sudden attack didn't count. From Qi Song's point of view, it was because he wasn't prepared that Jiang Xi could succeed. Looks like I can only use that move. The Cloud Summit competition didn't stop for a single round, because everyone was in the spirit state. After every battle, the spirit body would return to its original state, and there was no need to rest or recuperate. In the level 4 elimination round, the others went through a few more rounds. Jiang Xi welcomed his second battle, and his opponent was Qi Song. The battle soon began. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.